With 2 weeks down in our Italian summer adventure, we have moved down to Bologna. Well, we're still in the north and really excited for this week because we have 9 teams here, each competing for just one spot in the Super Series, including last year's Super Series representatives, Venezia. But we're starting with a big clash this morning between Baracca Prato and RCP. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Bologna, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. I'm Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are ready for the third week of our Italian summer adventure. Well, now we have 3 of our 5 Super Series teams revealed, with Albano and Fresh Tropical qualifying from Milan in the first week. They were joined by Gina Brescia, who qualified on Saturday, but there's 9 teams here this week, and we are going to find out the winner of this series, and of course they will join those 3 teams I mentioned in the Super Series just in a couple of weeks' time. So we are starting with 4 matches today, starting with match 1, Baracca Prato versus Royal Cricket Padova, or RCP. I can tell you that the news from the toss is that RCP, they've won the toss, they've elected to field. Interesting choice for me. I know that when we last saw them, actually made it all the way to the final in Venice, but they went down to Venezia on that occasion. They had a kind of mixed time during the week, but they did seem to be able to put a performance together to get them into that final. Unfortunately, they weren't quite strong enough to get over Venezia. But Baracca Prato, they were pretty good last year as well, and I think their captain, Gulam Dastgir, was brilliant. He scored a memorable century. I think that pretty much everything he did was fantastic, and he really cleared the fence a few times over here in Bologna as well. So I think Baracca Prato, for me, I think that they would fancy their chances to get off the mark with a win here today. Let's talk about the conditions here in Bologna. I can tell you weather fantastic as per usual, not a cloud in the sky. 32 degrees is the expected maximum. Currently we're already up to 25, so I think it's a beautiful day for cricket. This ground was a lot more grass on it than last year. It was fairly new when we saw it last year at the Oval Rustignano, and yeah, I'm really excited to be back and see the ground 12 months later. It looks pretty as a picture. Now, what I can tell you about this pitch, now last year there were heaps of runs in it, and I'll tell you that, and I think, to be honest, it's the flattest pitch that we have seen in Italy so far. So I'm going to think there's going to be plenty of runs in it. I don't think Gulam Dastgir of Baracca Prato will mind at all having a bat first on this surface. Well, Corey Ruckers will be joining me, but unfortunately, due to a flight delay, he won't be with me for the very start, but I'll let you know when he joins us. Right now, let's go to the commentary box and get ready for the first ball. News from the toss being that RCP have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. Welcome to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. I am in the ice cube. I am alone, believe it or not, because Corey Ruckers, we've been waiting a long time for him to get back in the commentary box. Well, unfortunately, a few flight cancellations across Europe yesterday has delayed his entry into Italy, but we do expect him during the day. So I think you might just be having me for the next game, or potentially 2. But I'm really looking forward to watching these 2 teams go at it. And it's going to be Baracca Prato, team who we did see last year right here in Bologna. They had some really good performances. I suppose one of the things I remember them for is for one of the most remarkable games last year. It was actually the tournament opener last year in Bologna. We were here in March 2021. They were taking on Kings 11. And you guys would probably remember Kings 11 if you were following the series last week in Brescia. Kings 11 ended up losing that final in Brescia on Saturday, and they were so disappointed about that. But in this game I'm talking about a year ago, just over a year ago, in game 1 of this Bologna series, Kings 11 chased 68 off the last 3 overs to beat Baracca Prato, including a record, it still is a record, 23 off the last over. So it's a game that I remember very, very clearly. Now, as far as right here, right now, Baracca Prato are taking on Royal Cricket Padova. Now, Royal Cricket Padova, they competed in the Venice series last year. So basically the Bologna and the Venice series have been combined this year into 1 week. That's to allow us to do the Super Series straight away in week 5. Anyway, right now, let's get ready for the first ball of Bologna. Sheta here will be the bowler. It's pitched up and not pushed at, but no run. Deciding against it very early. Of course, these guys are going to have to get with the program pretty quick. No doubt about it. That's an actor out there for Baraka Prato. He's out there with Gulam Dustgear. Well, down leg side. This isn't a good one at all. And this is the first runs of Bologna. It wasn't a very pretty way to bring them up anyway. It'll be 5 wides. So, I mean, the left-hander just causing a few problems, I think, for Sheta here. And just a bit of information about the camera angle you see today. Unfortunately, when we arrived, the tower that the camera normally goes in wasn't to our specifications at ECN, and that's why, for today at least, we won't be getting the optimum camera angle. We'll be getting it at the angle you see right now. Goes after this, and there's nobody home at long on, so smacked for 4. And this is going to be an issue, I think, for RCP. So anyway, what I will say about this ground, the Oval Rustignano, it is a beautiful looking ground. I mean, there's no two ways to say it. There's hills in the background. We've got the stream going past on the right-hand side of your screen. That's where we were jokingly referring to the crocodiles last year. There's the wicket now. Yeah, well, almost gets in a bit of a mess here. Asanakta. So yeah, unfortunately we'll be kind of operating slightly differently today, but it's only for a temporary time. So thanks for your patience with that. And if anyone's asking, for example, in the chat, why that is, you can just let them know. You know, it is safety first. You know, we value our partners at Spring Productions. We need to make sure that the tower is to their specifications and ours. Okay, no ball. He went around the wicket there without telling the umpire. I reckon that's what that's for. And so, yeah, he changed sides, and I don't think that he told anybody. And one of the reasons is that the batter hadn't moved. I don't think I've ever actually seen that in the game. Yeah, so that's what it was for. Now, is he going to ask him which side are you going to bowl from? Well, you see everything. This time it's free hit, so it won't be out even if it is caught. And, well, chase is on. He'll come back for a couple. So, hello to everyone in the chat. To Thunder, hope you're well. Nice to see you. To Ivan as well. Yes, Ivan. RCP running through a few issues on a Monday morning, which is why they are on demand. So it's definitely not the ideal start for them. But that's European cricket for you. So, I will say is there is a fair bit of grass on this ground, which is good. I mean, it's looking very, very nice. And when we came here last year, it was very, very new, and the grass hadn't really had a chance to take hold. This one just angled in, and actor not able to do too much with it. Yeah, I mean, Baraka Prato, who are batting, I don't think they'll mind having lost the toss and being sent in at all. I mean, I think in particular, just checking to Gulam Dustgear, he said he's struggling with a few injuries at the moment, but he was a class player last year when we were here in Bologna. It goes after this, and this is going to be the first one of the week. Maximo! Asanakta goes bang, and he slams that one. That was miles over the boundary. And so pretty good first over for Baraka Prato. They're going to finish 18 without loss. And all that without Gulam Dustgear having faced the ball. And he was someone I was talking about a little bit earlier. He was the leading run scorer last year in this series. And look, to give you an idea, he scored 429 runs at an average of 61, strike rate of 236. He scored 429. The next best was 284. So that is some distance. It's 145 more runs than anybody else in the series. So he was dominant. In fact, one of the things that I remember was him hitting the last 3 balls of the innings for 6 to bring up a win for his team. Tied the game with the last ball to come. He needed 1. Instead, he got 6. Took him from 94 to 100. One of the moments of the year on ECN. You might want to say a quick hello to Muhammad Rashid Khan Rabi as well. Nice to have you with us. And well, I am without Corey for a little bit. That's because Corey's flight was delayed. And so he will be with me. Hello to Rico Full as well. I'm sure he'll be tuning in, but Rico is taking a couple of weeks off. He will be back for the Super Series. Mike Buckland, hello to you. Hope you're well. He's asking who won the series last year. Well, actually, the series last year was won by Kings 11. But Kings 11, they were playing in Brescia this year, so we won't see Kings 11 this week. But this week is kind of a combined series from last year. Last year we had a Venice series and a Bologna series. They've been combined into 1 week. So the Venice winners, Venezia, they are here. We will see them a little bit later in the week. This is Ranta Wirasinger, who's going to bowl, the captain of RCP today. Yeah, so last year when we played in Venice, Venezia won. They were undefeated, and they made it all the way to the Super Series. With no Venice series this year, the Venice teams are playing in Bologna right here. And we'll see 9 teams this week. Now, Venezia, because they did win last year in Venice, they go straight through to Thursday to what we're calling the Super 5 stage. We have 2 groups of 4, and the top 2 of each group will go through to Super 5s on Thursday, where they will be joined by Venezia. So hopefully that's useful. If you have any more questions, please do not hesitate to ask me. This is going to be 4. Nice shot, Wakhtar. He's stolen the spotlight so far, hasn't he? He's been very, very good. He smacks that away, just angled in from Wirasinger. And nobody back on the square leg boundary. So that's a class shot. He seems to be striking the ball really nicely, Akhtar, at the moment. I probably would be sticking with the over the wicket line to Akhtar. I think he's looked really strong every time the right-handers have angled into him. Arif Hassan saying Gulam Daskia, big hitter. Sure is. Here is Wirasinger. Short, hit again. This is going to set the task for the boundary rider. He's not going to be able to get it. Sheta here. So it's going to be 4 more. Rack'em, Stack'em, and Akhtar is away. He's up to 20. And once again, Akhtar very strong on the walk and smacking that one through wide long on. Hassan Akhtar. Not afraid to take most of the strike, but at least he's doing something with it. He's 20 off 9. Next one, a better ball, just nudge down. And well, a few issues down there. Sliding on the grass, and there's something we haven't seen a lot of in Italy so far. We are in a slightly different part of the country where it is possible to at least water the ground. So this ground's actually looking very nice at the moment. Pretty short, especially on the leg side to the right-hander. That's one thing I remember. But for me, I think the pitch is a lot more batting friendly than some of the tracks we've seen so far that took a lot of seam, maybe had a bit of variable bounce. I think this one here, the batters are pretty confident about the bounce of the ball. There's not too many gremlins in it. I think we'll see a high scoring series. We're seeing signs of that already. Daskia gets his opportunity. It's Wirasinger. Mistimes this slightly, but he will get one. So the robot popping into the chat. Hello, robot. Hope you're well. Just also apologising. The camera angles, these are temporary. This is just because the tower was not to the protocols required, and so we are shooting from the ground today, and hopefully it will be today only. In the air, and this is going to loop away from the fielder. And in the end, it will go all the way for 4. So put that with the rare Hassan Akhtar. Not the most convincing shot, but does get 4 more. He has been very destructive so far. So it's the end of the second over, 33 without loss. Bracaprato off to a flyer. Wirasingers over, ends up going for 15. So an idea of who we have in Group A. You see Bracaprato and RCP. Also, they'll be joined by Lucca Cricket Club and Trentino Aquila. Lucca CC, first time we've seen them in an ECS. Trentino Aquila, we did see them in Venice last year. So 2 of these sides in Group A are from Venice last year. And yeah, basically day 1 and the first half of day 2 is exclusively Group A matches. They'll play each other in matches 1 to 6, and the top 2 will go through to Thursday. The bottom 2, unfortunately, they'll be out of the tournament. Third over, and the first ball a little bit short from Angelo Andradeghi. And this will be for Glumdaskia. Had plenty of time to just rock back and help that behind square for 4. So, Bracaprato making the most of the extra gaps in the field. want to say hello to Sundori, who's in the chat. Also to Ian Johns. Hello to you. Hello to Jackson as well. Hope you're well. Andrew Deggy. Another short Gundy ball. Keeper doesn't offer it this. Luckily, third man has a bit more time. Well, he's more of a first man. And then he's a minus first man, really. Ends up on the leg side. So they will get 2 wides here. Hello to Gumonto Hypno as well. Good morning to you. Riyasad thinking 130, 140 plus scores on the cards in the very first match. As Gulam Daskia hasn't started yet. Well, he was brilliant last year, wasn't he, Daskia? No doubt about it. But the thing I remember is last year in match 1, Baraka Prato put 130 on the board and it got chased down. This is Akhtar, who whacks this on the leg side. May think of 2. Slight fumble, but they'll just be happy with 1. Yeah, in that game, Kings 11. It was quite a remarkable match. One of the most memorable matches of the whole year, considering, well, personally, I did over 1,000 matches. The Kings 11, off the last 3 overs, absolutely whacked them. They were... I'll tell you exactly because it's quite a remarkable scorecard. But they were 65 for 1 off 7, chasing 131. Well, wait there for a second because this is in the air and it's got a long time in the air. It says Rangajiwa, but he won't get hands on it. So Dustgear gets a life. And certainly, if you get opportunities, you want to cash them in, and they weren't able to on that occasion. So the game I was just talking about, 131 was the target. Kings 11 were 65 for 1 after 7, and they still needed 66 off the last 3 overs. They ended up hitting 69 off the last 3 overs and doing it with a ball to spare. This one's over the top, and this will be another boundary. So put it with the rest. It's going to be 4 more to Gulam Daskia, who makes his way into double figures. And that's the second boundary to Daskia. Ian Johns, a very good question about Ravi Paul. So yeah, he said he loved watching Ravi Paul in the ECC. And I believe he's not in Italy at the moment, Ravi, and that's why we haven't seen him. I know that previously we've seen him for a team now known as Royal Bergamo. It was Bergamo United last year. He featured in the final of the Milan series. So yeah, disappointed that it doesn't look like we'll see Ravi during this series. Not sure about his plans to get back into Italy. I know he gets around a little bit. Very exciting player to watch. He plays with his emotions out. I'm sure you remember that, Ian. Andrew Deggy pitches up. Probably better length, but just a little bit wide of the off stump. So, I mean, all the overs going double digits and quite healthily so at the moment. We have 18, 15 and 15. They're not finished with this one yet. On the verge of the 50 partnership. We're not even out of the power play yet. We worked away, and this is really well timed. Oh, this is just a class shot from Dustgear, who gets 4 on the leg side. This is just pure timing. This does bring up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Baraka Prato. And what a strong start to their tournament. So it's just a slight erring of line. Nice ball. It was the third over. Here's the full toss. I think this will just be 1. Tuskier keeps the strike end of the power play. And they're up and away. 53 without loss after 3. Well, because it's just me at the moment, I don't have Corey, who will be joining me. Corey Rutgers. Well, I haven't seen Corey since April, actually, because of his commitments, obviously, with coaching. But we're always really happy to have Corey. But Corey picked a way to have a flight, which got cancelled. There were quite a few of them, actually. A bit of action going on around Europe at the moment. Meant that Corey will probably be landing in about 15 minutes in Italy. He'll come as soon as he can. But why don't you throw some questions at me in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Nazmul saying Ravi would be in England. Yeah, that is what I heard. Hello, Nazmul. How are you? Nazmul Hark will lead Venezia later in the week. We'll see them straight through to the Super 5 stage. So they will play on Thursday and Friday. And I would imagine on Saturday in the finals. Nazmul, how are you? And how are things coming together with your Venezia side? Really looking forward to seeing you, of course. Yeah, so we should emphasise it is just a temporary issue with the cameras not being able to be in the tower. And obviously, one thing it does kind of hit home to me is how far we've come with European Cricket Network. I mean, if you go back just a couple of years ago, and in fact, every day looked like this. So now, obviously, we're very fortunate to have come a long way. Slight issue here at the moment. So once again, slight delay. I'll say hello to you. I'm all alone in the queue. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is nobody. But what I can tell you is that Corey will be here shortly. Yeah, it looks like an unusual day. It's a Monday. We are in Bologna for the first time. Basically, we're seeing teams that we saw in either Venice or Bologna last year for the most part. So apologies for the camera today. It is what it is. Obviously, we want to keep bringing you the cricket, but we'll attempt to resolve that as soon as possible. But it's likely that it will be tomorrow. But anyway, welcome. And we just have some time with me before Corey arrives. So yeah, looking forward to bringing the action until he arrives. Right now, we're watching a really strong start by Baraka Prato. But yeah, jump in the chat. Keep me company. We would love to hear from you. Will be a second over for Miranda Wirasinger. In the air, and this one is going to be going, and gone. Maximo Daskia. Well, he loves that fence. He cleared it plenty of times last year. He's not the biggest guy, but he certainly packs a punch. And the result will be 6 runs. Sabir Apon has a question. How many matches today? Well, there'll be 4 matches today, Tuesday and Wednesday. So 4 matches in the group stage. The Super 5s, well, it's called Super 5s because there's 5 teams. There's also 5 matches on Thursday and Friday. Now this is in the air, and I think it is going to also be out of the ground. Maximo Daskia hasn't had a lot of the strike, but when he has had it, he's looked pretty good. And now he moves into the 20s. Hello to Shrubon as well. Shrubon, I'll probably say this a few times to everyone, but yeah, the camera angle's only temporary. It's because the tower we normally put the camera in wasn't to the standard required, so we're going to have to sort that out. It will probably take a day to sort that out, but I try and think positively, and I think about, like I said, how far we've come. That really all of our cricket used to look like this. But I've got to say, big effort from our partners at Spring Productions to get us up and running on a Monday morning here. Mark Buckland saying, how many balls got lost over the fence? Well, plenty is probably my short answer. Flat bat smash this time. Fielder is down there, and he should handle it. He does. And well, I'll have a look here, and I'm just a bit worried. Still has the ball here. Still has the ball, and I just think he touches the rope before he lets go of the ball. There you go. See, there's definitely going to be 4 coming up. So there is the signal. So even when Andrade makes a stop, he doesn't avoid touching the rope. So he finds a way to give a boundary anyway. Yeah, so what I would say is about the fence on the leg side of the right-hander is we can get the balls from back there, most of them anyway. But there's a few that we couldn't. There's a few holes, and I haven't actually checked there, but I imagine there's not a lot of water going on. Last year we did have a bit of water running past. We had the river running past the ground, but I imagine that'd be pretty dry at the moment. Now this is in the air. It's going to fall safely. Daskia will get more than one, in fact. So yeah, RCP having a few issues in the field so far. That's all I want to say about that. So Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi asking what time is it here? Well, here it's about 10 to 9 in the morning, 8:50 in the morning. So it's already pretty warm. Up to about 25 degrees. And this one's hit into the gap, and this will be 4 more. Well, this outfield is pretty quick. I mean, I thought with the more lush covering of grass, that maybe it would have slowed down a little bit. Doesn't seem like it. Have a look at that ball, hit the ground, skates along. 4 more into 4 overs, 75 for no loss. And I know that a few people asking about the format this week. We have 9 teams here. So on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, we have the group matches. So the first 6 are Group A matches. The second 6 are Group B matches. 4 teams in each group. The top 2 go to the Super 5. Venezia, who were last year's Venice champions, they are straight to the Super 5. So 5 teams and 5 matches a day on Thursday and Friday. And then from there, we'll have our 4 finalists, and the finals day will run much the same way as it normally does. I see that Corey Fangirl's in the chat. Oh, Corey Fangirl, nice to see you. Saying hello, Vinny. I've heard Corey is coming. That can't be true. Well, guess what? It is. As long as he doesn't get lost on the way from the airport, which, knowing Corey, he might. But, yeah, Corey's always an entertainer on the microphone. Looking forward to working with him again. Right here, RCP. Looking pretty distant, if I'm completely honest. Akhtar 26 off 12. Dusty Gear, at least snuck up, hasn't he? 39 off 13. The guy who scored a century last year in this series, and we did see some high scores. I think we will again. Dilshan Fernando is the new bowler in over number 5. I tell you what, everyone can do me a favour as well. If anyone comes in the chat and asks about the camera angles, you can tell them exactly what's going on. Save me repeating myself. Well, this one is going to be the first wicket. So just when I said, looks like they're struggling to find one, Fernando has success with his very first ball. Arslan Akhtar tries to go across the line, completely misses out. Maybe that one just nips back off the deck a little bit, actually. See, we're going to get a good view of it here. Maybe just straight through. Drives through the gate. Akhtar upping the ante, but fortunately his innings finishes on 26. And Baraka Prato lose their first wicket, 75 for 1. So keep the questions coming about where we are. If anyone has any questions about last year's tournament as well. I was here with Rico last year. We had a lot of fun. Had some fun jokingly talking about the crocodiles over in the river. Look at that, bang. Stumps uprooted for the first time. Probably not the last time this week. Real explosion of dirt. This will bring maybe Rahman to the crease, the keeper. He's batting 3. But yeah, we had a pleasant trip on Saturday night. Pretty much straight from the ground in Brescia. And so Bologna, it's beautiful weather at this time of year. Of course, it is the home of gelato. And also, of course, the home of the famous Bolognese sauce with the ragu. I'm sure most of our viewers would be familiar with the Bolognese. That's pretty well bowled by Fernando. Come in and just got a couple of things going RCP's way so far in his 2 deliveries. Hello to Maya as well, who's joining us in Germany. Hope you're well. Corey Fangirl said she's getting worried about Corey. Well, Corey, we're always a little bit worried about Corey, but we think he should be landing in Italy any second. He goes upstairs, and well, I'm not sure if there's an edge on this. Just judging by the bowler's reaction, there might have been. It'll be very hard to tell, but yeah, the keeper not able to handle it. That's the issue there. So I guess it may have been a chance. It's put down by Manjula Prasath behind the stumps. Swing and a miss. So maybe Rahman having a few problems adjusting to the tempo early here on the Monday morning. How's everyone going? Tell us what you did with your day off. I'll tell you what I did. I caught a bit of the CE Cup, and congratulations to the Czech Republic, who won narrowly over Austria, both in the match they played yesterday, but also on net run rate. They won the Central European Cup. So a big effort from the Lions. Got to say credit also to Austria, who I know they had some injuries and unavailability issues, but I mean, they're making no excuses, no doubt about that. And also Luxembourg, who didn't come away with a win, but always love the way they play their cricket. And I saw a couple of nice young players, good-looking young players for them as well. Looked like it had a lot of potential. Let's ball the over coming up. And the ground. Should just be one. So Uraman, 5th time lucky for him. He gets off the mark and hogs the strike. Dust Gear will spectate. 5 overs down. It's 76 for 1. And well, after overs, it went for 18, 15, 20, and 22. Only get 1 run off the 5th. I bet they're wishing they brought Dilshan Fernando in a little bit earlier. Still a very healthy total as it is. And I think par here probably ends up more like 120, something like that. But I've said that quite a few times and I'm always wrong. Mike Buckland, so he's watching the Aussies versus Sri Lanka. Yeah, I don't think the Aussies had a particularly great day in the field by the looks of things. Yeah, Sri Lanka, I mean, very consistent performance by their top order, that's for sure. Yeah, but yeah, Czech Republic winning the CE Cup, and that's also winning against Austria, carrying a lot of ranking points for them, beating a team that's well above them in the rankings. Well, this is going to be 4. Once again, you see how fast this outfield is. Mahbubur Rahman just flicks that off his pads, low full toss, and the result is going to be a boundary. New bowler here is Abaskulam. Gone, and he hits the bottom of the off stump. He's going to be bowled. So Uraman didn't have the best time out there, but hits 1 away. And the very next one he misses. Skulam that hits the target, and that's 2 wickets down now, and it's 80 for 2. What a good performance that is, especially after going for a boundary. But I think if you're in trouble, full and straight, that's probably where you want to be. That's exactly where he was. You see, just trying to go that leg side again. This one just flicks, just kisses the outside of the stumps, really. And so, here's the end of fairly brief innings from Uraman. He goes for just 5. Also want to say Eid Mubarak to all of our viewers as well. If you haven't heard me say it already, I did say it on Saturday. But I hope everyone is well, and it's wonderful to have your company today on the European Cricket Network. Mudassar Ali will be the new batter for Baraka Prato. Once again, we see 2 right-handers. Again, we have 9 teams here. 1 team automatically qualified for Thursday already. The other 8 will be competing for the remaining 4 places. So the first 6 matches are group matches, Group A matches. The second 6 matches are Group B matches. So we'll get to see 4 teams over the next 6 matches, and 2 then will be eliminated from the competition. 2 will go through to the Super 5s. Struggling with his footing there a little bit, Ghulam, as he pulls out of that one. Try again. But let us know what you did on your day off. Also, Wimbledon final. It was a big day of sport yesterday, wasn't it? Full toss, and this one goes straight through the hands of the fielder. Did pretty well to get close to it, but at the critical moment, he couldn't rein it in. The result's going to be 4. It's about a knee-high full toss, really. Mudassar Ali does get a fair bit of bat. Teased the fielder, but it's going to be 4. Score continues to climb. 2 boundaries in the over, but 1 wicket to Abaskulam. And this one is going to be hit, and this is going to be 4 as well. So, just banged away. Well, a bit of action on and off the field there. So, now, when you're struggling for personnel, it's not great when the ball's going straight through the fielders as well. Oh, this one swings back. Don't think it's enough to endanger the stumps, though. He wanted a wide here, but it does swing back down the line. End of the over, 88 for 2. So, See Fernando, he's the only bowler that's really been able to make an impression so far. 1 for 1 off his over. All the others double digits, some badly so. 2 magicals so far in the innings. And the third going for 20 and the fourth going for 22. Yeah, there's a bit of a ruckus off the field because I was temporarily D-cubed. But I'll try and bring you some action regarding that when we get a chance. Anyway, right now back to Fernando. He's been the exception to the rule so far. Everyone else gone for big runs. Just one to start. Yeah, Duskia hasn't had a lot of the strike. Finds himself at the other end again as Nasser Ali will get one. So he got the odd Tortuga here so far. I was really curious to see how this field would play. A lot more grass, like I said, on it compared to last year. And yeah, the odd bounce. You'll have your wits about you. I don't think we'll have quite the dramatic super Tortugas we've seen over the last couple of weeks on the clay fields of Milan and Brescia. Now this one is an opportunity, but it won't be an easy one. Oh, he does almost get there, but it will be one. So once again, Duskia getting the pull shot slightly wrong. Fielder gets off his feet, but the ball bursts straight through the hands. So another life for Gulam Duskia. Goes over, cover this time, and this one's going to be 4. So that's a nice shot by Mudassar Ali. Plays through the line. He moves into double figures. Looking very, very comfortable at the moment, Moraka Prato. Again, though, let's not forget, he did score 130 last time and had it hauled in by Kings 11. Oh, it's a similar shot. Similar length anyway from Mudassar Ali. Swings and misses. Fernando finally going for a boundary. Maya saying Moraka Prato going real good. That's an understatement. I mean, even with RCP slowly working themselves back into the game, made themselves a big problem so far in match 1. Of course, each team in this group stage only play the 3 matches, so you don't want to be in the wrong half of the table after your 3, because you'll be out of here. Moraka Prato, though, they're a team we saw last year, and like I said, had that first match, pretty memorable one, where they made 130, but had it hauled down by Kings 11, including 26 off the last over. They needed 23 to win. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 96 for 2. And once again, if you're wondering where we're at with our Italian summer, this is week 3 now. We're in Bologna. We've had 2 weeks, but we do have 3 qualifiers because in Milan, there were 2 spots up for grabs. Albano and Fresh Tropical grabbing those 2 spots. Fresh Tropical ended up winning that series. Brescia won the Brescia series on Saturday in a bit of a one-sided game over Kings 11, though Kings 11 had their moments early. Brescia took them apart in the second half of the game to bowl them out for 39. And that's 3 of our 5 Super Series finalists. Well, this actually looks like it's going to be a beamer, but then it comes down. So Mudassar Ali, I just don't think he picks this up at all. Have a look at this on the replay. It looks high, but then it kind of drops. And actually, by the time it reaches the crease, it's below the waist. So, yeah, very interesting delivery to get first up. Sneak a by anyway. So, just 2 more golden tickets to the Super Series. This week's winner and, of course, the Rome winner in week 4. This one's called a no ball. It must have been for overstepping. So, not really what you're going for. This is to here. Call no ball. Free hit coming up. So, RCP, I mean, yeah, when you compare what we've seen so far in Italy, I know we're going to see a little bit of everything with so many clubs involved, but just not quitting, not quite hitting this Monday morning with the intensity that they probably need to. Short on the free hit and missed out. Mudassar Ali trying out the hook and missing. You see one. It's a pretty good bouncer. Could be the one for the over, I'd imagine. This is in the air. Now the bowler's going to go after this. He's the only man with a chance, and he drops it. He does pretty well to get there, actually, Tahir. It was high. He's also looking straight into the sun. He had the presence of mind to go after it, knowing he was the only man on the field that could have taken it. But you see there, at the last moment, just slight misjudgment and gets away. Daskia gets a gift, and he will cash it in with the boundary. Not quite off the middle of the bat. This is the scary thing about Gulam Daskia. I don't even think he's batting that well yet, but he is 46 off 17 balls. This is one that last year I think would have ended up in the crocodile's jaws over the fence, but still, he gets enough to get it for 4. I think Maya's asking, I think people asking Maya in the chat what kind of balls she'd hit for a big shot. She was saying Yorker. She doesn't really know what a Yorker is. A Yorker, Maya, it's a ball which it probably lands around where the batsman is standing. That's probably the best way I can describe it. It slides into the pads. Yeah, so it's a ball which doesn't quite reach the batter on the full, but when it kind of lands as it reaches them. So normally around that crease where they stand. It's a difficult ball to get away because it's hard to get in the middle of the bat on. If it's done perfectly, you can only really jam the bottom of your bat down on it. So yeah, Yorker's a very good ball in this form of the game. Any form of the game, really. 100's up now from Raka Prato. Got Manasseh Ali swinging away and missing into the 8th. Scores 105 for 2. Yeah, so I was wondering why Yorkers are called Yorkers. I always thought that it was something to do with where the deliveries were first perfected. So I'm sure someone might be able to look that up for me. Yeah, I think that the consensus is that players from York in England bowled them so often, so that's why they're called Yorkers. That makes sense. Back to Abbas Ghulam, who gets blasted square of the wicket. This will be 4. Yeah, nice batting. They have been punished for anything even slightly loose, and this is Daskia, who will get to his 50 with that shot. So, well batted by Ghulam. He starts this tournament where he left off the last, 50 off 19 balls. And that innings, he's kind of still been a bit short of his potential, I think. 2 6s, 7 4s, scoring at 263. So for a guy who's carrying a couple of injuries, that won't help either. He's still striking the ball pretty well. And one of them was a slight knee injury. I think he took one on the left knee recently in a game. He had some ongoing problems with the right leg. This one, I think, just misses the pad. That won't tickle. We roll towards the conclusion of this first innings. 10 balls left now. There you go. That's some Ghulam, and that's the first one, I think. That's going to be, well, not the first one quite out of here, but close. Maximo! 6 to Daskia. Geez, there was plenty of this last year. Well, first he was hit, and then he does the hitting. It sails comfortably over the rope. Didn't quite get the kind of trajectory to get over the fence, but it certainly did sound like it was out in the middle of the bat. Could be more on the way. Oh, this one hits the pad, and bowler catches a break there, Abbas Ghulam. Maybe a slightly slower delivery. Any other questions? Please don't be afraid to fire them into the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Any sound to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network? Bang. There's 6 more, and this time, well, I think this one has sailed out of the ground. Maximo! New balls, please. And finally, the Crocs have some food. We've waited a while. Ghulam, just like a gym junkie, just doing a few little warm-up exercises before he gets into the main event. Now, Daskia is flexing his muscles. That one was smacked. First one into the river for this week in Bologna. Good morning to Keanu as well. Great to have you in the chat. Oh, now he's gone. So 6 and out for Daskia. Don't think anyone saw that coming. Well, the new ball did the trick. And he tries to lose this one instead. He goes for 62. So pretty good start to the innings for Gulam Duskia. That's the end of 9 overs, and the score is 121 for 3. Yeah, credit to Abbas Gulam, who did come up with 2 wickets in his overs. Does end up going for 28. So he's just trying to turn that one to leg, misjudging it slightly, and that's all it takes. So he had a couple of close calls there with some skied balls. And so, with an over to go, Braca Prato in a pretty healthy position. Although, having said that, didn't mention this already, but 130 is what they scored last year in this corresponding match against Kings 11. Kings 11 actually hit 69 off the last 2.5 overs to beat them. That was quite an incredible match. Vikas Kumar starred for Kings 11 in that one. I know that Kings 11 bitterly disappointed. They weren't able to progress from the Brescia tournament this year. They were just very, very up and down during the week. Unfortunately, the final was one of those downs. Andradigi is going to bowl the last over. Starts with what I think's a wide. Yeah, this is a wide for height. Any ball that goes over the batter's head, which you can tell it is. He's jumping, it's still over his head. It'll also be the one bouncer for the over. He's driven, but just one this time to Mudassar Ali. It gives us a chance to have a look at the new batter, Hamid Ali, who's come out number 5. This one is a little slice and well fielded down there. Just be the one. So, Keanu's asking, is it just me on commentary this week? Well, no. Well, Corey Rutgers is meant to be with me, but unfortunately his flight got cancelled yesterday. So he was on the first flight out Monday morning out of Amsterdam. And so Corey should be arriving any time. I think he would have just touched down about 10 minutes ago. So he may be here by the start of game 2, maybe game 3. You have to keep an eye out for Corey. It'll be good to have him back. Get your questions ready for Corey. Of course, we're going to the Spanish national team. Just finished competing in the pre-qualifiers in Belgium. Corey has assured me he's a ball of energy, but I wonder if he still is after... I know he had to leave his house at 3 o'clock this morning. He's not really a morning person. If you've heard Corey on commentary, you'd know that game 1... a bit like trying to get blood out of a stone. Oh, a little French cut. It's a long chase for the man that was at 3rd man, and Paul's going to win the race. That's Rangajiwa down there. Can't quite stop it, so 4 more. Takes him up to 129. Keanu's saying that he loves Corey. Well, a lot of people love Corey out there. Certainly is exciting. And to be quite honest, I'll say this because I know he's still just getting off the plane. I do love his cricket IQ and the way he thinks about the game. Is the reason he's been so sought after as a coach. He's committed to become a high-level coach from quite a young age. This is another French cut, and this will probably just be a couple. In fact, they're happy to stop at 1. Oh, maybe not. No, they will get a second. The ball just getting away from the keeper. So we'll go to the last ball now, 131 plus this. Andradigi, can he get that wicket he wants? Well, he won't. Should maybe go for 2 here. Don't think they will, judging by the trot on the first run. Now decides to take it on. And we do have a wicket to finish. So it will be 1 plus a run out. And I think that they'll finish 132 for 4. This is the last ball. Gathers, breaks the stumps. Yeah, no doubt about that. So 132 for 4. Braca Prato, 2 runs more than they scored last year in this corresponding game, the tournament opener in Bologna, led by pretty strong contributions from 3 of their batters. led principally by Gulendaskia with 62 of 24. Well, we are into week 3 of our Italian summer adventure. Bologna, the next stop on the European Cricket Series Italian Roadshow. And early on, RCP, well, they were struggling. They were underpaced, they were undermanned, and Hassan Akhtar was taking full advantage. He was the principal protagonist in a 53-run power play. And along with his captain, Gulendaskia, they went about picking apart this Royal Cricket Padova bowling attack. You see plenty of shots all around the wicket. Daskia took a bit of time to get going. He really took off after Akhtar was dismissed for 26. And then that was the second wicket. Member Rahman hit the 1-4, but ended up departing for just 5. That brought Mudassar Ali to the crease, and he was able to contribute 3 boundaries of his own, but RCP didn't help themselves. Well, the cube was redone after it blew back, and they had a couple of opportunities they put down as well. I think RCP would look back, and they did miss Daskia a couple of times. Okay, they weren't easy ones, but still, you're not helping yourselves. You don't take those. Daskia ends up bringing up his half century and blast his way to 62. That's just the one over the fence. Ultimately, he would be bowled off the last ball of the 9th over. It scrambled 11 off the last. 1 run out off the last ball. So they finished 132 for 4 off their 10 overs. 62 to Daskia, 26 to Akhtar, and 17 not out. Well, 17 Mudassar Ali actually run out off the last ball. Bowling wise, well, not a lot to talk about really, with Gulam picking up a couple of wickets, 2 for 28. I think Fernando by far was the best of the bowlers. He was the only one that went under 12 and over. He went at 4.5 and over, 1 for 9, I should say, off his 2 overs. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and when we do, it will be the second half of this game. RCP, they have to bat out of their skin to get this, but, well, anything's possible. This is ECN Cricket. 132 will be the target. Join us shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bologna. It's Monday morning. First day of a brand new week of ECS cricket. It's week 3 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And so, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Now, he finally did sort out exactly what happened towards the end of the first innings. I can tell you that the final score is 132. 132 for 4, Braca Prato. RCP chasing 133 for victory. That was a bit of an issue with, towards the end, some confusion about the final score. I mean, there was a boundary in that last over, but whether the batters didn't realise or something, we had the wrong batter taking strike for the next ball. But of course, that happens. It has happened at all levels of cricket. Then the ball stands after that. So we had a 2 and a 1 and a run out after that. So as it is, the score is confirmed 132. So, well, Cricket Padua certainly had a few issues this morning. Now, let's see if their captain can give a little bit back. Shahid Imran starts with a wide. So, yep, a few issues if you're just joining us to be aware of that the camera tower unfortunately wasn't built to the required specifications and then didn't allow us to safely put a cameraman up there. So that will be resolved. It might be until tomorrow, I'd imagine, that we'll have that sorted out. So don't quite have the regular camera angle you're used to. This next one is cut away, and this will test the fielder. In fact, this will go all the way for 4. What a nice shot from Viranta Weerasinghe. He's a player, I think, he's got a lot of potential. We saw him last year in the Venice series. He had a touch of class about him. That was a nice cut shot to get RCP's innings going. So, yeah, that's one issue this morning that we will be shooting from the ground. It does make you realise how far we've come when you see this. It does look a bit peculiar. This one's cut away again, and again, this outfield's pretty quick. It's going to be 4 more. So Weerasinghe opening with a couple of boundaries. Look, and here's the thing. I know they've been undermanned, but all you need now is a couple of your big guns to fire, and we know that this is a very fast-scoring field, no doubt about it. I think it all starts with a bowler like Shahid Imran. Has to stop the short wide stuff to Weerasinghe. The man saying I'm a commentator doing the behind-the-scenes, scheduling the matches, and most importantly in charge of the food tasting. Well, some of that is true. This one's driven aerially, but there is a long off back, so no danger of being caught. Will just be a single. It's our first chance to look at Manjula Prasad, who was keeping wickets in the first innings for RCP. Yeah, I'm not quite doing all those things. I won't say lonely, but let's just say I'm alone at the moment because Corey Rutgers, due to some flights being cancelled, there's quite a few of them across Europe if you've been following the news yesterday. He wasn't able to fly in yesterday as originally planned. He, I think, is in Italy now, so he will make his way to the ground as soon as he can. We'll probably see him towards the middle of the day, so maybe match 2 or match 3 for the first time. I'm sure he's rushing here. He couldn't wait to get back on the mic. And I think Corey needs 2 more matches to meet 250 matches commentated. Remember, that's something we talked about last time in Portugal, that he was going to finish on 248. But having thought about that, he actually didn't make finals day in Portugal because he was ill. So he's actually 244. We might celebrate that tomorrow potentially. Running swing from Prasad. We can't get any of this. Yeah, so I suppose as a batting team, just trying to get that 13 and over. Keep up there as long as you can. Chris Smith saying much greener outfield than Milan and Brescia for that matter. That's true. I mean, slightly different water restrictions in this principality, so they can get some water on the ground. It's looking very, very nice, I have to say. Nice shot. Beautiful shot. Square drive. Picks the gap and gets 4. So, well, there's the 3 boundaries in the over they need, and it gets them ahead of where they need to be. So, Prasad, it's a better looking shot. Stay stiller. Had the umpire weaving out the way. End of the first over. 14 for no loss. Pretty good one for RCP. Well, this would be quite the victory
if they could pull it off from here. I mean, Baraka Prato, one thing I will say is they have let big total slip before, and I was talking about last year when we were here in Bologna. It was match one back then. It was Baraka Prato versus Kings 11. Baraka Prato put 130 on the board and couldn't defend it. Kings 11 whacked 69 off the last 17 balls in that game to win, because Kumar was the chief protagonist in that one. Baraka Prato, they would also fall in the semi-final to Kings 11 off the very last ball of the game. Full toss, and this is cashed in just over the field. This will be 4. So Mudassar Ali comes into the attack, and he disappears for 4 as well. And a very good start now for Royal Cricket Panama. Mohammad Rashid Khan Rabi, I think he liked the square drive shot of the day. RCP, they'll just hope that they can keep this up at the moment. Short and pulled away. Fielder, he's on the chase. And I think that once the ball gets on this outfit, it's going to be 4 more. It does. So both batters playing their shots here and turning to a very, very good start for RCP. Well, here's the thing. They are very capable. We know that. They're a team that made the final in Venice last year. They've looked a bit short of a gallop this morning, but if this partnership can keep growing, it would be quite the victory. This is banked straight. There's be 4 more. This is a really good looking shot as well. Just technically very, very good shot straight through the line. Again, nothing fancy here. Step, hit, and look at that bat follow through in the direction that he wants the ball to go. Very good striking. We're a singer. 21 off 6, a magical start for him. Chris Smith with a bit of a riddle. When is a no ball not a no ball? Well, you tell me, Chris. I missed something here. So far, got 4-4 this over. And this one is a false shot and it's dropped. Wow, we have seen a few missed chances so far this morning, haven't we? And this one, attempting a 4th consecutive boundary, came round to the left and out it popped. A disappointment for the bowler who could have seen the back of Wirasinger instead. It'll just be a single. Chris Smith alerting me that was in the England-India T20, which I think was yesterday. And you tell me, could they have resolved that situation better? Moeen Ali hitting a ball way above his head. Bat fully extended, lobbed for 4, but no ball not given. Well, that's one I'll have to look up. I did have my head buried in the CE Cup yesterday, watching Luxembourg and Czech Republic and Austria going head-to-head. This one's in the air, and this will be another boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Prasath getting moving as well, and they're really determined to go after the boundaries in this power play. I think it's smart. It's a really good hitting from both batters. Left-hand, right-hand combination, pretty useful as well. So he sees a lot of class in this batting lineup, and they're still short a couple of their batters as well. But so far, these two looking very, very good. Comfortable. Charges at this, but it's going to be a big wide. Yes, got to say big hello to Danny Hudacek and Phil G, friends of ECN, who were commentating the CE Cup on the Czech cricket stream yesterday. This one gets through everything. Prasath swings and misses into the over. So 32 for no loss. Very good start this. Very good start. I mean, if they could get close to 50, let's say 45 to 50 in the power play, that's where they need to be. Just extend that 13 and over out. These are our Group A teams. You can see that there's 4 teams in Group A. There's also 4 teams in Group B. There's 8 teams here in Bologna. But they're joined by a 9th team, Venezia, as the champions of Venice last year. They've been given a pass into the Super Fives, which is starting on Thursday. They'll be joined by the top 2 or 4 in each of the groups. So everybody's guaranteed 3 matches. But then only the top 2 of the 4 in each group will survive. Well, Chris Smith says, love to see the high fence just 5 to 10 yards from the rope. No hunting in the jungle, finding them. Should save on cost of the Kookaburra balls there. Well, funny you say that, Chris. Back to that in a second. Starts with a wide down leg side. But what I was going to say is we lose plenty of balls over the fence, and then they do become quite difficult. Although we have a dedicated team of ball hunters that were finding the Kookaburras last year. There is a river that runs alongside the ground here at the Oval Rustignano, just outside of Bologna. It's well bowled. Much better. Get the way this goes across everything. Just misses the off stump. That's well bowled by Shahid Imran. Just changed his angle of attack. And it's a full toss. It's smacked away for 4. So you're getting it wrong. I like it. He's trying to go full. Yeah, it's one of those ones that could have gone either way with the call. Didn't get the call, but did get the boundary. Swing and a miss. So Imran trying to stop the bleeding here. Maybe a little bit lucky not to be called for that high-ish one. Maybe it is waist height or above now, not above waist height. So it's a borderline one that went the bowler's way. Goes straight through everything. He's going to be run out here. I'm sure he is, and he's gone. He's given out. And so what a good bit of fielding that is. Somehow he's not middle stump out of the ground from what I thought was side on. Oh, wicket from nothing, really. Prasath's the man that's got to go. Remarkable bit of fielding. Look at him pick it up. And dead-eye Dick. No chance for the batter to get in there. So fantastic wicket keeping, really. That's all you can say from Mahbub Rahman. And they finally break this opening partnership. So 37 for 1. It did look like they were going to get away with that, but very good bit of fielding. And so, yeah, Chris Smith saying we'll maybe have less chance of losing balls. Yeah, true. And everyone is putting up the ECN signs over at deep square leg. Maybe they need helmets. Well, maybe. The way things have been going this morning. Maiden Waters asking, what have I planned for Corey's 250? Well, he should be buying me a present. Dealing with Corey. We love him, though. Oh, you let us. What should we do for Corey's 250th? I mean, Corey always seems to have a knack for being here for milestones. I know he was here for the 1000th match on ECN last year. And that bottle of champagne disappeared pretty quickly towards the end of that day's play in Greece. What a throw, says Chris Smith it was. Don't know how he hit middle stump from there, but he did. Knocked it out of the ground, and so new batter comes to the crease, and it's Share to here. He will be facing up. Let us know what you think we should do for Corey. Do we deserve to spoil him? In the air, and well, this should be another wicket. First ball, and it will be. So here goes for a golden. So just trying to go over mid-wicket there. Clunked it towards the bottom of the bat, and Imran gets a wicket. So much as they had a good start, RCP, they just had a couple of things go against them there. And it all started with a very good fielding effort from the keeper, Mahbub Rahman, to run out the opener, Ajula Prasath. And then to here goes first ball. So he just trying to elevate over the fence, but he didn't have the contact that he wanted. Nice catch taken there by Mudassar Ali. So, last ball of the power play. This is the over they needed just to steady things, didn't they? I mean, RCP took 14 off the first, took 18 off the second. They had taken a boundary off this one, but then that run out and then the catch. Just sending RCP into a bit of a scramble. New batter out there, Andradegi. Again, this is the difference. We haven't seen the catching be particularly good this morning. But Mudassar Ali makes no mistake with that one. Ahmed Rashid Khan. Rabi leaving for lunch. Well, hope you enjoy your lunch. Hope everyone does. I remember the lunch here is normally pretty good. Do a very good biryani at this ground that I remember. Last ball of power play coming up. Down leg side, called wide. Mayo, thank you for your message. I will go hunting for that. So I appreciate that. Giving a few suggestions about how we can improve ECN. Of course, we always are looking to improve ECN. No doubt about that. I think we have improved a long way. Pretty well bowled, but it's pretty well played as well. Dug out by Andrew Iggy, and he somehow manufactures this for 4. So that's the way to finish the power play. In the end, it brings 42 runs, although 2 wickets did fall in that third over. Shahid Imran will finish with figures of 1 for 23. So yeah, this was the issue sometimes for Baraka Prato last year, where they could hit some big scores, but had a few problems defending them. I remember very well that the Kings chased down 131 in their opening match. But then in the last match of the tournament for Baraka Prato, which was the semi-final against the same team, Kings 11, they actually put 149 on the board, 148 maybe, checking exactly, but they were able to, Kings 11 got it off the very last ball. So that game, go and find it on the website right now. Yeah, Baraka Prato, no, it was 149. Kings 11, they were 146 with the ball to go. And Jaipal Singh came out and whacked a 6. It was his first ball that he faced, the only ball he faced in that semi-final. That got Kings through to the final. Ultimately, they would win it against Royal Palmer. New over starts, and it's Russell Booya starts with a wide. And so that was a game that Baraka Prato saw Columbus Gear open up with 39 off 13. Hanif Majid was the real star, 67 for Baraka Prato in that game. We saw some high scores last year, no doubt about it, in Bologna. This one off length, just pulled away to the side. Will just be 1, so they're just finding it hard to keep going at the rate they were. But I mean, having said that, they are still at the rate. I mean, they just need that 13 and over. They'd want to be 52 or so after 4. Wirasing is still there. He's looking very good. He's been joined by Andradigi, who's already hit a nice boundary off the ball that he faced. This one beats him. Just clunks off the pad. Dot ball. It's good pace by Booya. He's pushing it through now. So we know that we have 3 of our 5 Super Series qualifiers now. Just waiting on the 4th and the 5th team. Venezia, like I say, probably deserve to be favourites for this week, but they're going to get some stiff competition, no doubt about that. A few teams we saw from Venezia last year, a few teams we saw from Bologna last year, and a couple of new ones, Luca United and Lucas CC. Bounces straight over the stumps. He's pretty lucky to get away with that. So, Booya keeping things quiet, and he will continue to keep things quiet. This one goes past the outside edge. Good piece of bowling. So just slowing things down a little bit. Just a reminder that we are into a new week, and that's a new week. We may find a golden ball. We may not. 347 matches without a golden ball. Well, it's hard to believe. The previous record, 253. If we get through today and tomorrow, we'll be 100 matches over the old record. I think when they come, they might come with a rush. But we'll stay tuned. Maybe Corey will have that golden touch. So there's a bit of width. No real timing in the drive. Will just be 1. Yeah, so some people saying that maybe Corey could get a golden ball for his 250th game. Having said that, I think I'm at about 500 this year, and I don't remember anyone buying me anything for my 250th. So what do you guys think? Maybe if Corey brings me a gift, I'll give him one back. Last ball from Booyah this over has been good. It's 2 singles and a wide. Yeah, fielder comes in, but he won't quite get it on the full. Handled on the bounce by Asanakta, who started things off with a very good innings in the power play at the start of the first innings. It's the end of 4, and it's 46 for 2. So that one just putting RCP behind where they need to be, but Virasinger will be on strike for the start of the 5th over. He's the man I think needs to regain his touch and keep finding the boundary, though it won't be easy with up to 5 outfielders allowed for the rest of this innings, of course, now that we are into the middle overs. Just a reminder that after our Italian summer adventure is over, it'll be August and it will be Germany that will be the next stop for us in our FanCode European Cricket Series adventures. We'll be in Dresden for 2 weeks, 2 weeks in Krefeld, 2 weeks in Brussels, and after that, we have the second ever ECC, the European Cricket Championship. T10 International Series running over 5 weeks, 21 nations involved, including 6 new nations to the format. So join us for plenty more action on ECN as we push towards 1,000 games and beyond once again in 2022. Nazim Shiraz is the new bowler in over number 5. RCP need to get moving. This is going nowhere. Pretty much turns down a run here, whereas Singer, I think there was a single there, but I think he feels like he's the one that needs to get the boundaries now in this over and probably the next to get them back in this contest. They should have been about 52 or so after 4 overs. To stay with that 13 and over that we talked about, keeps them in the contest. Well, this is a good shot, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. Well, catches win matches, and we've seen a few go down, haven't we, so far? But that was a very good one. Virasinger turned down the ball before. Well, I think there probably was a single in it. The next one, he's played this shot very well, but they had a fielder set for just that. So it will be a wicket for Shiraz. Absolutely smacked it. And very, very good catch taken down there. I think that's Hamid Ali that takes the catch. So fantastic bit of fielding. That was hit pretty well, hit pretty flat. Wirasinger's got to go for 28. And that, to me, is the difference between the two teams. And one of the key differences, we saw RCP give a couple of lives to someone like Gulam Duskia who ended up punishing them with a half century. Wirasinger doesn't get the luck, and that one certainly would have been 4 or 6. Instead, it's out. So a third wicket falls, 46 for 3. The man comparing me to Santa Claus in the chat. Well, that's a nice comparison, I suppose. I'll be very friendly to Corey, and I'm very happy that he reaches his 250 game milestone, in all seriousness. It's come a long way. He's now behaving. We're not in 7-second delay anymore. Shiraz, the successful bowler. And wow, that's one option. Fernando comes in, lets first one go, and it's pretty close to the off stump. He has a look at it. And Chris has got 8 days off. Doesn't have any work till Monday the 18th. Well, hope you enjoy your week off, Chris. If you get a chance, you could come out to Bologna and we could sit and have some gelato together. This is the home of gelato. Pushed and not pushed hard enough to get it past the bowler. So Dilshan Fernando burning a couple of balls here in the 5th. Which is fine as long as you go on with it, but I certainly think still going to need to take some risks. Need to find some urgency here. Shiraz still hasn't given up any runs. Once again, a dot. It's well bowled, but also Fernando, for me, just a little bit too careful. I mean, it was Dilshan Fernando, to his credit, he brought RCP back into it with a very good over of his own when he was bowling. He was brought on in the 5th, and he took 1 for 1. Well, right now, it's the 5th, and Fernando's at the other end of the pitch, but it's much the same story. In fact, Shiraz is on a maiden here. He won't get a maiden. I think he'll finish with 1 for 1. Unless there's a... Well, now they think about a second on the misfield. Again, lack of urgency there. So Well, the universe realigns. Fernando takes 1 for 1. Then he allows Shiraz 1 for 1. That is a very, very good over for Baraka Prato in the defence. Now it's 47 for 3 at the halfway point. Yeah, that over went dot, wicket, dot, 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 wicket. And now we haven't had a boundary in the last 2 overs. So after the first 3 overs went for 14, 18 and 10, since then we've just had 4 and 1. It may be a coincidence, but maybe not, that the field has gone back at the same time. The boundaries have dried up. We go back to Bouya though. He's the one that started the quietening. He gets French cut out for 1 first ball. I want to say a quick hello to Julian Dawson, watching from Berkhamsted. Hope you're well. I'd love to check out the markets there. I've heard a lot about them actually, Julian. Chris saying pretty hot where he is. It's just pleasant at the moment here, 26 degrees. This one's worked away. It's a flying judo stop from Ruksa Khan. Effective. Oh, he elevates this, and this is travelling Maximo. Fernando, yeah, he's bided his time so far, hasn't he? He wasn't afraid to join the dots, but then finally smacks one out of the ground. Just goes through with the shot. 6 sorely needed runs for RCP. Good old-fashioned getting your iron, working for Fernando, but can he keep it going? To Bouya, who finally gets banged for the first time. He wants more. Maybe chance of 2 here. Clean pick up, so they'll just get the 1. Okay, go on. So I'm doing everything here, including holding the cube down. We've had some issues with the wind, so you'll have to excuse me while I just kind of mix my responsibilities at the moment. But I could see the cube's made in one piece. Hopefully it stays that way. Goes after this, wide of the off stump. Andradigi. He's got his role to play now as well, doesn't he? I mean, the point of no return, 18 and over or so. I mean, this is the kind of a place where you can kind of score that 18 and over if you have a couple of batters up and going. We have seen that. I mean, last year there was a lot of high-scoring matches, a lot of high-scoring batters. Goes for it in the air, and it's not going to quite carry to the outfielder. It was Asanakta will clean up, just the 1. Andradigi will retain the strike. 6 overs down, 57 for 3. Have a look at this ground. It is very, very pretty. Oval Rustignano. Try and get me down to the river. I haven't been down there as yet. I'd like to show Corey around this ground. Of course, he hasn't been here before. Rico was with me last year. Rico getting to check out Milan and Brescia that he missed last year. Have a look at the daily run rates last year. You can see they're all pretty high. I mean, the lowest day was 108. The highest was 131 per 10 overs. So overall, 118. I was talking about that 120 or so being par. Well, judging by last year, I think it is. Sometimes we see it starting a bit lower. You see that first half of the week not as high scoring as the second half. And I think sometimes it takes the batters a while to get into the swing of things. But they've got to have those confidence to go for their shots, I think, on this ground. You do get value. Ruksa Khan, the man who's going to bowl over number 7. So 19 over required. You've got to hit the go button now if you're RCP. They get 1, and that's all they get. And Fernando already clipped away a really nice looking 6. Let's see if he can get on a bit of a heater. Get them close to this target. A few people discussing the camera angles today. Yeah, if you just joined us, we're going to get that tower built to specifications so that we can get the camera back up there. It goes for this, but gets height, doesn't get the distance. It's a testing catch, and it's dropped, and it then bounces off his foot, and I think this is 4. I mean, it would seem it's 4, unless it clonked his foot and went all the way for 6. I think this is 4. Wow. Came out of the heavens, didn't it? Yeah. And there you see it bounces and then doesn't hit his foot at all, actually. It just bounces near Mudassar Ali's foot and goes for 4. Next ball is a slower ball. And just going for 1. Well, so far we have seen, let's just say, slightly different calibre of fielding, I think, than we saw in Brescia last week. It's natural that players sometimes take a bit of time to get used to what's required in a FanCode European Cricket Series. Fernando cashes in that bit of luck. One thing I would say is that, I said it before, a lot's changed in ECN over the last couple of years. Another good slower ball. Now they should get a run here. It's not really that smart from Mehboob Rahman. Just throws no particular reason. He's home with ages to spare. Good running to get through for a bite. Yeah, to think about just a couple of years ago, things were a lot different. One of the things that was different, we used to have this camera angle all the time for our matches. If you go back and look at maybe our very first ECS in Alicante, Sporting Office Ground, and when we went to Sweden originally in mid-2020, just after the lockdown, we always had this angle, so a bit of back to the future about this, but I'm looking forward to having the bird's eye view again tomorrow. There has just been a couple of occasions in the last 12 months that we've had to resort to this angle. More about that in a second. 7 overs down, 66 for 3, I should say. And to give you an idea, this is exactly where Kings 11 were last year in match 1 when they were chasing a total very, very similar, and they won with the ball to spare. Well, coming up, we've got another game, RCP versus Luke CC. Luke CC on debut. And, well, let's just say there could be a bit of space out there, judging by those lineups. RCP will be bowling first after Luke CC won the toss and elected to bat. So RCP, see if they can get something out of day 1. This one's in the air. Fielder goes back and will take the catch. Well, that's been the difference. This time it's Zaka Ullah that takes the catch. Fernando goes for 14. And Brack Prato, I won't say that they've been flawless in the field, but they have been better, I think, than RCP. Just taking the catches when it's counted. And yeah, to think that Kings 11 against Brack Prato last year, they won a game from this exact position in the mid-60s, chasing 130 with 3 overs to go. But they had Vikas Kumar going both barrels, and RCP, they've lost their playmaker there, Dilshan Fernando. Goes off the first ball of the 8th. So the score now, 66 for 4. Once again, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll be joined by Corey Rutgers as soon as he comes from the airport. His flight delayed, unfortunately, from yesterday. Well, actually, his flight was cancelled. And with a few cancellations around Europe, so a bit of action going on around at the moment. So, yeah, looking forward to having Corey joining me. New batter out there, Abbas Ghulam. Chip in with a couple of wickets in the first innings. So wicket for Shiraz's second wicket, in fact. He's bowled incredibly well. This one just beats the batter for pace. They'll take the 1. But you can kind of see this RCP innings, some of them not really showing the urgency that you need. Even with the run between the wickets, some hesitation. You've always got to take that run there. You just don't have that long to bat at all. This one just flicked away, and this will be 4. Andradigi making the most of that. Low full toss on the pads, just turns on it nicely. This will be a good shot of it. See, it's all about the hands, that shot, and the wrists. And just flicking the bat at the right time. So that'll help. But pretty much from here, they need 4 a ball. This one's hit down to the sweeper. Just a single. Shiraz with a couple of balls to spend. This one will just be a single. So 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. Short and banged, and this one, I think this has gone for 6. Well, it has. Maximo, good shot. Just stood, delivered. It was always going to be touch and go there, but Andradigi smacks it out of the ground. 8 overs down, 79 for 4. And you can see there, they had a pretty bright start. In fact, can't see much there. And the worm's gone to sleep. But if I was to visualise the worm, I'd say that they both had a good start. Well, got to say thanks to the helpers behind me. We had some cube issues. Let's go to over number 9. And if you want to know the old adage of how many people does it take to fix a cube, more than one, I think. But anyway, Chasing a bit of a breeze at the moment. Anyway, it's always great to hit a new location. Yeah, Mondays are normally pretty interesting, but this is something unprecedented we're doing in the world of European cricket, and all these different locations, broadcasting your cricket from around the continent. Over 1,000 matches this year. Pretty good shot. He's picked out the fielder. Does very well to stop that, actually. It's an awkward bounce for Booyah. He was able to get it on the second bounce and just block it. Helix asking, will Corey have a note as to why he's late for work? Well, he should do. He should do. Well, I'm going to be a bit nice to Corey because he had to get up and catch a 3 a.m. train out of the Netherlands to get to the airport to get here. I just hope that he didn't come straight from a big Sunday night out in Amsterdam, that's all. I think he'll be all right. Little edge, and should be cut off. Is cut off by the man in the circle. Rahman asking, is Lucas EC Luke's team? That's a good question. Well, there's actually 2 Lucas. There's Lucas EC and there's Luca United taking part. This one is just bunted straight, but we'll get a single. So, I mean, it hasn't been the worst effort from RCP, but the issue is in the field, I think they were a bit dozy. I think they struggled to contain Braca Prato. Let a couple of opportunities slip. This one again, just a single. So it'll be the end of the 9th over. 86 for 4. Andradigi with 22. Not doing a bad job. You can see that they just won't quite get there in the end. They're 9 overs down. The score is 86 for 4. So we'll go into the last over. Braca Prato. I'll get on the board straight away, and this is an important win for them. And look, we will get to see them again a bit later on today. They're taking on Trentino Aquila, another Venetian team we saw last year. They played in the Venice series. What I mean by that, they will Baraka Prato we'll see again in match 3. RCP will see straight away again against Lucas EC, who are on ECN debut. Hamid Ali is going to bowl the last over. Launches it. Just heading down leg side. A lot of people pretty keen to fry Corey for being late for work. I don't mind that. Pretty well bowled by Hamid Ali. We haven't really seen spin used yet, so let's see how much spin is a factor. It normally is, isn't it? Goes for this down the ground, hanging a long time. Another one that's a real teaser. Long on, long off coming in, but they won't get there in time. So it does look like they will do enough in the end here, RCP. This one's hit straight. Just a single. Well, now's a great time to fire a question at me. Also a great time to take an overthrow. You saw that once or twice earlier in the day as well. 100 Iggy will get 2 in the end. He'll move to 25. A couple to come. Yeah, so we know that a few issues in the area. You're seeing a couple of teams not fielding the 11. I think we have a 10 versus 9 coming up. So again, when you have 1,000+ games of cricket at this level, you're going to see a few things, and I can't say I've seen a 10 versus 9 game before, but we'll see it. Coming up next, RCP versus Lucas EC. Last ball coming up, scores 90. Swing and a miss. So this will be it, and it will be 132 to 90 in the end. Margin of 32 runs, 42 runs I should say, in fact. And so, yeah, congratulations to Baraka Prato, who get their campaign off to a pretty good start. And they'll certainly feel pretty confident now that they are in the box seat for qualification for the Super Fives. Each team just playing 3 matches in the group stage. And half of them will go through. Well, so I was just talking about there. RCP have improved to 10. Luca with 9. Now, expect a high scoring one then. Should be a few gaps. So, well, that match is coming up in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Don't go anywhere. More action just around the corner. Let's have a look at this response from RCP. And look, it started well, didn't it? And they had 32 in the first 2 overs, 42 in the power play. But a couple of wickets in that 3rd over, just changing this game. Before that, we had quite a few nice shots. Prasath, they're getting that one away, whereas Singer was good, the captain. But as it is so often, just a bit of fielding changed it, and that was a very, very good throw from the keeper, Mahbubur Rahman, to run out. Prasath, who struck 2 boundaries and was looking pretty good from that stage. Cheta here went the very next ball. And from there, well, even though we saw bursts of attacking flair, things just weren't going their way. It was a good catch to remove Wirra Singer in the end. That was Hamid Ali that took the catch. And there was also just a few issues with some catches that weren't taken in from both sides. This is one that ended up going for 4 somehow. Just bounced away from Shahid Imran. And this is another one that did get caught though. And I think Baraka Prato did this slightly better than RCP, all things considered. It's a nice little bit of striking towards the end. And certainly Andradigi didn't bat badly, 25 off 20. But it just wasn't the pace required to get them to the victory in the end. Dilshan Fernando chipping in with 14 of his own. See, top scorer Wirra Singer, 28 before. He was very well caught on the deep backward point boundary by Hamid Ali. And Shiraz was the man that really made sure the gate got shut. He came in the 5th. He took 1 for 1. And at that point, they hadn't scored a boundary for 12 deliveries. And that drought just ensuring that RCP wouldn't get anywhere near this target that was set for them of 133. Not so bad with the extras, 7 wides in there. I suppose that's about par for the course. As far as the bowling went, well, a few good performers there. 2 for 13, Shiraz was excellent. First over, 1 for 1. Second over, 1 for 12. Apart from that, you saw Booyah as well as Rukhsar Khan and Hamid Ali keeping things pretty quiet. Just that 1 over from Mudassar Ali in the second. Probably let them down a little bit, but they had the options to call on to keep things quiet. And in the end, it was 42 runs, the margin of victory for Baraka Prato. So we will take a quick bit of a break. Thanks for all of the wonderful comments in the chat. I'm going to keep an eye on those, but I will be back in 15 minutes. And when I am, we'll get our first look at Lucas EC in ECS cricket. Well, they say team stands for together, each achieves more. Well, they'll each be having to pull their weight. If they're going to compete with RCP, so points up for grabs. Could be a very important match too in the context of Group A coming up. So see you shortly for more cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. Great to have your company once again. Let's try it that way. Nice to have your company. Just testing out Corey's headset. It does work. Good news is that we are almost ready for game 2 of the day, and it is Royal Cricket Padova versus Lucas CC. Lucas CC on their ECS debut. Let's go out to the middle and see what happened at the toss with the 2 captains and tournament referee, Stephen Gooch.
Heads the call. It is heads. You going to bat? Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
So it's Lucas CC, their captain. Tisara Fernando has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. Look, a confident move by them. And one issue we have been running into, and we have had a few of them so far, and it is the personnel. We look at 10 versus 9 here. I mean, it is the opening day, but I mean, it's certainly disappointing for these teams that they haven't been able to essentially get together what they would consider a full squad. And so yeah, it will be RCP who will be bowling first. Lucas CC, look, I look forward to seeing probably their captain at the top of the order, Tisara Fernando. Shalika Sanka probably going to open up with him, and Tharidu Wijasinga behind the stumps. For RCP though, we did see their captain Viranta Wirasinga looking pretty good until he drilled a ball to deep backward point. He was looking pretty good, as was Manjul Prasad, who was run out. So I do think that whatever Lucas CC make, RCP will fancy their chances of chasing it down. And this becomes important because obviously with RCP not having an ideal start with regards to their first match, this is their second match, and after this they'll only have one more match tomorrow in the group stage. So it really is a line in the sand game, I think, for Royal Cricket Padova, who will certainly want to win this one to keep their ambitions alive, at least, of progressing to the Super 5 a little bit later this week. Let's take a look out there in the middle, and you can see that there is beautiful sunshine and a nice covering of grass as well on this field at the Oval Rustignano, a field that a lot of people had a lot of time for last year. It's one of our favourite fields actually to play cricket because of the surroundings. Also, you've got the river going up one side of the field as well, where we do lose a few cricket balls. Just the one went over the fence in the first game. We did see 7 Maximos in game 1 of this series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Corey Ruckers will be joining me as soon as he makes it from the airport. He was delayed yesterday, and for that reason, he has not been able to show up for work, but we will expect him very, very shortly. Not Corey's fault at all, but looking forward to getting his thoughts, and not just about ECS cricket, about some other cricket going on in the continent as well. So yeah, 2 teams without any points. Lucas CC still have 3 games ahead of them, and you can see what I'm talking about there. That a few people suggesting maybe Corey should get the spikes out and head out to the middle, but RCP didn't have a great start, did they? Going down by 42 runs to Baraka Prato in the opener. Lucas CC, their first chance to get out there in the middle and play some ECS cricket. So let's see what their openers can do. Tisara Fernando and Shalika Asanka. RCP certainly a very capable cricket team. We saw them make it all the way to the final last year in the Venice leg of the Italian job, as we called it then. It wasn't quite summer, so it was just the Italian job. And this year we have the Venice and the Bologna series combined into 1 week. So that's why you can see 9 teams this week. You can see a mixture of teams that we saw last time in Venice and some teams that we saw last time in Bologna as well. So it looks like it'll be Nishara Elaine to open the bowling for RCP. And he's getting an opportunity. And yeah, if you look back to that first game, he didn't actually feature at the top of the order. In fact, we didn't see him at all with the ball. So Nishara being used first up, and yeah, well, obviously running into a few unusual issues this morning, but still looking forward to a competitive match. 2 teams that really could use the points. And the other thing is we've made a slight improvement to the camera angle. You can see still not ideal, but I think it'll be a lot better as we get ready for the start of match 2. It's been a miss first up. So yeah, well done to our crew from Swing Productions, working with what we can at the moment. Still, probably we need to get that camera a little bit higher, but that's the best we can do for now. So we'll certainly do what we can to make the coverage as good as possible. But a pretty good start for Elaine, and Asanka swings and misses outside the off stump. Lucas CC, their first T10 match. Thick inside edge. will be their first run in ECS cricket, and it will go off the bat of Shalika Asanka. Let's know your thoughts as well. What did you think of the Bologna final? I mean, was it predictable? I mean, a lot of people did pick Jenna, but it certainly was a very interesting final with Jenna getting into a bit of trouble early. 3 early wickets in their batting innings. I think they were 12 for 3 at one stage. Hassan Ahmed and Janika Vas turning it around for them with a pretty important partnership with the 4th wicket. Saw them get to a score in the 80s, then dismantle Kings 11, who ended up being bowled out for just 39. They became our 3rd team qualified for the Super Series. Down leg side. Keeper can't deal with it. Fielder does well to block it, keeping it just to the 2 wides. Yeah, camera angle much better. Hello, Mandrake. Hope you're well. It is a beautiful looking ground. Just wait till you see some of the scenery around the ground is really nice as well. Just a little bit out of the city, probably about 20 minutes or so. I'm looking forward to sampling some of the gelato that this city's famous for, as well as the famous Bolognese sauce. Are in Bologna. So I've got to have it with the ragu. I promised Rico I would. Elaine. Gone. Caught and bowled. It was short, slightly short, and it got banged back at Elaine, and he holds on to the catch. Well, that was catch or be hit, really. So a pretty good piece of fielding off his own bowling from Elaine, who picks up the first wicket for RCP here in match 2. You could see it was down to his left. Probably wasn't right out of the middle of the bat. He was late on the shot, wasn't he? It almost popped out. One of those little gelato ice cream cones. But it is the first wicket now, 3 for 1. Not the start you want at all. One thing RCP did pretty poorly in the first game was catching. So that's a nice start for them. See here again on the replay. He doesn't really break stride, does he? When he does well, he actually watches the ball into the hands. So the decision to open with the line has paid dividends immediately. Luke CC, their first game in ECS cricket, so I mean often it does take a bit of time to find the pace, but having said that, RCP in the field, they took their time to get up to pace as well. This is now 3 of the 4 teams we've seen in Group A. Trentino Aquila, we'll see them for the first time a little bit later. Playing matches 3 and 4 today. Keanu saying Jinnah are champions, and champions know how to win. Well, they have that knack, don't they? They did drop a couple of games during that week in Brescia, but when the going got tough, they got going, and they didn't lose a game on Super Friday or Finals Day. Wow, this one is miles away from everybody, and this is going to be 5 wides. So, Jacinta Diaz comes out and doesn't have to do much. The keeper, he forlornly dives at that. Rangajiwa saw it disappearing as well. And so, in the end, 5 to the total. They'll take the gift, Luke CC. And Keanu in the chat summing it up, saying that wasn't good. Tend to agree with you there. If anything, had to bowl it a bit wider, so the other fielder had a chance to stop it. But a lot of swing, and it swung a lot actually after the stumps as well. That's a lot better. So you can forgive the players for being a bit inconsistent, I suppose, first game, but you don't want to, first morning I should say, you don't want to give the opposition too many gifts. Left-hander can throw bowlers through a bit of loop, we know that. Clicks off the iPad, no run. Sarah Fernando, the captain at the other end, not particularly interested. Yet to face a ball. Well, Corey's telling me he's not too far away, so who knows? You might even see him before the end of this innings. That'll be exciting. No, Elaine searching for a second wicket. Diaz yet to score. Makes a big hack at this one. Doesn't get any of it. It'll be the end of the over. 8 for 1. I suppose what I can tell you is 7 of those runs came in wides and 1 off the bat of Asanka, who's out. Wow. This has a low-scoring thriller all over it, doesn't it? Having said that, I mean, Robert Cricket Padavat, I think they did show a bit with the bat, a bit. Look, SEC haven't really had to show too much yet. So we'll head into the second over, and it'll be Shetter here to bowl. Now, he did have a bowl in the first match. Took none for 25 off 2 overs. So he'll want to improve on that. He did bowl early in the power play. He bowled the first over, came back in the 8th. His overs went for 18 and 9. Included a couple of buys, a buy and leg by it. So here he is, and we'll get our first look at the Lucas CC captain, Desara Fernando, who's facing up. And faces up to a wide. Now they're going to take an extra. Wasn't handled cleanly by the keeper. So Fernando, I guess he's still yet to face a legal delivery. He'll go back to the non-striker's end. There's 10 on the board and wides with 9. What do you think, guys? Gotta say it's not quite the level we saw on Saturday so far. This one is outside the off stump. And comfortably inside, so still just the 1 run off the bat. Still no runs off the bat. A little bottom edge into the ground and up into the gloves of Manjula Prasad, who will likely open the batting for RCP in the second half. So, Tahir making the adjustment for the left-hander. And now, Diaz will finally get off the mark on the 6th attempt. And so, it'll just be 1. Keep the chat up. He's in European Cricket Network. I love your thoughts. Let's hit straight. They turn down the run. Throw comes in. And it is eventually backed up. Ree's asking about Lucas CC. Now, it is their new, well, it's a new team to ECS anyway. So we haven't seen them in ECS before. There's a couple of new teams here in Bologna. And 2 bear the name Luca. There's Lucas CC. There's Luca United as well. Luca United will take part in Group B. This one, another wide. The other thing they have to worry about here is the time. If they're going to keep dishing up wides, already there's 4 extra deliveries we've seen. Shrug. Comment I think is pretty fair in there. A little bit village. Well, there's a bit of a village feel to this ground in Bologna. I think that by the end of the week, it'll have a very different feel. Now stay with us and let's see Sweet takes shape. Swing and a miss there. Diaz struggling to catch up to the ball a few times. He's 1 off 7 now. Riasad saying that extra is pretty prominent, and that's true. Yeah, looking at Group A, we've seen 3 teams. The other one we haven't seen yet is Trentino Aquila. I think they'll be pretty decent. Short and around the corner. Should look for 2. They don't get it. Again, that's poor cricket, really. Diaz, I think he's just happy to get to the other end. But news for him, he's going to have to get back on strike because that's the end of the over. They're 2 overs down. The score is 14 for 1. And the clear leader so far in this 2 overs has been Wides with 11. So, well, let us know what you think. I mean, things can turn around quickly. Let's have a look at this group already. Braca Prato, I mean, for me, they're favourites to qualify because we know they made the semis here last year. Got some very good players. They won by 42 runs in the opener against RCP. And with each team just playing the 3 matches, RCP has played their first 2 first up. So this is pretty much a must-win for them. They'll play Trentino Aquila tomorrow in their 3rd and final group match. This one is finally hit away into the outfield, and this should run away for 4. No one back there. And so Diaz finally gets moving. They get a bit straighter to him. Yeah, good looking shot. Maybe that's the way that he'll get his innings started. Yeah, Shrug, I was asking about Kings 11 playing here in Bologna. Well, yeah, they did pretty well. Geographically, they're kind of in between. So good to see them test themselves in Brescia. Look, let's be honest as well. I think when we get to the Super 5 stage, we'll have 5 pretty strong teams at that stage when we get to Thursday. Right now, to see exactly who qualifies from the groups. Swing and a miss, and Diaz has struggled. These balls outside the off stump, struggled catching up with him. Keanu Nolan asking if Nazmul Haq is still playing for Venezia. Well, it's a very good question. Venezia are a team that we'll see in Super 5s, and yes, they'll be led by Nazmul Haq. Yeah, I know he was a bit disappointed that he wasn't able to deliver as consistently as he would have liked to back in the Super Series in November. Pull shot, bit of open space there. Wow, it was fielded, and Andradigi almost taken with it over the boundary, but it will just be 2. Well done to run on that. I think there's always a second run there. The wind changing around a bit. I know that because the cube's blowing the other way now. Elaine coming back for his second over. Swing and a miss. Diaz once again struggling to deal with that line of attack. So, I mean, Venezia, they'll be watching this with interest, speaking of them, and some of their players. I know that Mia Alamin was very good for them last year. Nazmul Haq, obviously talked a lot about him. But yeah, they get a free pass into Thursday as Super Series qualifiers from last year. Push and run from Diaz. We'll hand over to Fernando. He's only faced 1 legal delivery in this power play, and he was opening up. Hello to Mohammed Rashid Khan. Rabi, back from lunch. How are you? And what did you have for lunch? Let us know. I know that there's a bit of cricket, international cricket going on at the moment in Zimbabwe. Of course, I'm watching that pretty closely as well. Plenty of good cricket to watch lately, isn't there? I mean, I did enjoy watching the CE Cup. Central European Cup in the Czech Republic, and congratulations to all teams involved there. Czech Republic getting the trophy back off Austria, who won it last year. Here's the last ball of the power play. A mile too high, I think probably heading down the leg side. It will be a leg bye to finish the over, so put that one with the rest. Extra's doing well so far. End of 3, the score is 22 for 1, but at least Fernando will get the strike to Sarah Fernando. He's only faced 2 illegal deliveries in that power play. So, see the 3 overs in the power play. And so here we go. Now we're going to have Varantawira Singer, the captain, coming on in over number 4. Now, Fernando, he's faced 2 balls in 3 overs, and he's faced a couple that were unreachable. That's, we will see if he can get something moving in the middle overs. The other thing is they're taking a long time to set their field here. So, yeah, again, they need to sort themselves out here. Here we go, over number 4. Swing and a miss. In fact, no, he's gone. A little edge on that. Well, I thought it was just fresh air, but Fernando, he's not going to end up scoring. One of the longest ducks you'll ever see, because he has batted 17 minutes, and in the end, he's going to have to go without scoring. Wirasinger, the captain, he will get some immediate success. A nice catch taken low down, you have to say, by Manjula Parath. So the opening combination, it was a healthy nick in the end, wasn't it? The opening combination for RCP, combining in another way. Caught by Prasath, bowled by Wirasinger. And so that's the second wicket to fall, 22 for 2. Number 4 coming out there. Well, just a reminder that if you are wondering how this week works in Bologna, we have 2 groups of 4 teams. They'll take on each other in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The top 2 from each group go through to the Super 5 stage. That's Thursday and Friday, where the 5 teams remaining will play each other. They're joined by Venezia, who are reigning champions of the ECS in Venice. And then on Saturday, the top 4 will compete in our regular finals day format. Of course, top 2 from Super 5 will get the double chance. So I'm looking forward to seeing who progresses to the Super Series from this week in Bologna. All right, so the man out there is Pradeep Kumara. Comes out for his first bat. Of course, this is Lucas EC's first game ever in European Cricket Series cricket. And Royal Cricket Panama, one more player than last game. That's a slight advantage for them. Watchfully placed inside this one. Pradeep Kumara. And yeah, Wirasinger, he's a good player. You know, it's a bit hit and miss last year, but he certainly has the potential to turn a game with the bat or the ball. There's the slow ball, hits him on the pad, has a good look and gone. So Kumara can't score, it's another duck. And don't think he's impressed about it, but he did play all across that one. It was a very clever bit of bowling. So Kumara goes without scoring. It's the 3rd wicket now, 22 for 3. It was one of those things, just rolled his fingers on the ball. Yeah. Looks fair enough to me. He's looking guilty. And the faster you run after getting hit on the pad, the more guilty you feel. And I think he knew he was in a bit of trouble. Even though that's angling a little bit, I think it was more likely than not to hit. So Kumara plays all around that one. Wirasinger double strikes now in the 4th. The score is 22 for 3. So keep the questions coming in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Looks like there's been a bit going on. Hello to Barry Breen watching from Southampton, the UK. And hello to Chris Smith, who's welcoming him. Mario Patel, the faster you run, the more guilty you feel. Yeah, well, he ran flat chat at a ball that got about 2 metres from the pad. That's a sign that you're worried. You're trying to act like you're not worried, but you're actually pretty worried. And he had good reason to be worried, because I think that's a good decision. I just couldn't see that missing. New batter comes to the crease. It's 3-2 Wicket Singer, the keeper. He's coming in at number 5. Chris is off to get a beer out of the fridge. Well, I know you're off work this week, Chris, so I hope you enjoy it. Have one for me. Well, this one is down the leg side, and it will be mishandled twice on the way to the boundary. It'll be 5 wides. We've seen some acrobatic wicket keeping in the European Cricket Series this year. This probably isn't one of those occasions. Let's have a look at this again. It's Wicket Singer, who'd been spotless to that point. Lets himself down with 5 wides. They're the only runs he's conceded so far. Rethinking that maybe that Elbert was going to miss leg stump. No, I'm not so sure. I think it was a pretty good shout. At least umpire's call on that, I think. Just because it's not hitting the middle of middle doesn't mean it's not out. I think it was a pretty good decision. Again, it's good pace. This is still rising when it reaches the keeper, Prasad. There's no easy takes. I think it's going to be a good day. Shrug wants me to do the baby voice in honour of Rico on the misfield. Well, I won't be doing that. Another wide. And it gets a bit closer to this one. But it will be 2 wides. Put it with the rest. And take you through this scorecard so far. We had 1 to Asanka, 0 to Fernando. Diaz 9 not out. 0 to Kumara. 0 to Wijasinga. But wide 16. And a leg by, so 17 runs in extras out of the 29 we have on the board so far. So Diaz settling in for a long innings. Right now gets the top edge, this is hanging in the air. It's hanging in there a long time, just out of the grasp of Dilshan Fernando, and it will end up going for 4. So he did pretty well to get close to that. He was always running with the flying of the ball there. So this has been where the batter has been able to just do a bit more damage when the ball's been closer to him. I suppose a little bit shorter as well. So Diaz gets 4. Oh. Bit of upstairs action. Yeah, so you're a singer. Yeah, it's probably fair enough. Maybe just below the bottom of the helmet. It's the end of the over. The score is 33 for 3. Well, hope you're well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And, well, sometimes, you know, you just got to make a wish. And imagine if I could clip my fingers and Corey would be here. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Boom.
Corey Rutgers, welcome back.
Hey, good to see you, Vinny.
Nice to see you as well. Looking fantastic as well. I like it. It's not Peacock Friday already, is it?
Well, you told me it's pretty hot over here, so I've gone as flamboyant as I can for day 1, and it is very hot. The cricket been good?
Yeah, it has been so far. I mean, it's been different. Had an interesting start to the day, but things slowly improving with the cameras as well. We've got the 1 camera up in the tower now. But anyway, Corey, great to have you back. And I haven't actually seen you since the Netherlands, right?
No, you came and did Desert Springs for us.
Oh, that's true as well.
Yep.
That was...
We haven't commentated together for a while.
We haven't commentated together since the Netherlands series. But yeah, I did do the T20 Internationals there. We'll talk a bit about Spanish cricket, I'm sure, as the day goes on. But welcome and settle in here right now. You've missed 33 runs and 3 wickets in the first 4 overs of this game. But yeah, we've got 2 teams without a win so far in the series. Lucas CC, their first game ever in ECS cricket. If you're in the chat, why don't you welcome Corey? Corey's here and he's ready to answer your questions. And we love your comments as well. So here we go. Fernando Dilshan Fernando, he's the one that came on and changed the game in the first game, taking 1 for 1 after they'd rocketed away to the start.
Well, yeah, it's a pleasure to be back, Vinny, and really good to be back with all the fans in the viewer chat. That's probably what I've missed the most.
On a scale of 1 to 12, how excited are you to be back in the ECN commentary
To be
box?
fair, have you ever seen MacGyver? I feel like I've come jet ski, boat, helicopter to get here. I had to wake up in Rotterdam at 3:30 a.m. because there's strikes at Schiphol.
Yeah.
I was in lines and queues and babies crying, but I'm here and I'm ready.
I want to hear all about it. This one gets a bit of everything. And yeah, Fernando just tying up the batter there. Yes, into Diaz. So look here. What does this hit? I think it maybe even goes up on the helmet at one point.
I swear I'm cursed. Anytime I'm here, people get hit. But no, it's good to be back. I have to tell you, when I came down the highway just then, had a look. It's a beautiful ground.
It's beautiful
It's
ground.
a beautiful ground.
You haven't even seen the best of it yet either. We've got the river running down the side. I don't know if there's any water in the river though. That's what we were joking. There were a few crocodiles in there, and the crocodiles were eating kookaburras for breakfast, lunch, and dinner last year. High scoring ground. I mean, par of 118 per 10 overs here last year.
Yep. And, well, the viewer chat's blown up, Vinny. I want to get into the... But Corey Fangirl's back. My mum's there. Everyone's back. This is great.
Has been waiting for you since the first game. Say hello, Corey Fangirl. Hello to Julie Rutgers. Hope you're well. And
how have you been? So you've been on the road non-stop?
Yeah.
Did you have a little break in between?
Yeah, I had a couple of weeks off at the start of May, but I've been on the go since then. I think you saw me just before I headed off for a couple of weeks. And I came back and did the Stockholm series, and the Prague series. Then they were 2 weeks each. Then I had a week in Hungary, a week in Austria, and then we're 2 weeks, and this is the start of week 3 of our Italian summer adventure. Italy in summer, Corey. You got to be happy with this, right?
Well, I think this would be the hottest day I've ever commentated. This is warm, and I have to admit, the cube, it is a sauna.
Oh,
How hot is this in the cube?
Wait, add 10 degrees, and that's what I've had for the last 2 weeks.
Oh,
This
shot.
one is smacked away. This will take some stopping, and it eats up the fielder. And that one was almost a dentist's delight for Sanura Aravinda, who can't deal with the bounce. So Diaz, every so often he breaks out of it, especially when he gets something at his body, and he cracks that one away for 4. Nice shot.
So how's the Italian series been? I know I've
been
followed a
great.
little bit of it, but I've been busy.
I know you've been very busy, but I've been keeping up to date when I can. But
tell me what's been happening.
So-
Who's gone through?
So, yeah, we started in Milan. In Milan, we had 12 teams. So, they actually get 2 spots in the Super Series because they had so many teams. Swing and a miss to finish the over. So, Fernando goes for a boundary, but only goes for 7 in the over. The score is 40 for 3. So, yeah, we had Albano and Fresh Tropical. They qualified from Milan.
Fresh Tropical.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
what a
one
name.
of the best names in European cricket. They won that series, so they won back-to-back in Milan, and they were runners-up in the Super Series last year.
Okay.
So Super Series is the best 5 teams out of ECS cricket
Yep.
in Italy. On Saturday, we saw Gina Brescia winning, and yeah, so Saturday was a big day because Brescia CC, who you'd remember from the ECL, they
Of
came
course.
3rd in the whole thing. They were knocked out in 4th place in Brescia. So Gina Brescia, they deserved their chance, really, I think, because last year they won the Super Series. They won pretty much everything last year, but the only game they lost, the only big game they lost was against Brescia CC. There was a playoff between the 2020 champions and the 2021 champions for the ECL spot because of the pandemic last year cancelling the ECL. So Brescia CC beat them in that, and that's why we saw Brescia at the ECL and not Gina Brescia. And I think Gina Brescia, they would have been watching that the whole time going, that could have been us, especially when Brescia CC went all the way to 3rd place.
So this Super Series, is the Italian format, the winner of this gets the ticket?
That's exactly
So that
right.
means we're going to have a new Italian team.
We will have a new
Wow,
Italian
that
team.
means we're not going to see the likes of, who was the big name? Absolutely, the opener.
Ali Raza Islam.
He whacked it every
They
second.
missed him as well. He wasn't in the country, so that he
Oh.
wasn't in the Brescia CC lineup.
Disappointing.
They're also missing Baba Hussain, who I think has been traded to Cricket Stars, who we'll see this week, but I don't think Baba Hussain's available either. So we didn't see Mr. 100%. He was out with an injury. Well, he was there helping
Okay.
out at the ground.
Well, sometimes it's nice to see a new team go through,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you get to meet new players and everything like that. But give me this background. Fresh Tropical. What's the background with that name?
Fresh Tropical. It's a
Sounds like a semi-pro Will Ferrell
Well,
film.
they are
Yeah, you look-
sponsored by a company that does like exotic fruit. So Fresh Tropical, and they've got some really good players like Amir Sharif, who played for Italy at the ECC, and he was one of the guys that, along with Nisa Ahmed, cracked 145 to knock out Czech Republic. Oh well, good luck fielding that. I mean, he's attacked that a long way, and it just shoots on the ground and has a bit of right to left on this. So you can see this outfield, it's got grass on it, so that's what I'm trying to get used to it, but it actually still pretty hard underneath, pretty fast. That one races past Andradigi for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of hard luck there. It sort of hit the ground and just skidded on. Probably didn't need to attack it so hard. He's been moved to deep mid on now, so the captain a little bit disappointed. I just want to say hello to everyone in the chat again. A lot of messages are coming through. Good to see you all. Helix, Mandrake, everyone. Great. Thank you for the well wishes. Looking forward to the next 2 weeks and being back with the ECN crew.
You're right. Chat has blown up.
Shot.
Yeah, that'll do. Just one. Slowly finding their feet here, Lucas CC, and they have been helped by a sack full of extras, really. And it has allowed them to kind of find their feet despite not really cracking too many off the bat. I'm going to try and catch up with some of the chat because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, fill us in. A couple of changes to the field. Lefty-righty partnership always makes it a bit of a headache for the captain. Does have a bit of speed about him, this man.
Yeah, good bowler. He's the captain today. This is whacked away. This will take some stopping as well. No chance. So it'll be another 4. Cuatro, Canelas Mas. Diaz, he breaks the runner ball barrier. And he has swung and missed it a few, but he's been pretty good on the pull. And that one just a little bit short from where a singer gets put away.
Yeah, a bit of a hit-me ball there. It wasn't short enough to scare the batsman. Sat up nicely and a nice pull shot through the leg side. So getting themselves motoring here. 51 for 3. Be looking for that magical 3-figure mark. I'm sort of feeling a golden ball today. I feel like because I'm back, there's going to be a golden ball.
Well, do you know what? We have not had a golden ball. It's been the longest streak we've ever had without one. The old streak was 253 matches without a golden ball.
Really?
This one's in the air, and is anyone going to catch this? Well, the fielder's underneath it, and he will drop it. He does get hands on it, so it's one of the better efforts this morning. But here, unfortunately, couldn't rein it in. So Lucas CC get a bit of a life as Diaz is dropped on 23. It's also the end of the over. He'll retain the strike. Score 52 for 3 after 6. So the 50 coming up during that over for Lucas CC.
Yeah, disappointing. And you got to hold those catches if you want to win this game. They haven't used a 5th bowler just yet. If you look at the bottom left of your screen there, 18 wides. I mean, my maths isn't great, but they should be on 34-ish. So they've been helped by the extras column. They'll still be hoping to maybe try get to 100.
Right, ready? So the old record was 253. Are you ready to fall off your chair, Corey? Not that you're sitting down, but have a look at this. That's how long we've gone. 348 matches without a golden ball. Yeah, and we should have had one the other day.
So what was the last
golden ball? You were with me, and it was the famous Shy-Cat game.
Oh yeah.
This is down the side. I know you laugh at that. That was where Mohammed Shy-Cat of the Indian Royals in Portugal took one.
We made him a viral sensation.
Oh yeah, that's been viewed many, many times.
He's following base on Instagram. Shot up 25% after that.
So that was also there was the golden ball that morning. 31st of March, Brothers 11 Portugal versus Indian Royals.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it? You would assume you'd get one.
So the whole of April, whole of May, whole of June, no golden balls. We're almost halfway through July. We've had our close calls. Don't get me wrong. We really should have had one last week. Scores were tied. Keeper missed the stumps. Had 3 stumps to aim at. They scrambled to buy, win the game.
Is that one of those ones where the keeper's panicked and he could have just kept running up to the stumps?
Yeah, I mean, he took... I just still don't really see how he missed. He took 3 steps and missed them from about 2 metres. So, yeah, we think that you are going to be the lucky charm for the golden ball.
Oh, I'd hope so.
You were with me last time we had one. Oh, and this one is going to be 5. And Corey, take it away. Describe this.
Okay, I'll give you my best here. It's a good delivery. It's cut in off a length. It's been the batsman, but unfortunately it's been the keeper as well. He's a bit flat-footed, and unfortunately short third man decides to go with the feet as well. You know how I feel about foot fielding, and it didn't work twice there.
He wouldn't have given any runs away there because he didn't touch it. There's a bit of the old Swan Lake about that, wasn't there? Bit of prancing around.
I do get it sometimes when the outfield's a little bit bobbly. You don't maybe want to get behind the ball as much.
But this is lush. If you'd seen where we've come from, I mean, it looked like the French Open the last couple of weeks because you weren't allowed to water the fields in Milan and Brescia. So it was dry and it was essentially sand.
Well, he's got him here. There's a little toe end on that, and he's taken the catch. Well, Vinny, it doesn't matter if you miss the one for 4 batters. You've got to hold the ones where there's the edge, and he takes a nice clean catch. Fernando with his first wicket.
Yeah, saving his energy, I think. And Fernando's been the shining light for RCP with the ball today, all day really. And so he takes his first wicket in match 2. So he just about to give himself a little bit of room off the very toe end of the bat, I think.
Yeah.
Prasath does the rest. I mean, the ball's at him. He's looked pretty good, and he's held a couple of catches in the innings as well.
Does Dilshan Fernando have any relation to Dilhara Fernando?
Could not tell you that for sure, but I mean, we know that Fernando's a pretty common surname in Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka are putting Australia to the sword at the moment.
Are they still going? I mean, it looked like, reminded me of one of those really long days in the field where, let's just say the enthusiasm for the game gets sucked out of you by about halfway through the second session.
There's cricket everywhere, actually, at the moment. You
so
guys
much
don't stop. ECN, there's qualifiers going on everywhere. It's beautiful. Test cricket. It's great.
Zimbabwe at the moment, of course.
The boys are playing today.
Yep.
Yeah, they're playing Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on that. Saw a nice big write-up on the Cricket Australia website on Scotty Edwards.
Yeah, I don't know who he's.
I feel like he's written that himself.
He's thrown a little bit of money,
isn't he?
Bit of self-promotion never hurt. No, good luck to them today.
Yeah, the creature.
Oh, I'm so excited to be back.
I know you are. And you've only done 2.5 overs. There's plenty more where this came from. Looking at this score at the moment, 57. And this one swung and missed at.
Do you think they've talked about trying to bang it in back of a length? Because it does seem like they're trying to keep it away from anything full.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, I think they've tried a bunch of different things today. One of them has been banging it in, and a lot of the batters haven't really dealt with it very well. I just think, there's just been a bit of variation in the bowling.
That's good running. They push hard. They might think about a second. They'll settle for the one. I know you do a lot of research on all the teams playing in the ECS. Vinny, anyone this week that you think's a chance to keep their noses ahead this week in particular?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's hard to go past Venezia, who... So this week, okay, last year we did a Venice week and we did a Bologna week. But this year they've been combined into 1 week. That's one reason we're seeing 9 teams here.
Yep.
And Venezia were the club that won the Venice tournament. They didn't play in Bologna last year. They were 10-0, and yeah, they were pretty dominant in that competition. So I think they'd be the ones to watch. End of 7 overs here, 58 for 4, but we won't see them till Thursday because they've automatically been put through as the top seed to the Super 5 stage. Well, talk international cricket. Let's talk a bit of international cricket on ECN and European Cricket Championship. I know you're excited about this. You are the Spanish national team coach, as far as I'm aware.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I've been sacked. We didn't qualify. We're out. We're gone. See you later.
Fake news, I think. But anyway, so you've got Group A. Tell me how you like your chances. You've got Ireland, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. Czech Republic coming off a CE Cup win yesterday against Austria.
Yeah, saw that.
And
well
also Luxembourg. Portugal, they're Smokies. I mean, know that they had a pretty good tournament.
Inside info,
Yep.
Sean Gomes will not be playing for Portugal this year. It's a big out. I think they might struggle.
Is that right?
Yeah, Sean can't get time off work. I saw him at the ICC qualifier, so I think they'll
Big
struggle.
call.
Austria, I was really impressed with last year. They had a couple left arm offers.
We just came from there and they looked in good form.
And, I mean, it's Cricket Ireland. I have a feeling Ireland will start the tournament slow like technical teams do, and then they'll get good. But Spain's the one to look out for me.
No surprises you'd say that, but fair as well. This will be another couple of wides. Now, the other thing that I think we're up for a bunch of penalty runs because
I've missed this so much. This is great.
Here's the thing.
What time did this start?
I've got us at 39 minutes, and you've got to start the 10th over by the 40-minute mark. I actually think we could have a 10-bagger here.
Have you ever had 15 penalty runs?
No, but we've had 10 a few times. I shouldn't be so excited for it, but...
I've been here for about 2.5 overs. There's penalty runs, drop catches, great catches. I love it.
I think we're in for a 10.
Oh, well bowled.
Straight over middle stump. And one of the reasons that's been a bit of a problem is we've had 7 wide deliveries, although we've had 20 runs in wides.
Yep.
20 wides, 4 byes and a leg bye, 25 in extras.
That must be getting up there for most extras as well.
So the record this year...
Oh, no. Is Mary here?
Magic Spray Mary will need to come in. Well, what's happened here? I mean, I totally missed this. It seemed pretty innocuous to me. Goulam's come in and a man-down situation.
Honestly, I can't do it anymore. What's happened here?
Yeah, it's just hidden on the end of the middle finger maybe, and straight away the glove was off.
Yeah.
So, not ideal.
I think when I'm around, there's injuries as well. It just seems to happen.
I don't know what it is.
Hope he's okay.
You're right. Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to go back to the chat because
Yeah, there's been plenty of blow-up. Go on, Vinny. You got to have a bit of a scroll through. Everyone gets a
Kai
bit...
Bay saying, welcome back to commentary. Corey Ruckers, he's watching from New South Wales. Enjoy your time in Italia.
Thank you very much.
Are you, no, tell me you're not on some sort of crazy diet, because this is the home of gelato.
Well, no, actually, I'm like 1/16th Italian. I feel like I'm back home. I studied Italian in high school.
Did you really?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Molto bene.
Molto bene. Ciao bella. Oh, ciao bella. I can't wait for that one to come out.
You're ready to strike, aren't you? Well, anyway, we'll just wait for this. Do you think that Prasath has repaired his finger? Now we get one. Now, would you give that the foot fielding, or was that accidental?
That was accidental. But cricket in Italy's been growing massively. I know their national team's been doing pretty good things over the last couple of years, and they're in qualifiers and playing 50 over cricket around the world. So domestically, usually if the national team's going well,
they've got a lot of teams here. I mean, I don't know how many we're up to, but something like 70 teams in Italy, maybe even more.
Wow.
We're seeing about 30 typically in ECS every year. This is driven away. This will be 4. This field is pretty fast. It's got a lush covering of grass compared to what we've seen so far in this summer adventure. But this is nice. Goes walkabout, plays straight through the line and gets 4.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. He got the low full toss. He came down the wicket, shimmy down the wicket to turn it into a low full toss and just push in the gap for 4. So good batting. And, well, they're still trying to get themselves to that 100 mark. I was about to say 300. No, that 100 mark. And if they can get themselves there, they might be confident they can defend it.
Helix has got a good question for you in a second. And,
no.
This one isn't going to help either. This is going to be 4. So put that with the rest. And so you say it's just kind of slow to get any footwork going there. And he's trying to go outside his eye line. And, well, tell you what, if they had automatic wiki, I think that we could have saved a lot of runs here. But
well, look, I'll stick up for him a little bit. There's been 2 edges, and he's held them both.
Yeah, it's true.
So if your keeper concedes 30 buys but takes the 2 big catches, would you take it?
Me personally?
Well, I don't know how your standards are these days.
Well, anyway, it won't go against anybody except the keeper. Goulam's conceded 7.
There you go, Vinny. That's a good little takedown.
Improvement, that's true. So, Corey, one of the smartest commentators, says Thunder. Well, that's a very interesting comment. Helix had a question for you as we get to the end of the 8th over. The score is 69 for 4. How many coffees? Because you've had an early start to the morning. You're up at like 3 in the morning, right? What time was your train? So from Rotterdam?
Train from Rotterdam was 3:30 to get to Schiphol for about 4:35. Thank you, Piers Fletcher, who dropped me there, by the way, at the station.
Hello, Piercy.
And then my flight was at 8 a.m. There's these huge strikes going on. So there was a line going outside the airport when I got there.
On a normal day in Amsterdam, the lines have been long. Remember when we flew out of there after ECS?
So at the moment, they have structured barriers outside the airport. So people are free. I've never seen more people running for flights.
Yeah. It's like it. And
that
and
just
your
shows
flight, how did your flight yesterday get cancelled? There was a few of them
I got a message. I was actually playing a game. I came off, looked at my phone, and it said your flight's been cancelled. So it's a bit of a helter-skelter at the moment in Amsterdam.
All right, here we go. 9th overtime. It all happens in the 9th. And it starts with the carved square cut/drive hybrid. And Lakshita, he is going to get a boundary here. So, yeah, pretty nice looking uppercut there. Finally sees some bat on ball. We get 4.
Bit of Rohit Sharma about that shot. Good opportunity to say hello to all our FanCode viewers in India. Haven't had said hello to all you guys out there. Great to be back. And, oh, no, you're kidding me.
Oh, the worm's back. You know what?
You told me by the time I'm back there wouldn't be any worm. You promised. It's been 3 months.
Even Rico's jumped on the anti-worm sentiment.
Oh, yes.
I tend to agree with you. We're working on it. Get back to me 12 months.
Did they respond to the emails?
But the worm was dead earlier this morning. Sometimes it just doesn't show up. So I thought maybe you were behind that. Swing and a miss. Now, here we are. We're at 45 minutes here. I think, and we're just starting the 9th over, I think we're in for a tenner.
Has any rules changed since I've been gone?
The only one I can think of, I think we would bring it in just
Did you do the no ball move?
The no ball move. It's a slight move.
Oh, well bowled again. Bit of pace off. Full.
Yeah. So, just it's what we talked about in Portugal. It was brought in, I think, in the Bulgarian series from memory.
So clear it up for me so I'm up to speed,
now,
please.
as far as removing bowlers for attacks for high full balls, I'll tell you in a second. It's pretty well bowled. Just ties him up. Run through. This will be another extra. I think it'll be a leg by. Yep, leg by called. So anything, instead of above waist height now, anything waist height or above is considered not okay if it's on the full. And bowlers, they'll get a first warning, a final warning, then they're off. Doesn't matter about danger or anything like that. Takes the judgment out of it.
So even if it's a no ball off the pitch,
even
like
if it's
wide
miles
from the
away,
batsman?
yep.
Okay, I like that. So you get 2, and the third one you're gone.
Third one you're gone.
Yeah, brilliant.
I think that's exactly what we talked about. And this one's going to be bowled, so falls out of the sky and knocks over Lakshita. He'll have to go for 9. Just didn't pick that at all. Tahir gets a wicket. He's been pretty economical in amongst all of this. And so in the 9th over, Lucas EC on ECS debut, they're 74 for 5.
It's good bowling. It's one of those sort of rolling off cutters that can dip sometimes. And you have a look here. He thinks this is going to be a juicy full toss, and down she goes. There's no wind today.
It's a clever ball. I think it's one of the holds back in his palm almost, the old Arnold Palmer. And then he kind of has a bit of an off-cut action, a bit of an off-spin action, which means the arm speed's still there, but the ball just didn't come out as fast. So 5 wickets down, Lucas CC, 74 for 5. Well, they can thank the 30 extras, and I think there's going to be more to come, because I think for sure we're going to see penalty runs. And there's only been a handful of times they've ever seen 10. I'm almost certain we're going to see 10 here.
So why is it that you're going to see 10?
Because
it's 5 minutes outside of...
So what it is if you don't start your 10th over by the allotted time, then you get 5 penalty runs. If you don't start your 9th over by the allotted time, then you're actually 2 overs behind. So you'll have 10 penalty runs. And so we started the 9th over well after the...
Do they pause the clock for batsmen walking out there and things like that?
You get allowances. I think after 4 wickets, you get an extra minute per wicket.
Okay, yep.
You know, they don't come out of the blue. I mean, the refs are logging everything, even if there's time spent searching for a ball. That short time we had with the keeper going down would have been accounted for. This is another one that's one of those slower balls, and I think it probably just drops at the last moment.
It's like Lasif Malinga's slow ball. He used to scare batsmen. They think it's going to go at their head, but it drops.
Yeah, I think it's one borderline, but probably just dropping below the waist at the crease. So yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, I think. The players not really getting with the pace of the game so far this morning. Has to just be 1. It will be the end of the 9th over. I'm going to keep an eye out. This is one of the times that I'm certain that we're going to see some penalty runs. I just don't know how many. So yeah, we'll just stay tuned to the umpire here.
Yeah,
Sullivan Seed, nice to see Sully out there. He's one of our ECL umpires.
Yeah, look, he's got the
walkie-talkie out. He might need both hands. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he's got the walkie-talkie out, so we're about to see. Will the penalty runs be inflicted? It looks like 5.
5.
5.
Well, that's
now,
5.
Well, that's 15. That's 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
So
55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. It's a world record.
How many have we got here? Here we go. I've been confirmed. It's 10 penalty runs.
I had it at 80.
That's a tenner. And then we'll add that. So that'll take extras up to 40. Make that 41.
Because that's a wide. Does this overs technically hasn't started yet? There could be more.
I hope not.
That's one of the great calls for penalty runs I've ever seen. I thought it was at an auction house.
I don't know. Well, whatever he did, he was doing twice. That's the thing. So I would have maybe swapped hands or something. Well, this one's smacked, and this one's going to be out of the ground. Maximo Diaz, who seems to have batted like one of the longest innings I've ever seen, time-wise. He's still there. And, in fact, that one moves him up into the 30s, and that gets him back above a run of ball.
Probably the best shot he's played so far. I mean, look, he's been there while there's been wickets falling around him, so he's doing a job for his team. He's moved on to 33 of 31, gets that strike rate above 100. Can he expand his game a couple more times?
Well, still a fair few off the 53 extras, I think it was, that was in one innings in Germany in 2020. This is a one-hand pull shot. I think I'll just get one this time. So, Witcher Singer will get a chance. Beneath the Witcher Singer has faced the 1 ball so far. Times like this, Corey's probably wishing he got paid by the hour rather than the over. A little jinky jink. This will be cut off.
Oh, that's a good pickup.
They're thinking about a second. But
no, that's good fielding because he's got the little sidearm release as well to get rid of it quickly.
I also think Diaz is the established batter, probably not that enthusiastic about a second run. Yeah, so the 10 banger.
Yeah, 10 penalty runs. Well, it's good to be back.
Oh, just slowing the space-time continuum. Abascula.
Oh.
This one gets launched, and this is going, and gone. Maximo. Fielder goes down. Ball goes up. Gulam gets smacked for 6.
Yeah, you got a feel for the fielder there because he made good ground to his right. I thought he had it under his hand, but no, and he hits the turf hard. It's pretty warm out there, and that turf is pretty hard, so hopefully he's okay. Another 6, though. I said, could they get to the magical 100 mark? They've done it. They're going to have something to defend here. Diaz, he's come good at the right time. Can he get one more away? Oh, he doesn't need to. That's a big one. Oh, it's taken a bit of an off spinner to the right. It's pretty good from the backstop there.
Where are we at? I mean, our all-time record's 43. I think we had 40, low 40s a couple of weeks ago.
Look at this, Vinny. Oh,
yeah.
I tell you what.
Too far. I don't know what it is with you when you join me. What are you up to? We're up to 43.
It's a record, Vinny. We're going to get a record.
One sneaks in. We'll be fine.
So if this is a wide, it's a record? This ball?
No, I don't think it'll be a record. For this year, the record, I think actually we're already at the record for this year of 43 extras in an innings. All time, it's 53 in Germany. There we go. Last ball. Get your running shoes on. Let's see if they come back for 2 here.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, well, they're going to do it. Should be run out, and I think he is.
Yep.
So it'll be 1 and run out. The score at the end of 10 overs is 104 for 6. So an innings that contained 43 extras, 23 wides, 10 penalty runs, 8 byes and a no ball. That's probably what we're talking about. Now, all up, I've got to say, Diaz, he came up with some good blows when required. He finished with 40 off 33. Nobody else cracked double figures for Lucas EC, but they do have 100 plus on the board here in their ECS debut. So I guess we'll have to see about RCP in the chase. They look pretty good with the bat, especially early in the earlier game against Baraka Prato. So I think their captain, Wira Singer, probably come out with Manjula Prasad and try and make some inroads in the power play. Well, ECS cricket back in Bologna, and that was hit straight back at Bashar Elaine, who took the return catch as we had the early wicket. But yeah, just a few control problems. But in between it, we actually saw a bit of good cricket. This was the end of Tisara Fernando, who didn't have a lot of the strike. He nicked behind. And this one, I think it was fair enough. I didn't see that one going past the leg stump. The batter used up a bit of energy going for a fake run, but then he had to go. A few balls getting away from the fielders. And ultimately, you know, RCP not doing themselves any favours, particularly the over rate costing them 10 runs as well, Corey. But once again, it's nice to see new teams out there in the ECS, and Lucas EC, well, they've got 100 on the board. I guess we'll have to see about their fielding and their bowling, but they've got every chance, I think, of doing the job here in their first ever ECS match. Another catch behind, but yeah, Corey, anything can happen. Game in the balance at the halfway point.
Yeah, game is in the balance. I mean, when you get to that 100 mark, it gives your bowlers something to defend. There was a nice splice over backward point, and there was some good bowling at the death here. That was a good ball there by Sheer to here. The old rolling off cutter, dipping and deceiving the batsman. Diaz right at the back end, got some lofty blows, and in that last over, a couple of big sixes, got him over the 100 mark. And even though there was a run out of the last ball, it was good cricket. Run till you run out. And, well, for Lucas EC, when you're a new team, Vinny, and you get past the 100 first game, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, you can only take what's given to you. And, yeah, they did get a bunch of gifts, no doubt about that, with the 43 extras. But yeah, ultimately, it was a job that was reasonably well done. You see that Diaz was the man that was able to put 40 together, but it wasn't enough to be the highest score. Those extras with 43. Taking that out that honour as they get to 104. But I will tell you, RCP, despite being pretty wasteful there, they'll still fancy the chances of chasing this down. They scored 90 against Baraka Prato already this morning when they were chasing 133 for victory. They've got some good openers and they've already had a hit. I still think that for me, RCP, despite all their crimes against sundries, they are probably marginally ahead in this game. With the ball, so 4 different players take wickets. I think Dilshan Fernando again was probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 9, but closely followed by Sherta here, who took one. Apart from that, the captain, Narantha Wirasinger, with a couple of wickets, and one also to Elaine, who was unleashed for the first time in this series. Well, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and when we do, we'll be back with the chase. RCP trying to open their account, as are Lucas EC. Really big game for both these teams as they try and get on the board in Group A. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm back with Corey Ruckers very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bologna, the gelato capital of the universe. It's great to be back with you, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's the opening day of the third week of our Italian summer adventure. So far, we've seen Baracca Prato get off to a pretty solid start. Semi-finalists last year here in Bologna. They accounted for Royal Cricket Padova, or RCP, 132 to 90 in game one. Now we're heading into the second half of game two. The first half of this one, Lucas EC on ECN debut. They've scored 90 for 4 off their 10 overs. Now, Johnny Extras had a pretty good time racking up 43 runs in the first half of this game, including a lot in wides. We had 23 wides, 8 byes, 2-leg byes, and 10 penalty runs for time. So, looking forward to the chase. RCP, they did impress with the bat, and I think that's one thing I would say, particularly early on in their innings. They got off to a pretty bright start, 32 off the first 2 overs. Now we'll get to see what Lucas CC are made of for the first time, as this will be Gayan Lakshita to open up proceedings. 105 to win for RCP. Let's roll. Short and cut away for a single. That is Andradigi, who's opening up. So, change in the order. I'm a bit surprised that we won't see Manjula Prasad out there, but he did get a bit of a blow on the fingers when he was wicket-keeping in the first half of this game. So maybe that's forced to change. We're a singer the captain will be on strike now. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. With me once again is Corey Rutgers. Corey, welcome back. Your first full innings. And how are you feeling?
Well, pretty excited because it's not only the gelato capital of the world, it's the pizza capital of the world, Vinny. So it's going to be a good 2 weeks. Thanks for getting me back.
Just tell me you're back on carbs.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, wait for this ball. Slightly mistimed. Fielder.
I basically didn't go on carbs for 6 months to prepare for this 2 weeks.
Well,
I am carbo loading. So very excited indeed, and excited for the cricket as well. I've heard a lot of good things about Italian cricket. And it's good to finally be out here. I was here about 10 years ago, just on a bit of a holiday. It's good to come back to cricket.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask what your previous Italian experience was.
Eventful.
Well, this one gets through the keeper. He's got to watch out here. He's very close to that return crease. Now, you can be over it if you're in the air, but you can't touch it. Let's have a look here. It's pretty
that's
close.
Fine. No, that's okay.
Very
for me.
hard. So I don't like that rule. That'll be the next rule that will change in ICC cricket. No more back foot, no balls.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's too hard to...
To what, manipulate it?
Well, you're asking the umpire to look for 2 feet. You ask him if it's in the air or on the ground. They can't really tell from that position. This time he's a lot closer to the stumps. He might have flicked the pad on the way down into the ground anyway.
No, it's not signalled to wind, Vinny, so it must have flicked the pad. He actually got that ball to shape quite a long way. Must have got his wrist position correct here because, look, it goes late and maybe even got a little bit of bat on that, but then down into the ground.
For sure. So 105 required. So that's a pace of 21 per 2 overs. That's what I'm going to keep an eye on during this chase. Let's shoot that. Yeah, gets some good shape there, doesn't he? It's just bunted down to long on.
Well, you know what I think about left armers and left-armers in T10 cricket.
We're talking about variation. I know that's one thing you were looking for in your Spanish side was a right-arm seamer, left-arm seamer, a left-arm finger spinner, a right-arm finger spinner, and a wrist spinner, right?
Yep.
And that's what you like to do. So you obviously subscribe to the belief that you need variation in your attack.
Yep, I do. I think it helps. I think any captain around the world, coach players, that like a little bit of variation and just it gives them every option, especially these days when batting teams are batting so well, as that's a big appeal, huge appeal. Oh, and it's the slow Rudy Kurtzen's given him. Oh, I'll tell you what, we'll have to have a look at the replay. Vinny, what do you think?
Yeah, look pretty adjacent. If it straightens a bit, and he has been moving it down the line a little bit, we'll just have a look.
As he's not coming off the ground quickly, I think he felt like he got a little inside edge. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, pitches in line, straightens. Yeah, I don't see that missing leg stump. I mean, it's going to have to do a lot to miss. I think it's a pretty good decision. And so that's a big wicket if we were a singer. Yeah, so he was pumped up, wasn't he? Punches the air. I mean, what's your call on this? I think it's fair enough. I mean, it definitely does straighten. And
no, that's out, Vinny.
Yeah,
that's hitting leg stump. Just a bit.
It's just got to hit a little bit of the leg stump, but I think it is. I think it's a good call. So 3 for 1 after 1 over. Well, one of the great things, Corey, about being an ECN commentator is you always have people bringing you food, and I want to say a big thank you to the Baraka Prato guys who have brought us some sweets. A bit early for a sweet,
No,
but we
it's
want to
not.
say thank you very much.
Carbos.
And congratulations for the win in the first game. Guldaskier here. Thank you. I've got a very sticky fingers now, but thank you very much. Wishing you all the best of the week.
That's beautiful.
And yeah, Corey's given it the tick of approval, so thank you very much. And what is this called really? Julebi. Julebi. There we go. Rico would know, and it looks a bit like a sweet pretzel.
Oh, it is sweet.
You're into it?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, thank you very much, and we'll share those around as well. This one's almost knocking him over, but we'll go one more. All right, one more, because I know Corey will want seconds. Well, that's nice, isn't it, Corey? You haven't really done anything yet. I mean, you've basically done 6 overs. You've wandered in. Thank you very much to the guys from Baraka Prato looking after us. I do say, I don't have a huge sweet tooth until it's put in front of me. So, judging by how much you're chewing, probably I'm probably going to have to take off an over to eat this.
Remind me of a toffee apple.
Driven. Andranigi still there. He's been joined at the crease by Shetta here.
How underrated were toffee apples?
Yeah.
Unbelievable treat. But no, that was very nice. That's why I love the commentary gig. All the little perks. That's what brings me back.
I think they came and said, that, here you go, Rico, to you. So fair enough.
If any of the Italian supporters are watching and going to come down this week, a little bit of perfume would be nice.
Really?
Well,
You
why
smell
not?
bad, do you?
It was a long
Well,
flight.
there's a few big brands you can go here in Italy. Yeah, right now, we're looking at Shalika Asanka bowling.
Oh, bold.
Big swing and a miss.
Don't think so.
That Wicket Singer is a big one.
Game on.
He was the best looking player they had really in the first half of this game.
So elaborating on your question about sort of variations and different types of bowlers, I just think it gives the team a bit of flexibility in certain situations where you want to try and win the matchup. And you see here a left arm opening bowler, then a right arm opening bowler. So a little bit of difference makes it a bit more difficult for the batsman. Sort of skews away off his leg. Pretty sure that'll be signalled leg byes there by the standing official. Just angling it in, trying to catch up with it. It'd be disappointing he might have missed out on that one.
It was missing and probably a bit high as well.
Oh, there's a lot
Prakash
wrong
Mishra
with
watching in Bulgaria. Hello, Prakash. Has told us that jalebi is full of calories.
Well, I'm not going to count the
Doesn't
calories
matter.
these 2 weeks. These 2
You
weeks
got
do
2
not
weeks.
matter.
Yeah.
I'm going hard.
It's like the eating equivalent of the power plate.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm
So you're
power
gonna go-
playing my food this week.
you're gonna
Pizza,
go-
pasta combos.
Yeah.
What's the national drop of? It's Italy.
Drink-wise, you mean?
Yep.
Take your pick.
Oh, bold.
Wine's big, obviously.
Oh,
And,
bold.
There's a burgeoning beer scene here as well. I was up in Milan a couple of weeks ago. A very good craft beer scene. Typically 8% and above. So certainly got you the wobbles.
Yep.
After a couple of those. Want half of this?
No, I'm good. I'm focusing on the cricket. Asanka here's bowling an absolute doozy of an over.
Just what you want at this stage. And this one's just played back. So Andradigi doesn't get going at all. Just the single off the over. Asanka shutting the gate. RCP in some serious trouble here. 2 overs down. They're 5 for 1.
But no, tell me more, Vinny. But I'm not going to let you eat those sweets. I want to know. I haven't seen you in a few months. What's
Talk to
been
me.
going on? Have you been loving the T10 action? Has there been some records I've missed?
I mean,
How's the work
since I
crew?
last saw you, I can tell you. Well, first we'll see the table here. Each team will play 3 games in Group A. The top 2 survive to Thursday. The bottom 2 are out of the tournament. So we'll know actually halfway through tomorrow which 2 of these teams are out of the tournament. So it's a pretty quick turnaround.
Big fan of the Trentino Aquino.
Aquila, yeah.
That's what I've
They're
tried.
coming up in...
We went off the screen too quickly. I tried to take a stab.
We'll see Trentino Aquila in match 3 and 4 actually today. They're coming up next against Baraka Prato, who just gave us the sweets. But we had, for example, a record broken twice since I last saw you.
Talk to me.
So 63 was the lowest total defended when I last left you.
Oh, no way. That
We
got
had a
broken.
62 defended in Stockholm.
Awesome.
62. And then 2 weeks later to the day, a team Prague Tigers defended 60.
That's
So that
really
got beaten twice.
impressive.
So they actually defended. So that record has stood for 15 months.
Do you remember
And
that
it got
game?
knocked off just 2 weeks later.
Do you remember that game you and I absolutely going crazy where they defended 65
64?
Albi Zalmi in the...
Oh, the ECL final, yeah.
That was
Well,
amazing.
they didn't defend it in the end. Albi Zalmi got 67, and they got there just. But MSC Frankfurt almost defended it. Remember, they scrambled a win off the last ball,
Oh,
so the
yeah,
chase
sorry,
was
yep.
successful.
That was an amazing
But I did do
moment.
one with you in Greece last year, where Decathlon defended 64 against Forge.
We're going back to Greece this year?
At the moment, it's not the calendar. It's pretty hard to fit everything in. It's a bit tough little stop.
No.
Well, you better get up because they might run 5. All right, so someone else is going to help out. In fact, it'll just be 2. He just took enough off that stop it going for 4. So isn't it amazing that Men in Blue, team from Barcelona, they had that record 63. It was equalled actually by Decathlon, but had never been beaten for 15 months. It got beaten, and then 2 weeks later, it got beaten again. So this one is asking to be hit. It's more of a top edge than anything else. It's just going to drop, and it still will get across the boundary for 4. So handy runs to here. Gets their first boundary of the chase. But yeah, what I was going to say was the team that defended 60, it was their first day in ECS cricket. And so they were playing a team that was 2 divisions higher, and they got rolled for 60. So we said, okay, we're in for an early lunch here. They held the other team to 34.
Yeah, amazing.
Prague Barbarians.
That's why cricket's such a beautiful game. These upsets, I mean, anyone can win. Any dog on their day, they can get up, and seen it a lot lately, especially with the English Test team, what they're doing. It comes down the wicket, wild swing. It's going to elude the keeper. They'll get a bite, and it's a wild throw. They could get more. They will get more. It could be 2 buys here. No, they just settle on the 1. Bit of comical cricket. And good to have everyone back in the chat. Mike Buckland asking where I'm from WA in Australia as we watch this replay of the keeper. Sort of getting a bit carried away. Takes a Tortuga bounce. Doesn't cost them any extras.
We're actually from the same hometown, aren't we?
We are.
Long way from home now. You've lived in Netherlands how long? Quite a long time now.
5 or 6 years,
Yeah.
Rotterdam's been home. Be moving to Spain soon enough.
Hits and runs. Go on, have a go. We have to pick it up first. He doesn't. So Jula in there at short mid wicket. So Jalebi going down pretty well here, but Keanu saying he likes Jalebi and Faluda.
How's Keanu been?
Yeah, Keanu's good. He's been busy with a few things, but he's been back a bit more in the chat lately. Good to have you, Keanu. Swing and a miss here. And Lucas CC, this would be a big scalp for them first up. RCP, I know it's a slightly different looking team, but they're the team that went all the way to the final in Venice last year. And just unfortunately didn't make it all the way to the Super Series. But right now, they're on the ropes. Pretty slow power play, 13 for 1.
Yeah, I'm all for sort of new teams coming in and shocking an established team. And well, you look at that power play. If you're Lucas CC, you'd be pretty happy. The only 1 boundary I recall going over fine leg there, that top edge. So 13 for 1. They've got it under control at the moment. What's going to be important is their field settings outside the power plate. They need to make sure that they put the people in the right positions, get their tactics right, and give them a good chance to cause a bit of an upset.
Tell you what hurts is there's 76 after 9 overs, but then you add the 10, and then you add 18 off the last over, so that's basically 28. So that's how they get to 104.
It was just that sort of boost, that injection that was required.
Here is Jacinta Diaz. He played a long innings with the bat. Let's see how he goes with the ball. He starts by whacking the shoulder blade of the batter. It was just a bit early through that.
Seems to me just a little bit in this wicket on a length it climbs, and it keeps climbing. So he's a tall man, and he wears that right on the grill.
It was higher than the shoulder, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just kept rising. And to be fair, he's taken it like a stormtrooper.
Yeah, he has.
He hasn't even budged.
That's not a phone ringing in your ear.
No, that's the grill. Have you ever been hit flush?
In the grill? Yeah.
No, I've never been hit in the grill. I've been hit in the head.
With a helmet on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Keeping it the odd one. Short, pounded. And this one's fence bound. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Andrew Digi. Well, he gets hit, and then he does the hitting. And he's back in the crease ready for this, and he pounds it over forward, square leg, 6 runs.
Well, brave batting, isn't it? I mean, you get hit in the head, and you can easily move away. You can move down the leg side and try not get in line with the ball. But he goes the other way, stays in line with it. Nice pull shot, 6 runs, much needed. Tries again, and this one angled across him once again. Diaz, this is, I don't like this tactic, this around the wicket tactic. Never been a big fan of it, but obviously he wants to try to take the angle away from him.
I think they're just, is trying to impersonate a left armour on that kind of angle.
You can't impersonate a left armour.
Well, you can try it. But you're even wider than a left armour because of the angle coming from the outside. If you can do that, you need to get off stump. A bit like that, but that was just a bit too extreme.
No,
and I've got a question. What's the most wides in 2 innings? I don't know exactly. I might have to look up that game for you, but could be in business here, the way things are going here.
Good keeping, by the way. Look where he's ended up there compared to the keeper in the first innings. Maybe a couple of tips can be shared from the keepers at the halfway stage. Diaz again. Oh, it's short. I reckon he gets away with that one. Unfortunately, the keeper can't stop this time, and should be signalled one by. So Lucas
Tell you something for free here.
Go on.
That jalebi was very sticky. Very sticky. Anyway.
Sticky jalebi. Pretty nice, though. Very nice of our
Very
guest to
nice.
give that early on a Monday.
Yeah, you know one thing I've wanted to do in my life at some point, I've never done it. I want to go into a restaurant, eat a meal backwards.
Sorry?
I'll tell you in a minute. Not like spitting it out the plate. I'll tell you, I'll tell you what I mean to Zach. So we miss this time. I'd start with like a coffee, and then I'll have dessert, and then I'll have like a main course, and then entree, maybe like soup or bread, and then that's it. So do it backwards. Have the dessert first.
Well, wouldn't you have your dinner at breakfast time then?
Yeah, good idea. Do it in the morning. Maybe walk backwards to the table as well.
Oh, it's been a while, Vinny.
That's fine as well. Just the regulation one. As it goes straight through the keeper. It's the end of 4 overs. The score 22 for 1. Very, very, very warm welcome to you. Wherever you're watching around the world, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Ruckers. It's great to be back. And look, this is your first, it's not your first time in the Cube. We had the Cube in Portugal before we got D-cubed over there. Cube, back bigger and better. And you know what we were calling it in Brescia? We were calling it the Brescia Cooker because it wasn't really that cool. It was pretty hot. But how excited are you to be in Italy and check out some of the talent around the traps here?
Yeah, very excited. I mean, Italy, what they're doing with their national team is pretty impressive. So I've always wanted to see the domestic cricket here. I've heard there's a lot of teams, a lot of good cities, a lot of good food. So why wouldn't you want to come to Italy?
You picked a good time. Of course, you are here for a couple of weeks. You're here with me in Bologna. You'll be here for the Rome series next week. We're going to see 5 teams going head-to-head in Rome. Of course, the winner of each of these series go through to week 5. And now here's number 5, Pradeep Kumara. And he starts with a wicket middle of the stumps. And it's the top of middle that gets tilted back. So Kumara comes in and gets some success. RCP, they are searching now. Fallen behind in this game.
Well, what do I always tell you about length, Vinny?
Top of the stumps.
Top of the stumps
Bail
length
height.
is the best length because it's in between the two. You can't pull it, you can't drive it, and he gets rewarded with the wicket. Almost decapitates the keeper as well. Thankfully, it doesn't.
Yeah, so Chanta here. He swings all around that one, doesn't he? So that beats the wicket off the first ball of the 5th over. Scores 22 for 2. And Helix is asking any spiders or ants. Well, I have to say this is the most bug-free cube we've had. Corey, you've really got it easy. If you'd known the last couple of weeks, it was like being in the Aussie outback, actually, the amount of red dust that was around.
I'm from the outback. Karatha boy.
Yeah, well, you'd know all about it then.
I know all about the creatures and the snakes. I still would have complained through the nose, but yeah, I heard it was a bit tough for you. I'm proud of you, Vinny. You look good. You're looking good, and I've heard you've been smashing the commentary.
We're trying our best.
I don't want to get you too excited.
Do you know how many games you're up to this year?
We are in sync. I was just about to say something about games.
Yeah.
There's something special happening after this game.
It's
very... Look,
you remembered it?
I don't want to bring this up. It's not all about me, but it might be my 250th game coming up. And you said last time, a few months ago, you would get me a gift.
Well, this is what I'm going to tell you, is that when we went back, it would have been your 250th game today, except that you were sick for the finals day in Portugal, so you actually owe me 4 games. So
technicality.
So at the end of the day, you'll be at 246.
Is that actually true?
Yeah.
Don't do that to me, because
you left me alone the whole finals day in Portugal.
I was very sick.
And how is everything going now? You're okay down there?
So who's come to the crease here?
Right, here comes Kumara again. Prasad looked really good. He opened the innings, hit 2 boundaries earlier on today, but then he was run out, pretty well run out by the keeper. He got him with a direct hit from side on.
Speed me back up. Where are we at with our 24-hour ECN game?
48 hours.
48 hours.
Yeah, still in the works.
Still in the works?
Got to find the right venue. Got to find the right cause, I think, as well.
What about the ECN crew team? Still getting closer to that?
The ECN Dogs.
Is that what we're going to be called?
Still yet to play a game. Oh, this one's pushed, no run. They're falling behind here. They've got to show a bit more urgency, I think. Prasad's the man that can do it, though. He played some really good shots earlier on. Yeah, hopefully he's recovered from that blow on the fingers.
So just before we move on, obviously, so what am I? Are we saying those 4-day games? So I'm on 244 because I'm really upset.
As Helix says in the chat, come on, Corey, you have to call the matches to count. That is true. Small point. This is down the ground. This will take some stopping. In fact, it's perfectly perfectly placed in between the two outfielders. So Andrelegi will get 4 runs here. Just what they need as they try to get going. We haven't had a double figure over in this inning so far. We've had 3, 2, 8, and 9. Well, that boundary helps, gets them to 5 off this over, but still they're a little bit behind the 8 ball here, RCP.
Yeah, a little bit behind the 8 ball, but we know they're an accomplished side, especially from what they did this morning. They'll still be feeling pretty comfortable. One big over would change this game.
Steps across, wants the leg side. Instead, he gets a little nick behind. So Kamara strikes twice. Oh, and it's the old Archer celebration, the flaming arrow towards the sky. Well, he shot that straight up, so you better watch his head. But I can tell you, it's a 3rd wicket down now, 27 for 3.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's one of the better celebrations I've ever seen. He's got the arrow out. He gets the feather edge, as you see here. It climbs again on this wicket. I've seen it take off a few times this morning. They knew it was out, and here we go. He shoots it straight up. I hope that doesn't land on him. That's a big, big wicket.
But I'll tell you a bit about Pradeep Kumara. I mean, he was a really great player to watch last year. We saw him playing for Baraka Prato.
Yep.
What a character. He is such a character, Pradeep Kumara. And, yeah, that's his trademark Archer celebration.
Oh, okay.
He also gave me a very nice bottle of wine. I'm always going to say nice things about him. No, but it's great to see Pradeep again. And having some success. He struck twice in this over. He's got Lucas EC into a pretty good position on ECN debut.
There's just a spot on this wicket. It climbs. I mean, that ball's climbing, and he's not express pace, but he got it to get a bit of extra bounce there and gets the feather edge as an reward. But yeah, I want to know then, so what's can I just be 248? Because I've done some little commentary since where I filled in quickly as well. So let's round it there.
I'm just going to say tomorrow, it gives me 24 hours more to think about what we can get you.
Okay, yeah, I'm on 240.
All right.
So what am I on?
So you started this at 244. This makes it
245.
Yeah, actually 245, 7. Yeah, so
2
tomorrow game 3.
That deal.
Grabs the leg by here.
You know, I've been thinking the more about leg buys should be cancelled out the game.
Yeah,
the more I think about it.
I like what you're thinking, but I tell you why I think in practice it wouldn't work. There's a couple of things. And one of them would be, as we get to the end of the 5th over, it's 28 for 3. So still no double-figured overs and a long way back for RCP. And a couple of things I think in practice it might be tough. One, it would probably encourage more negative bowling at the body.
You think so?
Well, I think so, because if you guarantee yourself a dot, if it hits the pads, I think it is risky though, because if you get inside the line of the ball, if you call wide down the leg side, maybe it cancels out. My other thing is it brings in a judgment call. So if there's little edges onto the pad, are you going to disallow those as well, or do they count as runs? I think if you were going to do it, then you would say anything that hits the body is an automatic dead ball. So even if you nick it onto your body, you can't run. Because otherwise you're going to have a lot more arguments about batters saying, but I nicked that, I nicked that.
Okay, what about you can get leg buys like that, but you can't get 4 leg buys that go to the boundary? Because it happened to us with Spain a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that on the bowler for erring in their line? You know what I mean? I get what you're saying.
Just felt like, yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel comfortable with
I get what you're saying, but I mean, a lot of those times, the only reason that there is a 4 leg buys is because the bowler has missed their spot, right?
Yeah, hashtag change the game, Vinny.
I don't know. Something gets talked about sometimes. I think sometimes things are great in theory, but in the application of it, there's problems. And that's one thing that I identified straight away.
Yep.
So, for example, in baseball, if you hit the ball onto your body, that's immediately a foul and the ball's dead. I mean, so something like that could work. But also, I think it's exciting. I mean, imagine last ball, you need 1 to win, and just because it hits your body, you don't get to try the winning run. You could say you should have hit it. This is in the air, but it's going to be safe. And eventually is fielded there by Gain Lakshita.
Yeah, Royal Cricket Padova struggling a bit here just to get some momentum in this innings. I mean, they're not out of it just yet. We know that teams can score pretty quickly here. As you can see, all the fielders running across. This is what the lefty-righty partnership do. Only 2 men on the leg side now. So all 3 fielders just ran across. That's brave. That's very brave. I definitely reckon I'd have 1 more out there. He has to bowl this wide of off stump.
Here's the old 5-2 field.
5-2 field.
Don't often see the 5-2 field.
He goes.
Oh, so he goes straight back to the bowler who drops it. And I think he thought it was coming quicker. Now, they think of a second, but it won't be there. Prasath gets to life. And there's no easy caught and bowled. But this one came straight back at him. And I think he just misjudges the pace ultimately here.
Well, when he first hit it, I thought he absolutely smoked it, but he lobbed it back. And, well, unfortunately, he closed those little hands too early. It's a missed opportunity.
See, Keanu's saying, what about buys that don't touch the bat or body at all? But I think you got to have buys to keep the keeper honest.
Oh, shots.
This
Shot,
one,
Vinny.
yeah, this one will be 4, and they need this. They need more, don't they? So Fernando gets one. It was short. It was Gundy.
Well, he's hit the ball pretty flat here, and then look at this bounce off the outfield. That
Yeah.
would have gone right.
Oh, wow, you're right.
If there was a
That was
fielder
a proper
there,
Tortuga.
he would have watched it go right over him. What a shot that is. Brings them back in it a little bit. And Mandrake just saying, so we're saying Game 3 tomorrow will be my 250th. Yes, it is confirmed from the Blue Crew. Look forward to that. It's a nice looking shot, but straight back to the bowl. Like the fielding.
This is way harder to field, but he gets this. Yeah, Helix saying, stop tinkering with the game. Look, I totally get that. One thing I will say, though, and people don't realise this, but the game has never stood still. I mean, there's been rule changes for hundreds of years, and it probably will never stop. This is in the air. This should be a simple catch. He's not going to drop this, and he doesn't. So, yeah, pretty well held. So, Fernando just looked like he might be getting going, but the wicket is taken. That's Maditha Wijasinghe that takes the catch. So 4 wickets down now. And RCP struggling to get going in the chase. 35 for 4 after 6.
Well, I've seen a few things today, and the batsman still hasn't walked off. He's so disappointed with himself. He got a wide half volley and unfortunately just lofted it straight up. So he's making a very, very slow walk off the field. And, well, the disappointment of being dismissed always hurts.
Take the 43 runs off, and we might have a game.
I still
So
think
I
there's a
feel-
game here, Vinny. Well,
Yeah.
I still believe. I'm
I
a
mean,
believer.
it's the kind of field where you can score quickly, no doubt about it. Yeah, so I mean, look, here's the thing. I'm not a big believer in changing the game, but I do also believe in make changes that make sense. So for me, for example, the back foot no ball makes no sense. It's a relic of when there used to be the bowler had to have his back foot behind the stumps, and then his front could be wherever. So the umpire just had to watch the back foot. Now they changed the front foot law. They changed it to a front foot law in the popping crease, but they never changed the back foot for sidewaysage. So that to me is one that would not have any detrimental effect on the game. That's a no-brainer.
Why do they have that still then?
It doesn't. I don't know. And it's not an easy rule to apply. It's one that umpires don't really look at the back foot anyway, and then they look silly when the TV shows the back foot's outside the crease. Don't like it. I mean, your front foot can be outside the line, so how's that possible?
Yep.
You know, it just doesn't really make sense. Anyway, here we go with over number 7. So I don't mind little incremental changes that make sense. For example, in around 1930, when Bradman started just carving up attacks everywhere, they actually made the ball smaller and they made the stumps bigger. You know, so just imagine what people were saying around then. It's all about trying to get the balance right. I mean, recently we've had law changes with regards to the dimensions of a bat and what's permissible. Oh, what a ball. This is swung straight through the gate. Prasatha's gone now. RCP, they are running out of time. They're running out of bats. That's 35 for 5. What a good bit of bowling that was. Diaz swings this one right back into the target.
Well, he's had a good game. He carried his bat. Now he's been rewarded with a wicket. And Lucas CC on debut. Look like they're going to get the chocolates here. They'll be pretty happy with their efforts. This one just angling in. Top of the stumps length. I'll talk about it a lot, Vinny. He got it perfect.
That was all about the swing, though, in the beginning, I think. That
Combination.
just kept swinging in. Had him playing down the wrong line.
Well, funny you just said about the big bats. So I guess where I was in about a month ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago.
You were in Belgium for the qualifiers?
Oh, no, that was 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I was in the crowd when England hit 498.
Wow,
Now,
right.
I need to tell you, they need to make smaller bats because they were hitting it, they were 12s.
I love
Every
it.
6 was a 12.
I love it.
498.
I just think you should be able to wield whatever you want.
It was unbelievable hitting. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Maxie and Scotty came home. They're like, this is the greatest thing we've ever watched. It was just...
I mean, I didn't see a lot of it live. I was keeping track of the score of those ODIs. And, well, I remember one of my good friends, Andrew Ty, he actually scored 100 when England scored 481 against Australia. And scored 100 with the ball, I mean. Oh, you know, that's pretty close. Probably not out. Have a look at this, though. I mean, this is doing heaps, but it does hit him on the full in front of leg stump, I reckon.
No.
Just outside.
Yeah.
Just outside. It wasn't far away, though. Good decision by the umpire. Cannot hit him outside the line of leg stump, even though it was on the full. So, yeah, we were all messaging AJ saying, well done, your first 100 for Australia, blah, 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 because he went for 108, I think it was, of his overs. Anyway, this is in the air. Won't quite carry. Some pretty unpredictable first bounces here. Gulam gets off the mark. Yes, I mean, I got to say, I'm pro big bat. And I'll tell you one of the reasons is, same reason I'm pro slightly shorter boundaries. If it encourages batters to go for more shots, it actually more or less creates more wickets as well.
Yeah.
Because they make mistakes going for big shots. They get over aggressive. That's why we see, when we bring the boundaries in, often scores go down, believe it or not, as we found this year. Not always.
I think at the top level, though, I think you want a little bit more.
Yep.
A little bit more for the bowling unit.
That's true. Yeah, and I think I agree with that as well.
But honestly, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
How flush they were hitting that ball at VRA Cricket Stadium was, sight to behold.
I watched Butler, actually. He did an exhibition thing when he went over to America, and he went in like a home run derby.
Really?
Against, I'm trying to remember who the other player was. It might have been Alex Hales. Don't want to get that wrong. I'm going to go check it up. Big swing and a miss. Finishes the 7th over, the score 36 for 5. So not a lot happening on the scoreboard. But what I can tell you is that we have Trentino Aquila, Corey's favourites, coming up this afternoon. Well, they're a team that went 5-3 through the group stage last time in Venice. They finished 2nd, lost their semi, but they did win the bronze final. So they finished 3rd last time in Venice. They're taking on Baraka Prato, who have already won. Watch this guy, Gulam Daskia. He is a guy who scored 100 last year, including 6-6-6 to finish. Scores were tied with the ball to go. They just needed 1, but he was on 94, so he hit it over the fence anyway. He's coming up. He's got a slight injury, but him and Arsenate got him off to a really good start in the first game. They'll be hoping to do the same again. Seeing the news from a toss, though, is that Trentino Aquila have won the toss. They're going to bat, so it means that Baraka Prato will have to wait, and they will be chasing in match 3.
Have you been surprised about this? Look, I missed the first game this morning, but you told me Royal Cricket Padova, they hit 130 odd in no time, and they are not even looking like getting at 50 at this stage.
Well, RCP were chasing 130. They made 90. This was a kneecapper, and he's not going to run here. They would have got 2. Well, talk me through this one. I mean, obviously he wants to strike. He doesn't fancy Gulam to hit some boundaries. So he says, no, I don't want it.
He's actually run 2 there.
Yeah, that's a proper Benny Hill replay.
Yeah, look, they just haven't done enough right, have they?
Well, Elaine is now still on a big hemoglobin. A big 0 in front of his name, and he could have had probably 2 there if he'd run. Hello to Gary, who's watching from Hampshire. Good to have you with us. Yeah, this is wide. Yeah, well, you're like saying the batters have so much advantage, don't give him any more. Yeah, I kind of agree with that to an extent.
Not for this. For this product's perfect.
Yeah, no. I think the bat. It's all about balance.
Yeah.
I think they've already made changes to bats, right?
Have they?
Well, it used to be you could use any thickness you wanted. They've changed the amount, how deep a bat can be.
Oh.
So you can only have edges a certain amount now, and your spine of the bat can only be a certain amount.
Yeah, they use those back gauges to check them.
So before that, as long as the length and the width were fine, then that bat would be fine. It's in the air. Watch the bounce. And now we're going to have a run out.
Oh, I
well,
don't know.
maybe we're not going to have a run out.
That's a bit of indoor cricket there, Vinny. Did he hold his crease?
I think it's not out. I'm just going to look straight away, but I have a feeling that the keeper was dozing a little bit. We'll see if anyone's home.
Was it the keeper dozing or clever batting?
Well, actually, I think he's actually out. Well, yeah, he's just out. So it's going to be out anyway.
Whoa, what's just happened there? I'm confused.
Time, but then this is the batter out, and he's going to get. Have a look. So he could have run this batter out. See, and he says no.
So what? No, I got a good question. Which batsman's out?
Well, number 13 should be out here. Abbas Gulam. Look, he's out here. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that that they'll have a look at this one because Gulam is definitely out.
Yeah, he's been given his marching orders video.
Yeah, so I mean the keeper, maybe he was smarter than all of us because he said, he had a quick look around and said, there's no one here. So I'm just going to hit the stumps here instead of throwing it. Yeah, it's well done by the officials. They get it right in the end. To see here, he sees he's there and then says, well, if you're just taking off, I'm just going to hit the stumps. He probably didn't know exactly where Abbas Gulam was. But in the end, he was just short of his crease. So Elaine survives again. He'll remain on 0 not out, but Gullam's run out for 2. Score 38 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of comical cricket there. You always get that when you... Bit of yes, no, maybe. 2 batsmen ending up at the same end of the crease in the wicket. So they'll be disappointed. They just have never got going in this run chase. It's almost all she wrote unless something miraculous happens.
It was Alex Hales and Joss Butler that did the baseball in America. I'm going to show you that, in fact, because...
Yeah. Show me in the break. I'd enjoy that.
I'm going to put it in the chat as well. So if you want to check that out. All right, so, geez, RCP, things going pretty badly when you're losing to a 9-man team and you're giving up 43 in extras. Was it 43? No, I'm trying to forget already. And then, yeah, nothing really working for them in the chase either. So, we'll continue. This one, yeah, it's a wide, straight over the tram line there. See, good bit of swing. I think that is a good call. So I think the other thing I was going to do, and I forgot earlier, I'm going to look up the most extras in an entire match. This one moves
Is
away.
that T10, T20? What's
Just in our ECN T10. So at the moment we're at 53 in the match, but I can tell you it was 53 for 1 innings before.
Yeah, it must be in the 60s, I'd imagine.
Back and just pushes. So right now, you can see this game's just plodding to a conclusion. This is the end of the 8th over, 39 for 6. Okay, so in that game, SC Europa, they batted first. They made 137. There were 53 runs in extras, and then there were 10 in the second innings. So that's 63 in a match. That'll take some beating even from here, to be honest. As long as we're not running into time problems, which I don't think we are.
Where was that game?
That was in Germany in 2020.
Windy day?
Yeah, it was just some of the bowlers having some control problems.
Yeah. Can happen.
Let's move into the 9th. And here's Lakshita. Whipped away aerially, chance, and dropped, and then fielded.
Well, it could be a run out still. No.
Put that down for 2. Look at that. I like that bit of inventiveness.
You can see he's holding his shoulder a bit there, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get a hand on it. He made good ground, got there, thought he's going to swallow that, but goes straight through the breadbasket.
What do you think about the Sri Lankan floppy as well?
Huge fan.
Yeah.
Huge fan of the Sri Lankan floppy. I'll be trying to take that by the end of the week.
Hello to Peter Handley. He's watching from Norwich in the UK. Hope you're well. Stay tuned, guys, because after this game, we do have another one starting in about 15 minutes. First time we'll get to see Trentino Aquila.
Trentino Aquila.
Yeah, and they've driven 4 hours to be here, Corey. So
sorry,
don't give us your little journey that you've...
Yeah, hold on. I'm already going down south. I've gone about 8 hours for this.
Yeah, well, they've got 4.
Credit to them, 4 hours to come play some T10.
Yep, they'll play games 3 and 4 today.
Is that one of the longest journeys for a match?
Right up there. Well, Umeå from Sweden, they have to drive 8 hours.
Did you just have a fit? Are you okay?
In the air. Yeah, this will be a good one if you can take it. Wow.
Oh, no. No.
That's smart, though. He slides and avoids a potential collision. That's actually what they teach you in baseball. Just slide low so that you don't actually crash bodies if you're worried about a collision. So
what's the longest distance we've had?
That they drive about 8 hours to get to the game.
That is unbelievable.
And they are north of Stockholm. So they have, right now the sunset in Umeå is about, it's 11 p.m. And actually in the midsummer, I actually don't think the sun sets at all, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for that. I mean, if you love the game that much and you're willing to drive that far, good on you.
Pretty well bowled, full straight, going nowhere.
Yeah, this game's sort of meandering out, but plenty of cricket action coming up this afternoon.
Helix is saying, why not? Helix, after, I think, wasn't he saying don't tinker with the game? But then he's saying, hey, why not do double plays for wickets? I tell you what, I like the idea of double plays in theory, but I think you run into practical problems. I'll tell you what I mean by that in a second. 'Cause right now, if there's a wicket, the ball's dead, right? Immediately. This is hit hard and will be fielded. Nicely done down there by Asanka. Yeah, my issue with double plays, and I like the idea of it, but for example, what if it's the same batter that's out twice? So what if you get caught and then you get run out?
He doesn't get to play the next game.
Yeah. Okay. But, I mean, you could catch one guy and run the other one out, but you've only got now one batter that exists. Like, it's a tough one to think in practice. So, yeah, I don't know if that one actually would work that well, that easily. And any changes you make, you have to. Ideally, you're trying to simplify the game as well, right? Anyway, this will be the end of the ninth over. The score is 45 for 6. RCP, well, they look like a shadow of the team that we saw last year, making all the way to the finals in Venezia, in Venice. And, yeah, this morning they scored 90 against Bracaprato. But the problem is they lost the top order wickets. They had Wirasinger score 28 this morning. They had Andrew Digi score 25. And so, yeah, they just have not been at the pace this morning.
No, it can happen. I mean, they didn't have a good power play, did they? So they've just been trying to catch up, but they've been behind the 8 ball the whole time. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have a substantial loss here. Last over.
It's pulled away. This is Aravinda. We'll just get a single here. So here's the thing, because of the margin of this loss, in RCP, we will see them playing Trentino Aquila tomorrow. But, well, they're in big trouble as far as qualifying has gone, because their net run rate's going to look pretty tardy after today. They'll need a win and a big win tomorrow and hope that results go their way as well, I think.
Can you know how it goes to net run rate? Don't you think it should go to...
Give me an alternative.
Shouldn't it go to when you're head-to-head versus the opposition team?
Well, some people say that, but the thing that means that you...
I feel like net run rate can be...
No, well, here's the problem with that. I'll tell you in a minute. And sometimes it's done that way. Even the Football World Cup, they do it that way sometimes, rather than goal difference. Problem is, I mean, all games are created equal, right? So if you have beaten that team, it means that you might have beaten an opponent that the other team lost to, you know? So along the way, I think net run rate's the fairest way. It can be a bit of a boring way, but it gives equal weight to all games, rather than just because you happen to have a good game against that team, what happens about other games. So...
It's out. I reckon that's going to be given. Oh, it's given, not out.
He likes it. Oh, have a look at this. Because I'm just hunting the back stumping here. Let's have a look. You get a decent look at the line here.
Oh, I called it. I told you.
You did. Hello.
That's out. That's gone.
He is gone.
Yep. Good work from the keeper.
So watch out. Well, this is going to be the cheapest wicket you've ever got, Shalika, because he's going to be given stumped. And, well, he needed to bring the stilettos, didn't he? And then maybe he would have had something down. But there's the decision. So, well,
you can't fault the umpire on that one either. It was that quick that he got his foot down. But unfortunately, it was in the air at the moment. The bails were clipped off. So you can't fault the umpire.
No,
bit of keeping.
It was super quick, wasn't it? I mean, great work by our crew at Spring Productions. This is what the umpire actually sees, or close to, right?
Yeah, you can't tell that fast
you
time.
can't even tell if that foot's really in the air, but with the benefit of the slow motion, we could see it. So RCP lose Elaine for 5 off 14 balls.
Yep. Well, not the greatest innings, but I'll tell you who's happy about this. Varantha Wirasinger. I mean, you get Sabat on live TV with 1 ball to go and try hit it for 6.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, well, even a forward, bring up a boundary. So, yeah, it's been a rough start to the tournament for RCP. The problem with this format is unless they do something quite remarkable tomorrow and something goes their way as well in the other matches, it could be the end of their ECS experience for 2022. So now we finally get a look at Wirasinger. This can't be Wirasinger. This will be Sahas Metmadu. He's wearing Wirasinger's shirt. All right, here we go. Oh, well, this isn't the worst shot. Let's run away, and he will get 4. So, well, they do get there in the end. They get to 50. In fact, there's 1 more ball. So, It's a nice shot by Methmadu. And get the 50, bringing Skerrick of respectability to the scoreboard.
Yeah, you could say it's Skerrick. They'll be very disappointed, but they have been outplayed here. And let's not forget, Lucas EC, they're going to register their first ever win on the ECS, Vinny.
Yeah, well, they're one ball away now. And this is cut away to point. This will just be a single, and they're going to finish. A bit of a sad and sorry. Oh, 51, 52.
Oh, well, that's hit the batsman. It's hit the batsman, and they've decided to go. I love it.
I love it. Now that will bring him just about of a 2% more respectability to the scoreboard.
They won't be winning the sportsmanship trophies out the window.
104 to 52 in the end. They get to, I guess all runs are created equal. They turned down quite a few in that innings. RCP were just about 4 lengths short of a gallop, really, in that chase. And in the end, it is a very comfortable victory. Congratulations to Lucas CC, though. I mean, a pretty good effort. It's the old 9-man attack, and they end up doing it, doubling the score of the opposition. So well done to them. And we will see them a little bit later on in the day as well. But before that, we will see Baraka Prato and Trentino Aquila for the first time in the tournament. First time we'll see Trentino Aquila, but Baraka Prato coming off a win in the first game. That game is coming up in around about 10 minutes, so don't go too far, because we'll be back. The afternoon session will be swinging away. And RCP, that's what they were doing early, but they weren't hitting many. That was a big wicket, wasn't it? When they got We're a Singer for not too many. But apart from that, we certainly saw RCP just struggling to keep with the pace required. But you've got to give credit to Lucas CC as well. And that man, Pradeep Kumara, is a real character. He was shooting arrows at the moon after this as well. That was the other one. A little bit of the court behind. And the old Barcelona 1992, lighting the Olympic flame. And you've got to say, they looked very comfortable here at Lucas CC. Just wonder, once they get the whole team on the park, what they might be capable of. Nice bit of bowling that as well from Jacinta Diaz, who featured prominently with the bat and the ball for Lucas CC. And well, certainly gives you a lot of confidence when you come into a new format. And really, this kind of sums it up. Everything going wrong, you could just take your picks. They don't want to run you out, want to run you out. So, apart from that, we saw lots of swings and misses, and then we had the back stumping. We had it all, really. The wheels fell off. In fact, the engine fell out. The roof fell off. The car was turned upside down. Nothing going right for RCP this morning, Corey.
No, nothing went right, but they will have to get themselves back together quickly because they don't want to get knocked out from this tournament too early. And you can see there, 10 extras in that as well. No one got going. Scores of 14-0, 6-2, 5-5, 2-2-6. You can call me on that later.
Yeah, of course now.
Well, disappointing, but it was a good bowling performance. And for Lucas CC, when you're a new team, you're probably a bit nervous, but they delivered.
Yeah, for sure. So, look at the bowling figures. Well, everybody was run a ball or less. Kumara, he's an important player, I think. He's a lot of fun to watch as well. 2 for 12 of his 2 overs. We had 3 bowlers with identical figures. Lakshita, Asanka and Diaz with 1 for 8 off their 2 overs.
World record.
And Sarah Fernando, 1 for 10. So Lucas CC, certainly not doing anything wrong. Maybe later in the day, we'll have a bit more of an idea about where they're at as far as their week is concerned. They'll take on Trentino Aquila in Game 4. We'll take a quick break. We're back in a few minutes with the 3rd match of the day. Until then, hope you're having a great opening day wherever you're watching from around the world. Come back to Bologna soon for more cricket. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. We'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Bologna. We're halfway through opening day and we're rolling into the afternoon session now. It's going to be match 3 coming up, and Baracca Prato started with a strong win earlier today. They are back and it's our first chance to look at Trentino Aquila, a team that we did see in the Venetian series last year. So really interesting to see these teams meeting for the first time in an ECS. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss for match 3.
Okay, Trentino to call. Heads the call. It's heads. We work it back. Okay, excellent. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. Thank you. All the best. Trentino.
So it is Trentino Aquila that have won the toss and elected to bat. I do like that. Good confident move, good batting conditions, no doubt about that. We haven't always seen them used today, but I think a good fast outfield. The pitch is very flat as well. And look, Trentino Aquila last year in Venice, they had a pretty good record. They were 5-3 through the group stage. That was good enough for second. They did lose their semi-final. They ended up winning the bronze final, so they came 3rd out of the teams there. But they come to Bologna for ECS cricket for the first time, and I think they'll have a point to prove against Baracca Prato this morning. Baracca Prato, though, I will say that they were pretty impressive earlier on in that game. I think that their captain, Gulam Daskia, didn't really hit his straps, but still hit a half century. He did give a couple of chances, though, that RCP couldn't cash in, and I think that is the key, that if you get a chance to get the good players out, you better take it. Otherwise, you could be going for plenty on this oval Rustignano field. Well, it's been great to have Corey Ruckers back with me, and he's in the commentary ice cube right now. Well, Corey, I can tell you the news from the toss in match 3 is that Trentino Aquila, they've driven 4 hours to be here, but they have won the toss, and they are going to bat first. Over to you. Let's get the afternoon session started.
Hello and welcome back, all our viewers around the world. We're back for some T10 action here in Bologna. It's a sunny afternoon, it's warm, and it isn't an ice cold cube, it's a warm cube. Looking forward to bringing you this game. Baracca Prato, they're taking on Trentino Aquila. As Vinny mentioned then, Trentino Aquila driving 4 hours for this fixture, so you can't not think that they're not up for it. We have a look at the 2 lineups. A couple of names there that I really enjoyed earlier. Zaka Ola, they're at number 6 there for Baracca Prato. And for Trentino Aquila, I really like Lovepreet Singh. A lot of love to give. Let's hope he has a good game. And Cameron Hassan, he'll be keeping. And he looks like a pretty steady player. I was watching him in the nets before. He was hitting them pretty well. So for all those that are doing Dream 11 out in India, I hope you're doing well. Good luck with your fantasy teams. And everyone on FanCode, I hope you're enjoying this game and all the live coverage we've been bringing you. We have a look at the expected scores. Well, 127 to play 196. Bit of the supercomputer, a little bit of a guess on a Monday morning, but don't want to take that too seriously too early. We don't know too much about Trentino Aquila, and let's see how they go in this very first game for them in the tournament. And it looks like it's going to be blue versus blue. Plenty of blue out there. Both teams with 11. That's a plus. That's a W. Early win. Looks like long on. Deep sort of mid-wicket square leg, and then a big ring on the offside. You can see they've done their analytics and got their field set correctly. So we're almost ready to go in this game. Here comes the first ball. Oh, it's a slingy sort of action. And I tell you what, he tried to hit that to the moon. And some decent pace there. Got it through. It was a good length. Shahid Imran, the bowler. It's worked away into the leg side. That should open the scoring, and it will. Just the single. Tanvir will be off the mark now, and first run in game 3 here today in Bologna, and good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, suit wearing, cube sitting, Vinny Sando. I've missed you, Vinny.
Good to be back. I missed you too.
Did you actually miss me?
Yeah, I'm not the only one. I don't want to get all mushy about it, but certainly bring a different flavour to the commentary box, if Messi was a flavour, I suppose.
Messi is a flavour.
Yeah, you like one of those desserts that, you know, normally goes down a treat, but...
well, that'll be Kashif off the mark with a little push into the leg side.
I'm going to finish my sentence right there, but yeah, look, Baracca Prato, they're like in the box seat here to go 2-0. Trentino Aquila, look, they're not a bad side at all. I mean, they went 5-3 last year in the Venetian series in Venice.
Yep.
They did lose their semi-final. From memory, they lost to Royal Cricket Padova, who we just saw having a horrendous morning this morning. But, they're a pretty good cricket team. So I think maybe these two would fancy themselves to qualify. But obviously, they have to come and hit the pace pretty quickly. Big swing and a miss from us at Tanvir.
Well, I tell you what, Tanvir, if he times one of these, it's going to go the journey. He is swinging so hard at that ball.
He sure is.
Plenty of time for it.
They love to try and go over the fence into the crocodiles. We've only seen the one.
Crocodiles?
There's crocodiles in the river over there.
No, there isn't.
I'll take you for a little walk.
That's going to be short and called a wide. There were no crocodiles in Italy, Vinny. Just good food and good ambience.
They'll be big. We planted some eggs here last year, so there'll be even more crocs in the river this time. Yeah, so last year in Venice we did see Trentino Aquila in ECN cricket. So see if they can make a run to the end of the week here as well.
Oh, how is that not hit the leg stump? Well, tell you what, Tanvir's swinging hard. He hasn't really gone close to any of them. This ball here was a skerrick away.
Yeah, pretty well bowled, isn't it?
Oh,
don't know how that missed. I mean, going like last year, their leading run scorer was Aweza Sheikh, who scored 266, including a high of 77. He's listed to come in at 4 for Trentino Aquila.
There you go. He gets a hold of that one, and it goes the journey. It's the first big one in this game, and that's with the Crocodiles, Vinny. Well, old Snappy Tom out there is going to eat that up. That's 6 runs.
I tell you what has changed from last year is the shrubbery that's guarding the river is a lot thicker over there. So that's just disappeared into the bushes, and that's snake territory right there. That's amphibious reptile territory. Anyway, it's the end of the over as well. And Trentino Aquila certainly getting off to a decent start. 9 for no loss after 1. This is last year. Have a look at these run rates, and they're pretty healthy. I mean, all time, we're kind of at around 10 and over. So this is almost 2 points higher than that per over.
Yep.
See the high of 13.1 on day 5. We saw scores of like 120 as par last year. And we saw some big chases, including 150 was chased out in the semi-final here off the very last ball. So it certainly is the ground made for high scoring. I think there's not too much in the pitch for the bowlers compared to some of the other tracks we've seen over the last few weeks.
Yeah, fair enough, as Kashif takes a little bit of a tumble coming through for the single. Have a look at this one. He runs off the track just a bit, and over she goes. So they have to settle for the one.
Got to try and stay on the surface, I think.
Is it that dry that it's slippery?
I think it gets a bit sandy when it's dry.
Oh, high in the air. That's going to go the journey as well. Wow, what a shot that is, Vinny. The old swat. And Tanvir, he missed his first big 3 swings. He's collected his last 2, 6-6.
Yeah, absolutely smokes this one, doesn't he? I said Tanvir, he's enjoying himself out there. It's a flat back smack.
That's a bit of, what was it, tape ball sort of.
Yeah, just
it's
not
a tape ball cricket shot, that.
It's like holding back, not over-committing forward, and then just kind of uncoiling, isn't it? Here's the next ball from Manasseh Ali.
It's a wide ball, unfortunately, so he'll have to deliver that one again. So why have Trentino Aquila driving 4 hours this year?
Well,
so
the thing is, last year we had 5 qualifying weeks and then a Super Series. Wait for this ball from Manasseh. This one cuts back a little bit. So it's been a little bit of seam with the new ball. Yeah, so last year we had, in this order actually, we had Rome, Bologna, Venice, Milan and Brescia. So we had 5 individual qualifying weeks and then a Super Series, but we had to have the Super Series way later in the year, in November. Originally we're here in March and April. This year, because we're doing the 5 weeks all together, we have combined the Venice and the Bologna week into this week. So that's why Trentino Aquila, it's probably a bit shorter for them to go to Venice. But, we're certainly appreciative that they've made the journey here. This one's in the air, and I think this will be stopped either. In fact, that one might have got all the way, and it has. Maximo Tanvir, he hasn't wasted any time. He moves to 19 off just 8 balls.
Well, he's becoming my new favourite player. He's just trying to absolutely whack it. He gets a bit of a, not a toe off the bat, but bottom half for sure, and it skews away for 6.
Yeah, big hit.
Yep.
It's not easy to hit a 6 in that area.
Well, he's swinging that hard, Vinny.
Yeah.
If he gets any bit of wood on it, it's going to fly.
So Baraka Prato, they have what I'd call a batting team as well. Oh, swing and a miss. But yeah, sometimes Baraka Prato have made big scores. Like last year, they scored 130, failed to defend it. Scored 149 in the semi-final, failed to defend it. So yeah, certainly their holding ability maybe can be questioned right now. Trentino Aquila off to a pretty decent start. Last ball of the over.
Well, you've put the curse on him.
Happens.
It does happen often.
But yeah, so that's why, I mean, we'll have 9 teams this week in Venice, and so in Bologna, including the Venice champions from last year, Venezia. We'll see them on Thursday for the first time. So we have 2 groups of 4 over the first 3 days. They'll each play 3 matches, so they'll play everyone else in their group. And whoever the top 2 in the group are will make it through. I can't blame me for that one, but that's also a wide.
Close to a no ball even, almost off the pitch.
Got to ask you a few questions, if we get a chance this game, about how your experience has been coaching over the last few months since we last saw you in ECS cricket. Of course, saw you in April in the Netherlands series. Of course, I did catch up with you when I commentated the T10 International series.
Oh, well bowled. A little bit of outswing. Beats the bat.
That will be the end of the over, so the score now is 25 for no loss. Have a look at this, and we might just have a quick look at the table as well. But this one straightens, I think, slightly. That's what gets the batter playing down the wrong line. So, yeah, so this is Group A. These are the 4 teams that we're seeing today, and they will complete their group matches in matches 5 and 6 tomorrow morning. You see already, the RCP have dug themselves a fair hole. So right now, with a win for Trentino Aquila, they can put themselves right in the mix, but Baraka Prato can put themselves head and shoulders above the rest as well. Later on in the day, it'll be Lucas CC versus Trentino Aquila. So, look, Group A taking shape. Let's just wait for this first ball, third over. Shahid Imran is bowling.
It's well bowled again. I like the look of Shahid Imran. He's a tall man.
So let's say last things first. Tell me about your experience in Belgium. Obviously, maybe a mixed time. How would you rate the Spanish team's performance?
So we started, obviously we had the series with Norway and Guernsey, and we're really happy to win that with a new group. And we took a lot of that team over to Belgium for the qualifiers as Imran comes in again. It's well bowled, hit hard down to deep mid-on, low full toss. But oh no!
All right.
Oh no, I've called that one early. It was rolling to him at snail's pace. How did you miss that, Vinny?
That is a genuine snail's pace. I mean, that one was moving like a Tortuga, not hitting a Tortuga. It goes down, and okay, it rolls a bit, but yeah.
It's tough.
Enough said about that.
Yeah, poor old Imran. He's been bowling pretty well. He'd be disappointed with that.
He's dug out of the block hole for 4.
Oh, shot. That's a good cricket shot. Gets a half volley, 1 bounce 4. I'll tell you what, they might have driven 4 hours, Vinny, but they're awake and they're motoring here.
Well, they know how to drive. That's probably the good thing about it. And he drives this one straight through the line, 1 bounce, cracks into the fence, 4 more.
Yeah, so obviously beat Guernsey and Norway. Happy.
Yep.
New team. Get to the qualifiers and, yeah, pretty much obliterated the group stages. We're really happy. The boys were ticking along and had high hopes as that short high in the air. See you later. Boom, shakalaka. That's 6 runs, Vinny, and they are flying.
Sure are. So no wickets as yet. And Kashif, he's going to loosen his arms here. And he goes absolute guns blazing. Hook shot, 6 runs, put it with the rest. So turning into a very, very good power play for Trentino Aquila here.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, we ran into a pretty good Denmark side. We ran into a Denmark side, and if anyone that was at the ground and watched it, it was a really good game of cricket. We kept them to 150, and we were really happy with that on the small boundaries and quick outfield. And unfortunately, the new batting group had a pretty bad collapse, and emotionally, they were pretty distraught afterwards, and I can understand that as he comes in. That is hit hard and flat down the ground. Should be only 1. Nice mopping up, good fielding there. That's Madassa Ali, who saves 1. Almost takes Imran's head off with the throw back. Doesn't though. So that will bring Kashif and Tanvir, back on strike. But yeah, so emotionally, they were pretty gutted, including myself.
Yeah.
We had high hopes, but I don't think the matchup in Belgium on mat cricket and small boundaries suited us too well.
Yeah.
And yeah, just the batting group, unfortunately, didn't capitalise.
Yeah, it can happen. I mean, all levels of cricket. It is. That's cricket. That's right. No full toss. Dug out. Just wait a second to make sure this is fielded. It goes into a gap, so they're going to get 2. That's good running. So Tanvir will grab a couple off the last ball of the power play. Pretty good power play for Trentino Aquila. 42 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, my message to the guys, Vinny, was that because it's such a new group, you have to lose together and win together. You have to learn how to lose together and get out of tough situations. So still a lot of things going in the right direction, just like how this power play is going in the right direction.
Yeah, 9, 16 and 17 in the 3 overs.
And plenty to look forward to. So, I mean, we need to pump games into these guys, like Daniel Dorr, Josh Trenberth, Lorne. All these new guys need to play 15 to 20 internationals, and then we want them punching big numbers. So still a lot of talent there, and the bowling group was sensational.
And are you still, I assume you are still keeping an eye on other players outside this squad? I mean, there's a lot of external pressure, I'm sure, on these guys to perform.
Absolutely. So I'll be up to Barcelona soon on a bit of a talent hunt to have a look. We've got potentially, I can tell you on the inside, we might have some debutants come to the T10 this year.
Is that right?
Blood a few new faces.
Well, the thing is, outside London, Barcelona has the most cricket clubs of any city in Europe.
Yeah,
so
unbelievable.
There's a lot of raw talent down there, for sure.
Yeah, and to be fair, credit to Denmark. They were a step above the rest as we continue. Oh, my word. Oh, it's going to hit the moon. That's a big hit, Vinny. 6 runs.
Yeah, Kashif says thanks very much. Booyah gets a bit of the booyah. Steps across, gets the half tracker, and he escorts the ball out of the ground with ease.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know what he's had for lunch, but he's absolutely murdered the last few shots.
Yeah, looks good off the back foot and the front foot here, Kashif. 17 off 7, becomes 23 off 8.
That's a good T10 innings, that can. He keep
going around the wicket, but I fear for him here if he gets it wrong.
Oh, I love how Trentino Aquila are playing this. They are trying to hit everything, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, it wasn't a great shot. I mean, they got a wide long on and 3 square outfielders on the leg side, but he just tries to hit it straight over them anyway.
Doesn't matter. There's lots of room in the air.
He can play straighter though, Kashif. That was just a bit of a lazy swipe.
Who are you looking forward to with the national teams for the T10 this year?
Oh, all of them. I mean, I think Spain with Pac Care winning the ECL. I know it's club-based, not national-based, but I'm excited to see how they back up. This has just worked way around the corner. Big chase, isn't going to get there. So smart batting that time. Kashif shows he's got a bit of poise as well as a bit of power, and he takes Booyah for another boundary.
Yeah, you said the word there, smart batting. What he did was shuffle across his stumps on a more of an off-stump line so he could help it around the corner with the angle. Does exactly that. The 50's up in 21 balls. And, well, Baraka Prado, they need a wicket just to stem the flow.
They sure do. Booyah, he's just working into the wheelhouse of Kashif by going around the wicket. Now they're going to probably put another fielder on the leg side. I think you have to if you're going to have this angle. So they only had 3 fielders on the leg side. They're all boundary riders. Now they're going to stick a fine leg in. But I wonder how useful it will be. Still, probably straight mid-on. That's where I'd be looking to hit this.
Oh, he miscues it.
Yeah, he goes square. Read the bounce. He does. And somehow stops it. They're going to get 2, or will they?
No, they get 2. He bowls it in.
Yeah, so just a couple. So Kashif moves to 29.
Well, Kashif's thinking I'm going at every ball here. He's just going with the angle, as you mentioned, Vinny, and he's just trying to get it over that leg side.
He's got the hot hand, as I like to say.
Yeah.
You know, when you've got a batter like this, you want him having most of the strike. You want him to just keep in the zone. So, he's a tall man. Likes to go leg side.
Oh!
And so instead he tries the reverse.
Well, that has thrown a bone to us. He's been going with the angle. This time he goes the reverse Malachi. First one I've seen in a while. Oh, I wish he collected that. That would have been unbelievable.
Hit him on the reverse inner thigh, actually. It's not quite the behind the back shot that we had in Croatia. Remember that one?
Oh, you and I have gone through some moments, haven't we?
Sure, that stuff does tend to happen. Rico sends his regards, by the way. He's looking forward to seeing you.
I have a surprise for Rico in September.
Do you?
Yep, I do.
Interesting. All right, Booyah, it's gone for 13 plus this.
High in the air. This is going to take a lot of catching. He gets himself under it, and he puts it down. Well, it's an opportunity. And Tanvir, he can count his lucky stars. Oh, direct hit. They might think of a third. They won't. Comical cricket, 2.
Well, it was a 2. Mudassar Ali, look, to be fair to him, he really had to get his skates on to get to the drop zone. In the end, he almost overruns it and has to turn around. Lucky his teammate was there for some support. So, a couple to finish the 4th, and it is 57 without loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Corey Ruckers. Welcome, Corey. And I know you haven't even been to the hotel. You came straight from the airport. But here's Corey's bag. Look at this.
Here's proof of my commitment.
He came
I came through with the bag straight to the ground.
Good to have you with us. And look, just a reminder, Corey, I know you're a big social media guy. If you want to follow us on social media, you can at European Cricket. And then you've got me at Mr. Maximo, and you've got at Corey Ruckers _28 on Instagram. And of course, your Twitter and Facebook there as well. How's the socials going for you?
I've still got you for height, but I would like a new photo. I reckon I've dropped a few kg, and so have you. We need new photos.
That's just the cube, the cube-based atmosphere. Right, I've got plenty of messages coming my way at Mr. Maximo every day. I want to say thank you to everyone that does send me them. I don't really have a lot of time to reply in a timely fashion.
I love our FanCode viewers.
I sometimes get back to people months later, but I do try and get back to people eventually. So
I get back to everyone.
If I haven't gotten back to you, I apologise. This is a blanket. Thanks for taking the time to message me, and thanks for all the positive messages.
And if you're listening on FanCode, send me a little DM right now, and I'll make sure I get back to you.
Okay.
Here we go.
You're going to do the FanCode shout out. Okay. Okay, it's in the air, and should be 4, and it will be 4. So they've brought the third man up. That one flies away, and so Trentino Aquila trying this tactic, and this is Asa Tanvir this time getting deep in his crease, swinging away, and getting enough to bat on it to get 4.
Well, fortune favours the brave, and it's going for the Venetians. They're getting everything at the moment. That was a loose shot, lands in a hole, and skips on for 4. And for Baraka Prado, don't take a wicket soon. This could really blow out of control. They just need one to steady the tide.
Here comes the next ball.
Yeah, play and miss. Bit more of the same from Tanvir. Beer, go on, tell us a little bit more about what you're feeling for the ECC. Give us an early shout.
I tell you what, I like the look of Austria. I mean, I know you liked them last time.
Well, don't say them. They're in our group. Tell me someone else.
I got to say, I was looking at your group and I said, looks...
Group of death, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to say group of death because every group has strong teams in it. But, yeah, Austria, I like the way that they were playing, in particular their ECS winners, Donnerstadt, which included players like Shigawal. It was an interesting one yesterday. In playing for Austria against Czech Republic, he was given out obstructing the field in the manner that would normally, what used to be called, handled the ball. So what happens is he blocked it down and the ball was still around the crease area and he just caught it. And it may or may not have been going back onto the stumps. But you can't do that.
No.
But now there's no such thing as handled the ball. It's been incorporated into the obstructing the field law.
So how many dismissals in cricket are there now? Like 7 or 8? Instead of 10. So it used to be 10, didn't it?
Yeah, it was 10 and now... I believe it's 9. Are we completely out? Or do we have any power? We're out. Some of our power went out.
It looks like just a slight delay.
Yeah,
here.
apologies. We had a technical issue here. I think the power has just cut out to some of the ground. So we may have a slight delay while we
it looks like the camera's off.
This.
Yep, for us.
Yeah.
A couple of laptops have gone down, so there might be a slight delay here.
So you'll have to bear with us. This can happen. It's a Monday type thing. But I'll keep an eye on what's happening. I think out there in the middle,
Yeah,
I think we're going to make sure we can get everything that we need. I think we still have the pictures running. So, yeah, drinks break, says Helix. I've got that working at least.
Yeah, so my question to you is, if we've got obstructing the field that covers a bigger area, how many dismissals
so there were
is there
10.
now?
I'm not counting retired out as a mode of dismissal.
So you should now, because it's going to start coming more.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always been there. I just don't think it's a way of getting someone out. It's them getting themselves out. If you want to include retired out, it's 10. Otherwise, it's 9.
Yeah.
So I'll try and run through them. I think the power's slowly come back on here. So let me run through them for you. Are you ready? See how many you can get. Bowled, caught, LBW, stumped, run out, hit wicket, hit the ball twice, obstructing the field, timed out, and then retired out.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I
Do you think there
that.
should be other modes of dismissal I haven't thought of? Like, for example, in my backyard cricket, you know how everyone has silly rules? One of ours was you could be out dropping the bat. If you dropped the bat even accidentally, you were out. Because people also used to throw the bat
Really?
when they got out. So we used to say dropping the bat. And even if you were like acknowledging the crowd for your 50, we also had a rule that if you made your 50, the opposition had to clap a minimum of 3 times. So you could acknowledge the 50.
Yeah, I do like that.
So, you know, I don't know. Is there any other modes of dismissal that we should be thinking of? Let us know in the chat. It's a great time with half the power out, but I've still got my phone on. So the reason that we do halt the game in this case is because we want to make sure we can still give you everything you need, give you the score and everything. Right now, 63 for no loss off 4.4.
Well, it's extremely hot here. Maybe the heat's played a bit into it.
Well, this can happen. I mean, like I say, unprecedented thing. We're doing at ECN, going to all these different places and setting up a worldwide cricket broadcast.
Has there been horrific water shortages over here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in particular in the north. So that's why in Milan and Brescia, where we were in the last 2 weeks, there was no grass on the field. I mean, you weren't allowed to water the field. So because of that and the fact they'd had like no rain for 2 months and baking hot temperatures,
Yeah,
so
wow.
it looked like the Sahara, to be honest, and it made it pretty difficult for the fielders, obviously, to deal with it.
Yeah, I can
Obviously
imagine.
Had a couple of concrete slabs on the field as well in Milan, which always keeps it interesting. I think our power has just clicked back on, so this is a good sign that we might be able to get underway shortly. So,
Yep, not too far away.
yeah. And Maiden Waters saying hello to you in the chat. Hello, Maiden. Hope you're well. She's always on the lookout for maidens as well. She loves a maiden. We almost had one earlier. We had a 1-for-1 and another 1-for-1. But I think we're all systems go. That wasn't too long of a delay. Well done to our crew at Spring Productions. I mean, they're so good with the technicals. I feel like there isn't a problem that they can't solve. They're always very, very brilliant at what they do.
But yeah, interesting to see if the batsman's lost a little bit of momentum here. They were
Yeah.
ticking along.
Well, maybe it was Baraka Prato that cut the power lines there. Keep an eye on their 12th man. But I think
I'd be
that...
impressed if a team had 12.
That's true. Well, Trentino Aquila brought a 12th man. Kamal Razak. He could have got a game anywhere else, probably, this morning if he was here earlier. No, of course, players are allocated to particular squads. I think we are almost ready to get going again. So, of course, that'll be logged for time.
Yeah, you can't penalise the fielding team for that.
Not really. Anyway, here we go. The Kashif show. You've had the intermission. Time for the second act as you approach the halfway point of this innings.
Well, not much has changed because that's coming to me in the commentary box. Oh, what a shot. 6 runs. Well, there was a 10-man. There's the cube. And I tell you what, Vinny, for a split moment, I was going.
Yeah, I thought you were. You must have been tired because that's the kind of one that you normally go for. But yeah, there you saw. It landed quite near our commentary cube. But Maximo time. Well, Kashif didn't mind the break. He had a little bit of a drink and he looks like he's ready for more.
Great batting. He's just motoring along.
That's where he should be trying to hit them. There's a big gap there as well. Long on so wide.
Oh, and he tries to hit that a little bit square at that time more, and then practices the standing sweep. But still, a good over, especially for the Venetians. 69 for none of 5. I mean, 10 wickets in hand. They're going to try and hit everything out the park. These two batsmen very well set.
Probably should mention Trentino Aquila. They did play in Venice last year, but they're actually, from not quite Venice, but they're from the autonomous province of Trento, which is in the far north. So actually, yes, the reason it's quite a big drive here. I mean, they are probably closer to Milan or Brescia, if I'm honest.
Really?
Yeah. So they've come quite a long way. So we appreciate that.
High in the air. This should be out. Should be a catching opportunity at least. He gets there. Oh, and he spills it. Oh, no. He made really, really good ground. And unfortunately, that's Azim Shiraz, I think, out there, the man that just bowled the previous over. It was so high in the air. He got there in time. He just didn't steady his feet. And unfortunately for him, another catch goes down. And everything's going Trentino Aquila's way. These two batsmen both have had a life now.
Yeah, we've seen a few go down today. Again, did the hard work, got there, didn't he? But couldn't hold on to it at the critical moment.
Body. Couldn't stop his body, Vinny. Coming around the wicket now is Boya. And boom, shaka. No, it's a miscued one. I thought he's going to Boya that out the ground. Now think about 2. Oh, it's a good arm, though. Oh, the keeper's spilt it. Oh, I wonder if that would have been out, Vinny.
Yeah, we'll have a look. I mean, did kind of overcommit there.
Yeah, very tight indeed. I'm sort of foxing about going for a 2.
Yeah. You see, maybe just out of the shot here. Came back. Yeah, I think it might have been close.
High in the air. Will this be another chance? Well, no, not if you let it bounce. And then taps it back in and then rolls. And oh, I hope he's okay. I don't know what's happened there. Oh, no, I hope he's okay. I don't know why he didn't go for the catch. Oh, he might have twisted his ankle. I'm not too sure. He stopped the boundary. Oh, no, we might have lost power. No, we're back.
Dear me. Dear me.
Is he cramping? Not too sure, Vinny. As you can see, high in the air, spliced away, had a lot of top spin on it. The jumps up there. Oh, I can only think that as he landed on his right leg, as he's landed down on his right leg, that it's twisted. Does Magic Spray Mary here, Vinny?
We need Magic Spray Mary.
And he's
Stat. Well,
yeah, he's not moved. Yeah,
that could be nasty.
I
now,
have a
does
feeling.
he save the boundary? I mean, I think he does.
Don't think about the boundary, Vinny. Let's focus on the
Well,
human.
I'm going to focus on this. Here is there. He takes off from
Oh, it's a
inside.
great stop.
Really good stop. Now, how does
Now
he
watch
land
his,
here?
Watch his right leg.
Yeah,
Watch
okay,
his leg.
right leg. I'm watching it. It was the left ankle, I think. Maybe when he hits the ground. Oh, that's not what you want.
He hasn't moved much. I hope he's okay.
One delay after another here so far.
Well, our screen keeps flickering on and off as well, so might be one of those moments that we don't want to see too often on the cricket field. He looks a bit distraught out there, unfortunately. I think someone's running him some water. It must be hot out there on the turf.
Yeah, well.
It looked quite innocuous, but
Yeah.
the innocuous ones can always get you.
Yeah. I mean, we always hate to see injuries, don't we? So.
Here comes that 12th man now.
It's one of the 12th man.
It's one of those ones, isn't it, that he landed just a little bit compressed maybe, and unfortunately, maybe there's a twist there we're not picking up, but you can see he goes down straight away. He knows he's in strife.
Yeah, and Hamid Ali was quick to throw it in. Anyway, we'll welcome you. Maybe we'll take our eyes off the...
Well, hold on, that's a good sign. He's up.
It's good. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good though, does he, at the moment?
Well, no, that's good.
And
good to
you
see.
know what? That's Gulam Daskia. Now I can see who that is. It's a long way from us. But he is their key player. He is their captain. He is the leading run scorer by about 150 runs last year right here in Bologna as well. But he has had problems with the knee. That's an ongoing one with his right leg.
Okay.
And he had a bit of a problems with his left knee as well. And right now, it's not looking good at all for Gulam. Well, that's a huge story for the week. And you just hope that it's something that's not as serious as it looks, because he is such a key player for Baraka Prato. And he smacked him this morning as well. Didn't even bat, I think, as well as he can, but he was able to hit 62 off 24 balls with 4 sixes and 7 fours earlier today. And right now, I'd be very surprised if he stays on the field. I really think, even with the game the way it is, even if it means he can't open in this game, you've got to be a bit careful with him. You've already got 2 points on the board. You're looking reasonably good for qualification.
What's his knee history? What had happened? Do you know?
Yeah, he just said that he had an injury. He told me this morning, actually, that he'd been battling a right knee injury, and that he's also had a left knee injury more recently. That came when he got hit on the leg. So I think this one's a bit more structural. I think he is staying out there.
Pretty brave, yeah.
Yeah,
looks like
he really wants to bat in the second innings, so he's trying to hide himself somewhere right now. So, yeah, big moment in the week.
One of those ones where, because he jumped up high, almost like a volleyballer, then when he landed, that's a lot of weight going down onto that knee. And if he had a slight niggle, yeah.
Yeah, well, booyah, never ending over.
Yeah, Jesus, it feels
Continue
like
coming up now.
this has slowed right up.
That
Anyway,
won't go towards the time penalties, obviously.
well, Kashif loves a delay because the next ball he usually hits for 6. This time, he respectfully blocks it.
Forward of that, just changing up his game slightly. But yeah, I don't know about this round the wicket attack to Kashif. I think he's eating it up. So, yeah, I mean, how many can they get from here? I mean, they're going at 127 pace at the moment. That's pretty healthy.
I think they want more.
Normally with Duskier, I'd say, you know, I fancy them chasing something like 120, 130. But if he's not available, it's a game changer.
I'm looking at him at short fine leg. He seems to be hobbling around, but he's still out there. Oh, edged away, catching chance. No, he lets it bounce as well. Oh, I just sort of feel that, well, Baraka Prado, after dropping a few, are just retreating a little bit instead of attacking the ball. I can understand that, but you need a wicket to get you back into this match.
So Kashif's on 39. Guess how many runs he scored on the leg side? Well, guess how many runs he scored on the offside out of 39?
How do you know?
I know these things.
I don't know, 30?
He scored 7 on the offside. He scored 32 on the leg side.
That's a pretty good guess.
Short. Fouled off onto the pads. This will just be a dot. So Booyah. Bit of good, the bad, and the ugly in there. He goes for 19 without a wicket. And the score at the 6 over mark is 73 for no loss.
Yep, 73 for no loss. A couple of delays, technical and physical. But they're still trucking along. Fifth bowler not used just yet with 4 overs to go. So Baraka Prado will be bringing in a new man shortly.
Yep, I think you're right. Now Helix saying, hang on, we have the tower up and running. Or his eye's not working. Well, the tower is up. It should actually be a little bit higher, but it's an improvement. That's what we can show safely at the moment. So, yeah, big thank you to everyone from String Productions who are working so hard for us. And right now, we're going to go to the last 4 overs of this one. And yeah, they set the table for a big score, haven't they? Trentona Aquila, 10 wickets in hand. Here's Madassar Ali with over number 7.
Well, what a lovely shot that is, but it could be caught. Oh, he stops it, though. Not a bad effort considering what we've seen. They should track... Well, it's poor running. Should have been 2. Well, Vinny, I thought when he first hit it's going for 6.
Yeah.
He's made good ground. Palms are back in.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost as good. I mean, it saves 3 or 5 runs. That's Arslan Akhtar. He'll open the batting in the second half of this game. Well, we had Wimbledon yesterday. Right now, the batter's on 30-40.
How'd you feel for Nick?
It's a polarising figure, isn't he?
What's your thoughts?
You know, he's a character.
Like him more than Bernard.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, that is to the moon. Oh, my word. That could... Bang. Yeah, that's just hit this tin shed out back. 6 runs.
Oh, that's feeding the Crocs for sure. He goes up and over. Well, they only needed one then. Tanvir said, hold my drink. This one is smacked out of here. Then he just ambles down the pitch. He knows that one is gone. So, huge hit.
How high did that go?
Very high. I mean, wouldn't want to be under that. However far away it landed. New balls, please.
Slower ball, that's high as well. Well, if he catches this one, I'll be in shock. Oh, and he's put it down. Well, unfortunately, I sort of feel that the Baraka Prado team, when they reflect on this fielding innings, Vinny, they're going to be disappointed they haven't been able to hold it.
The funny thing is, well, it's not funny now, but Baraka Prado were the better fielding team of the 2 teams this morning against RCP. But there's been a few high ones go down, and yeah, I mean, the batter's pretty casually just calling 2 as soon as that one went in the air.
Did he really?
Now they'll just get one.
Did he really?
I don't know, but didn't seem too surprised when it went down. Tell you that
it's
much.
A pretty safe shot, I guess. Hit it straight up and call 2.
Yeah, I told you the first time I scored 100, I was dropped 12 times, and it actually genuinely got to the point where I was hitting him straight up and calling 2.
Huge fan. Okay, I got one for you. Who's going to be quickest to 50?
Kashif. He's going to be 46 after this.
Well, toe end, it's another chance. Caught! Oh, it's a miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. It's been held. Azim Shiraz has moved to his right after shelling 3. Not this time. And, well, he won't be getting to 50. It's out. It's 83 for 1.
Yeah, well, I put the kind of supercharged, the quick kibosh on Kashif, didn't I? Because he won't make 50. In fact, he'll go for 40. And finally, it is Shiraz that takes the catch going down to his right. This wasn't quite as high. It was more of a flat one. It was kind of off the end of the bat, looped away. Well held by the fielder in the circle. So finally, we have a wicket here in match number 3. And Trentino Aquila are 83 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, credit to the fielder there. You drop a couple, you got to stay with your head up high, be confident, and he does take the catch. And this brings out Lovepreet. Well, Lovepreet seeing a lot of love to give. Be wanting to love that cricket ball over the boundary rope, that's for sure. Credit to these players.
Now, we had a Lovepreet Singh last year, not this Lovepreet.
Same Lovepreet?
Not same Lovepreet.
Okay.
But I tell you, he played for Jandra Bresh last year, the Lovepreet that I'm referring to. Wait for this ball.
Oh, nice little front foot pull. And they think about 2. They'll settle for 1. That takes us to the end of the 7th. The score, an imposing 84 for 1.
I think they kind of wanted to there to maybe try and get Assad Tanvir back on strike, but it wasn't really worth the risk. So 7 overs down, 84 for 1. And just a reminder about the format here. In Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday's matches, we have group matches. The first 6 are Group A, 7 to 12 are Group B. So there's 2 groups of 4 teams. The top 2 of each group, they go through to Thursday. The bottom 2 go out of the competition. And then on Thursday and Friday, we have the Super 5, which is the top 2 of each group plus Venezia, who automatically qualify. Bottom team eliminated at the end of Friday. Then we have our final 4 on Saturday. Why are you looking at me? Are you looking at me because you're not happy working Saturday?
I thought we were doing 5 games a day. This wasn't part of the deal.
The good news
You said
is,
come back for 2 weeks in the summer.
Well, people in the chat, when they found out about this format last week, they were wondering how happy you'd be about this.
Oh, yeah, of course they
But
were.
we have 5 games Thursday and Friday. So bonus, 26 matches this week. This is up in the air. I think it's a keeper's catch. Oh, and he gets it right in the webbing. That's a keeper-style ice cream cone, and he acts like it was all cool. It wasn't cool, but maybe Rahman will end up with the ball somehow sticking in his gloves. So Lovepreet, 1 and done. And the score is 84 for 2.
Maybe he's got a bit of gelato in those gloves to make him extra sticky, because I thought he'd run under this, and then just at the last minute, he's just plugged that in the left hand. Well, they've caught 2 in 2. New batsman's galloping out to the crease. Here we go. I love that. Look at this, Vinny. He's ready.
I know you like that.
I do like that. I like when a batsman gets there quickly.
The Lovepreet for Jan Drabesh last year, he dropped 5 catches, but every time he dropped a catch, he moved positions. So he got 5 drops in 5 different positions on the field.
Record.
But that wasn't this Lovepreet, just to be very clear. Anyway.
Well done Ashik, I think it is.
Yeah, Ruksa Khan. Now, he was a leading run scorer last year, and he's going to start with the boundary, Corey, and he's showing that he means business.
Well, that's what I like. He ran out to the crease, didn't he, Vinny? He had intent. He said, I want to be out there. I want to enjoy my time in the sun, and especially playing live on the ECN network to millions, and he gets a nice half volley, swats it away for 4.
Shrugs already all over you in the chat saying, told you Corey would not like overtime, Vinny. Yeah.
Well, I'm a fair weather commentator at the best of times. I am the number 3. You and Rico are well ahead of me.
No doubt about that, but next one straight over middle stump. So, Ashik.
One thing I'll give Trentino Aquila credit for, I know it's not conventional, but it is T10, and they are trying to hit everything. They are not wasting deliveries. They are really trying to motor this score along.
Quarter of the innings left too.
Oh, that's close. 0-0.
I was going to say...
Never liked it on the roulette wheel, 0-0.
I was going to say, batters that wear zeros on their back, always thought they're tempting fate. I mean,
it is an odd number to have on, isn't it?
On 99. They're the 2 numbers you don't want to score, right?
You know, yesterday I was at the crease, and me and my partner were both on 99 not for a while. Never had that before.
That's a nice little humble brag from you. So tell me, you made a few yesterday, did you?
Oh, you know.
You making that up?
Averaging about 118 this year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And how's the hearing going? Belling the ball. Hearing him well?
Nothing against Deaf Cricket. That's hit high. Chance. Not a chance. There's no one at deep square. It's either a 4 or a 6. Well, it looks like a 6 signal by the fielder. Good sportsmanship. Another boundary. A waste of Sheik. It doesn't matter if you got 2 zeros on your back and you hit it like that. And, well, that will take us to the end of the over.
Wow. Always a Sheik. 0-0 boom. License to thrill.
Oh, great call from you, Vinny.
And so, well, that'll make it 94 for 2.
Are you a James Bond fan?
Oh, yeah. Who
is going to be the new James Bond?
Haven't they already said it's going to be Idris Elba?
No, have they?
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like you'd be a bit more of a movie buff than me. We're going to watch a movie this week? We're going to snuggle up? It's been a while.
I haven't really had a chance to watch too many good movies lately because I just don't really stay awake that long after work.
Yeah, to be fair, you don't stop. How many games have you racked up this year?
I'm getting close to, I think I'm at about 450 at the moment.
Don't celebrate 450s. 250s, 500s.
I was just thinking that no one celebrated my 250.
Well, if you don't want to celebrate your milestones, that's up to you, but I want to celebrate them hard.
I don't think they have selected the new Bond yet, by the way. I think a lot of people think it will be Idris Elba.
I wouldn't mind that. He's a good actor. Anyway, back to the action.
Back to here.
Yeah.
Back to the now. All right. Here comes Azim Shiraz. Took a good catch. Now he's going to bowl the 9th. You know, we say it all happens in the ninth.
Oh,
hello.
switch it tight. Oh, and he gets it. Oh, yes. Look it in my veins, Vinny. What a shot that is. The old switch hit. He switched early as well.
Shows it early. It says hello. And what a shot.
Oh, yeah. That's a clip. That's highlight of the week for me.
That's Tanvir, and he switches the hands, does everything, and then not an easy shot. He actually takes it from outside his new off stump.
That's not a reverse
So he
Malachi.
doesn't have a leg side anymore.
That's a
when he
genuine
plays
switch
that
hit.
shot.
Genuine switch hit.
Well, here's the next delivery.
Oh, yeah. Big play and miss. Well, maybe he could bat left-handed.
Yeah, I was going to say, certainly pretty impressive. Wow. Can't quite believe that shot.
Well, you don't see that every day, do you?
It was a proper switch. I mean, he showed it 3 steps out from delivery as well. Shiraz, just keep it simple. Go at the stumps here, I reckon.
He does go at the stumps. It's hit pretty hard. Is it in a pocket of space? Oh, that's unlucky for the fielder. It goes for 4. Oh, I don't blame him there. It actually took you call it a Tortuga bounce, don't you, Vinny?
Yeah.
Have a look at this one. He had it covered, and then just at the last moment, bang, straight up.
Takes a bit of the hip on the way past. But yeah, that can happen. We know that. And so unlucky, but them's the breaks.
I'm struggling to focus here, Vinny. Something's been placed in front of me, and I wanted to have 1 ball left.
I'm so glad you're back on carbs now.
Oh, no appeal. Now, for me, I thought it was a little bit closer, but they scamper through.
Watch the angle. We're not straight on.
No, we're not straight on. But usually when you get hit like this, you get 1 or 2 people going up. That's missing leg.
Just missing.
What do I know?
Not by much. Missing by 1 stump.
9 balls to go. 8 balls to go, maybe. Bit of chaos cricket right at the back end here of this T10 fixture.
9 to come in the innings.
Wild swing. Play and miss.
Good bat speed, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's
From
all about
Ashik.
bat speed. Could we get a little device to get the bat speed barometers up?
That's a good question.
They are. There is. I can't remember what the
is that a
company's
thing?
called. Yeah, it is a thing. They put it on a couple of bats in the Big Bash. Because I think we would have the biggest bat speeds
In world cricket?
Bat speeds in the world cricket.
We have the most Swedes in world cricket as well.
Also true.
That's true. Last ball coming up for Shiraz. He's gone for 20. There's some of that bat speed again. End of the 9th, 103 for 2. Well, you know, they've pegged it back after Trentino Aquilo got away in the first 5. I mean, they were 69 at the halfway point.
That's what wickets do, don't they?
Yeah,
Vinny?
right now they're 34 in the second half plus this. So they certainly bring themselves back into the game. The big question mark for me is Gulam Dasgir. Will he bat? How will he bat? I think the fact that he's staying out there the field says that he will. He's still getting a bit of a rub down from one of his teammates there.
Oh, yeah. I've been watching him just in the last few overs in the peripherals, Vinny, and he's moving a little bit better. So maybe his knee just took a little bit of shock, but I think he's going to be okay. I expect him to bat.
Okay, so put down the hammer. Here's Rukhsar Khan in the 10th over.
Well bowled. Good length. Good length.
Tanvir's just hit the skids here a little bit, even though he came up with a shot of the day so far with the old reverse hoik.
No, so that's a switch hit.
Yeah.
That's a genuine
it's-
slip shit.
yeah.
Hands swapped over
Yeah.
and position of feet
But
swapped.
then what would you
before.
call this shot? He switch hitted what? Like a flick.
Oh, he's gone early again. Oh, high in the air. No. Watching the spin, playing
Like
it safe.
how scared people are of this spin.
I-
Backing off as far as I can.
I think a couple of drops have just put them off a little bit from attacking it too much.
Look, ordinarily, I would actually say Baraka Prato are ahead in this game.
Yeah?
Just because of the batters they have at their disposal. But, yeah, a few unknowns, a few wild swings as well. Ashik.
Just a little bit of a word here for Rukhsar Khan. Right at the back end here. Lovely figures of 1 for 11 off 1.3. I see a lot of bowlers at the back end want to bowl at the stumps and they get hit because they want the glory. He's just bowling a hard length here. It's good to watch. And high in the air. He might get the reward. It should be caught. It is caught. Nice rolling catch. He gets the reward in the end. And Shahid Imran, the big man, takes a nice clean catch.
Nice catch. I like the way he uses his body to kind of shield the impact as well, making sure the ball's not going to get out of the hands. So Ashik, double O boom. He goes for 10. And that's one of those straight pulls. doesn't really get the power that he wanted. And there, nice little barrel roll to finish. So that's a wicket towards the end of the innings. And look, credit to the bowler, Ruksa Khan, because he's bowled 10 balls now, and he's bowled 7 dots in there, and a 6, a 4, and a 1. So that's pretty good at the end of the innings. And that leaves Trentino Aquila 104 for 3. There's 2 balls remaining.
Well, I'm really, really impressed with this man's bowling today. And he's not getting greedy. He's not trying to hit those stumps away. He's bowling a hard length, saying try and hit this. It's the right thing to do, and he gets the reward. Great figures for him so far. How will this innings finish? Hard length again. Dot ball, they run. Should be an easy run out.
Yeah, that's smart, though.
We almost missed that. He got the off stump just.
But this is what you got to do, is if you're going to try and change the strike, the new batter has to keep the keeper's end safe and force them to throw to the bowler's end. Otherwise, you're just going to have a run out at the keeper's end, and you're going to run out the established batter, Tanvir, who'll get one chance to bring up his half centuries on 48. But you see, he forces the keeper to go back to the bowler, who, for some unknown reason, flicks at the stump so he didn't have to. Imagine he misses that.
No, that means he gets an unassisted run out because he let go of the ball, right?
No, it's just the last 2 people to touch it get equal credit.
No. If you let go of the ball and throw it, you get full points, surely.
That's the way that things get scored.
Tell you what,
cricket.
if I'm on FanCode right now, I'm sending in an email.
They'll know. It was the keeper. They get 6 points each. Okay, 48, last ball for Tanvir.
It's got to be a run out, surely.
You've got to go for your 50 here. I reckon they'll get away with it. A slight fumble, and it does get there. Are they going to try for one more? Oh, they're not going to, but well done to Tanvir, who does bring up his 50 off the last ball of the innings. So he's pretty smart to get the strike back. So he'll get 50 off 28 balls, an innings which contained 4 Maximos and 3 4s. And Trentino Aquila, well, they'll get 106 for 4. Not a bad looking score, no doubt. But remember, they were 69 at halfway stage. So they were 69 in the first half, 37 in the second half. Look, credit to Baraka Prato, I think, worked their way back into the game. But, of course, the big question is about the fitness of the captain, Gulam Daskia, whether he will be okay to open the innings. And even if he does open the innings, what kind of shape he'll be in. So, yeah, big story here in match 3. Let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, Corey, we saw a fair few big hits as the opening partnership really set the basis for a pretty healthy score. Mohammad Kashif out there with Asad Tanvir, and both of them were in the mood to go large and go large often.
Yeah, it was a pretty traditional T10 opening stand, that, going after anything on back of a length and getting the ball collected over the ropes plenty of times. Some monster sixes, a little bit of luck as well. These two got them off to an absolute flyer until this wicket. Finally, a nice catch taken there by Asim Shiraz. And once that catch was taken, they sort of pulled the screws back just a little bit. The wicketkeeper here, Mahbub Rahman, took a nice catch in the left hand. They brought out 0-0 Oasis Sheikh. He hit one through the offside. He tried to get going straight away, got a pull shot over the leg side for 6. That was the shot of the innings for us. The reverse switch hit Malachi. Not too sure what to call it. A couple of Tortuga bounces in between as well for 4s. But overall, a pretty good comeback by Baraka Prato, because Trentino Aquila, at one stage, I thought we were going to hit 130. So it was a good comeback right at the back end. And if you're in that batting lineup for Baraka Prato, you'll be feeling pretty confident you can come back and win this game. Let's take a look at the scorecard, shall we? And you see there, beautiful Bologna here in Italy for this ECS week. And, well, it was all the openers, was it? 50 off 28, Asad Tanvir carrying his bat. A little bit of a personal milestone. Mohammad Khatib, he hit 40 off 20. And he looked pretty good as well. And it was definitely that opening partnership. And got them away. And 106 in the end. And they'll be pretty happy with that. But unfortunately, they didn't get some big overs right at the back end. They probably would have wanted 120. We'll take a quick look at the bowling scorecards now, shall we? And, well, it's pretty spread out. But my man right at the bottom, Ruksa Khan, 2 for 13. He'll be pretty happy with his work. A wicket there for Mudassar Ali, but it was the other two, Asim Shiraz and Russell Boyer, who kept their economies just to 10. I think you take that on this ground. You can see there, they got wickets in clumps, 83, 84, 104, 104. So they did pretty well indeed. But that does take us to the halfway stage. An enthralling game of T10 cricket here. Trentino Aquila, they made 106 for 4, looking to defend that. And Baraka Prado, they need 107. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone around the world. We're at the halfway stage of this T10 contest between Baraka Prato and Trentino Aquila. And beautiful Bologna. It's a warm, sunny day. Plenty of heat waves around Europe, especially here in Italy. And looking forward to the second half of this game. It's been a pretty enthralling contest so far. 107 are required. Required as Vinny Sandu is enjoying a slice of pizza in the background. Mamma mia. It does feel like we are here in Italy, that is for sure. Opening bowler. Graze Roofkel. He's at the top of his mark. Almost set to go. Slip in place, aggressive. Why not? First ball of the run chase. Oh, it's a slingy sort of action. Tell you what, he got it through though. Got it through real quick. So, what can the batting unit do here to start gear? He's at the non-strikers end, and Actor, he's on strike. Going to need a good power play. Well defended right behind that one. So Marufkel, a little bit unorthodox in his action. Big wind up, big release. Decent pace about him. Pulled away through mid-wicket, and well, they've got the man there. It's good captaincy. Obviously know where this player's strengths are, so just the one run that opens up the account in this run chase. Good opportunity. Welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you enjoy this match. Everyone on the YouTube chat, get your questions in. Always great to interact with you all. I've missed you. Haven't been with you for a few months. Great to be back. And looking forward to joining the next couple of weeks in Italy. And a little bit later, I'll be joining in the ACC as well. Looking forward to that. It's Mr. Rico Full. Can't wait to see that man again. Short ball, hit away. Oh, great fielding there by square leg. Well, that might be the difference in this game, the fielding standards. I didn't think he'd get down to that one. Diving at full strength to his left. And really impressive. Lovepreet Singh. He's got a lot of love to give. And that's a really clever stop. High in the air. Well, it's that man, Lovepreet. Surely caught. Big wicket. Tell you what, they deserve that. And they have driven 4 hours for this game. Trentino Aquila, they are on song today. First opportunity. It's caught with both hands. And that's the first big wicket. What a good start it is for the men in blue versus the men in blue. And, well, if you're Baraka Prato, you need to put on a bit of a partnership early doors here. Good opportunity. Welcome back, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, I knew you were enjoying lunch, but what do you make of that wicket?
Yeah, well, a bit like my pizza. Looked good, but didn't last long. Hassan Akhtar, who was pretty good in the first game this morning. Both these two were in that game. He scored 26 off 13 with 4 fours and a 6. But right here, he goes for just one. Yeah, holding catch is so important. And that man, Lovepreet, he's had a bit of the ball so far, hasn't he, in the first over? So, a breakthrough for Kazai Marufkel. Slips in place now. Maybe Rahman, the Baraka Prato keeper, coming in at number 3. Oh, he almost gets the nick as well. So it turns out to be a really good over for Marufkel. Only concedes 2 and picks up the wicket of Hassan Akhtar. It's 2 for 1 after 1. What a great opportunity to welcome everyone, like you said. And Helix saying pineapple on pizza, I hope. Well, I know that he's joking. What I can tell you, that isn't a joke, is that golden ball drought. And so send your golden ball wishes, please, because we're hoping to break the drought sometime. Surely we'll break it in Italy. Could it be this week? 349 matches without a golden ball. The last time we had a golden ball, it was Corey and I that were in the box. That was the Brothers 11 Portugal versus the Indian Royals back in Portugal, 31st of March, 3.5 months ago now. Second over about to begin. Sadakat Ali with the ball. He starts with a wide. So again, you don't want to fall too far behind this target now. Dustgear, he's struggling. He's down to 0 good knees. And so you just wonder how that's going to affect him. Coming off a 62 this morning, batted through 9 overs of the 10. As for Sadakat Ali, he's pretty keen to remove the threat of Dustgear. They can do that in a timely fashion. They'll go a long way to winning this game. Dustgear goes back and punches off the back foot. Hits the kneecap of Ali Ashad. So, let's know your thoughts. I mean, Braca Prato, this could be a big game because, I mean, all of these games are pretty important. Only 6 Group A matches. So, every single one of these games could affect the standings. Slower ball attempted down leg side for a wide. And if you have any more questions for Corey when he comes back after he finishes his pizza. Now, pineapple on pizza, don't ask for it in Italy. You might get, I think, the Italian version, they might call it a bunch of fivers because you don't have to tell Corey the pizza rules in Italy because I know he hasn't been here for a while. But you do not ever ask for pineapple on pizza in Italy. And the other thing is that you don't ask them to cut your pizza for you. So your pizza will come whole and then it's your job to kind of cut it up. Corey's looking at me, making gestures like he's not on board with this. But you know what they say, when in Rome? Not in Rome just yet, but almost. This one's in the air. Well, could have a sensational catch. Well, he had that until he hit the ground. Wow, this was a remarkable effort. It hung in the air. And well, the fielder there, Lovepreet Singh, this would have been amazing. And look, he actually gets a bit of hands on it, but just misjudges it slightly. And because he was impacting the ground, he had no chance to recover. So remember that. Rahman dropped on 0. Dustgear goes after a slow ball, completely misses out. And here's the other thing is that when you are carrying a slight injury, I think often your head's not right. Even if physically you are able to play the shots, I think that you're not quite putting as much concentration that you normally do into the innings. In the air, and this one should be a simple catch.
Oh!
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 What's happened there? Well, Corey's back. You had a good view of that. Talk me through what happened.
Oh, sorry. I just put my mic back on, and that is one of the worst drops you'll ever see. It went straight in the air, and he said, oh, I've got this one. It's easy, and it just went straight out.
I thought for a second he might have batted it up before he hit the ground, but he had hit the ground. Wow. 2 drop catches this over. Both batters having a life.
Oh, my pizza almost came the wrong way there, Vinny. This is too much for me.
Do not blame you.
Down the leg side, wide. I did hear what you said as I was just tucking into lunch. Thank you, everyone at Italian Cricket, for helping sort that out. I've got a controversial thing I want to bring up with you.
All right. You know, shy away from controversy. Something else you want to bring up?
There is another type of fruit I have on a pizza.
Okay, is it tomato?
No. High in the air. Oh, this could be an amazing catch. He's getting right near the rope. Oh! Oh, it's an amazing catch, my word! The Leaning Tower of Pisa. He's that big, Mohammed Kashif. He's tracked back 25 metres. He was getting close to the rope. He sticks up the left paw and it's stuck. Oh, my word, Vinny.
If they still had the running backwards in the Olympics, I think that Mohammed Kashif might have won it. I thought he had no idea where he was, and I think maybe he didn't, because he was running so fast, I thought there was no way that he's pulling up before the rope. There's the rope, and he turns around and says, okay, I'll stop right now.
Oh, cool.
What a piece of cricket. And Dusky got lucky once, but he wasn't going to get lucky twice. What a piece of cricket. It's a ridiculous catch, really.
For people watching, he started inside the ring right there. He started inside the ring and just ran backwards and stuck up the left paw.
7 for 2 after 2 overs, and well, I was speechless. You weren't. You just yelled. It probably deafened most of our audience, but why not? And he just looked so crazy, like so nonchalantly.
Oh yeah,
now.
look, we were really excited. we were really excited with our pizza just going through our bodies.
Well, I thought that was one of the post-pizza hallucinations there, but
Did
that
you
is
like
a catch.
did you like the Leaning Tower of Pizza like slide in there? Did you hear that? I thought that was one of my better.
That was very clever.
Yeah, you didn't hear me say that?
No, I did hear you.
Not
No,
bad.
I'm going to give you full credit.
I'm going to start like just dropping in little, not ornaments. What do you call them? what do you call them? What's the Colosseum called? Like the Leaning Tower of Pizza. What is it? Like a monument. Monument.
Yeah, monument.
Yeah.
Oh, how many do you know? You only know
ornament. I know a couple.
So when you say monuments, you're putting an S on it like you know more
I've
than
got the pizza giggles. In he comes. Nice pace. Dot ball.
They're all over them now. Dusky, that was the big wicket as well.
Huge wicket. Great catch. That's a moment. That will go viral. But yeah, I want to. First of all, if I go to an Italian restaurant, they better cut my pizza. I will be sending it back. Second of all, this is a controversial one. Mango on a pizza.
That's out there.
Try it.
With what? What else though?
It's more like a supreme-y sort of flavour.
Okay. Yeah, but do you mix it with savoury stuff or what? Or are you just making this up?
No, you can do it.
Okay. Well, give us your thoughts of mango on pizza in the chat.
No one would have tried it, but please try it. Back to the action. Quick again. Beautiful bowl.
We've had a couple of ridiculous moments in this game so far. The switch hit 4 was one of them. But how about that catch? I mean, I thought if he was to catch, that's one thing, Kashif. But then to stop on a dime, that was quite incredible.
Oh, that's a great cricket shot. Gets a little bit of width. Flat bats it over point. 6 runs.
Well, that'll help. It certainly will. I mean, there's a couple of threats here. They have been removed. Russell Akhtar and Dustgear, but still got Mehboob Rahman and Mudassir Ali there. Baraka Prato are a team who are strangers to making the 100-plus scores. Needing 107 in this chase. Whichever team wins this puts them in a very good position for qualification.
Well, big appeal, and he's given a feather edge. It's good reward for Maruf Kell. He's bowled quick, he's bowled fast, and he's got the wicket, and the batsman's not happy, and he's walking straight to the umpire. He's not impressed at all.
Yeah, that's no good. You got to walk off if you're given. And Rahman's upset, but can't really be having any of that. Have a look at this on the replay.
Yeah, that's out. For me, I heard it in the effects mic. I was pretty certain he got a little piece of that. Just a piece. They all went up in unison. They knew.
Yeah, well, it's a nice take by the keeper as well. Slightly to his left. Now, the umpire heard it, you heard it. But, yeah, Rahman, he just kind of motioning. Maybe saying, maybe it wasn't at the umpire, maybe it was more just saying it bounced a bit more than he thought. But anyway, Baraka Prato right now in a bit of trouble. 3 wickets in the power play, 14 for 3.
Yeah, big trouble. They need a partnership, Vinny. They really need a partnership.
Yeah, so new batter coming to the crease is Hamid Ali. Bowled a good over earlier today. Let's see how he goes with the bat. Yeah, we had a lot of action ever since you arrived, actually, Corey.
Well, it seems to follow me where I go. I do love it. I love this T10 format. I've missed it a bit. Been involved in some T20 internationals and 50-over cricket with VOC. It's good to be back into some T10 cricket. A bit more action-packed. In comes Maruf Kell again. Quick, unlucky.
There's a bit of seam in this. I remember this pitch not really giving too much to the bowlers last year, but it was fairly new back then. So often pitches, when they're newly laid, they can be a bit slower before the artificial turf has been flattened by just being run on a lot. Sometimes it gains a bit of pace after a year or two. Anyway, pretty good power play for Trentino Aquila. They take a wicket in each over, and the score is 14 for 3 after 3.
Now, wicket in each over. That always helps, doesn't it? We're looking to get the 4th here.
So Madasra Ali to face up for the first time. Two new batters, need to build a partnership. Can't waste too much time doing it either. I mean, they're about 15 behind where they need to be at this stage. From 15 to 18 behind where they need to be. Nice to see some intensity in the field. Something's been lacking for some of the teams this morning.
Was a lovely looking cricket shot, that. They might skid on for 4. Will he get down? Oh, he did get down, but... Oh, wow. Well, Michael Jackson hit your heart out. Did you see that, Vinny? Look at this.
I didn't, but I'm about to.
He does okay, and then watch the fielder coming in. He comes sliding in. I thought
he was just a bystander.
He almost kicked it over the rope. In the end, they saved 2.
Yeah, we're just lucky he doesn't carry it over the line.
Oh, inside edge, well kept. Very well kept there. Interesting to see they're still operating with slip. Aggressive. See here, just the under edge, and the keeper does really well.
Yeah, so all these stops making a difference, keeping it quiet.
High, in the air, should be caught, will be caught. Caught, nice catch, simple catch. Another wicket goes, they're all over him. The catch by Mohammed Kashil out there. And it's 4 down for not many, Vinny.
Kashif leaning Tara Pisa last time, but didn't have to lean too far this time. He felt he's good enough to catch this one with his eyes closed. So Baraka Prato in some serious trouble now. 16 for 4. But that's rally gone for a couple.
Yeah, safe as houses. He's built like a gladiator, that man. He's a big man. Get him in the Coliseum. Great catch. 16 for 4. They need a miracle from here. He's not looking good at all.
Netherlands playing at the moment. I know that's one you'll be watching pretty closely.
It's in the background.
Stephen Myberg. I thought some people thought he'd retired. Is he unretired? He's opening the batting with Maxie O'Dowd.
He retired from 50 over cricket, and I think the intention was to retire from T20s as well, but just with a couple of things that have gone on in Dutch cricket, there was a tap on the shoulder saying,
Takesy backsies.
Could you just...
Tendescarter. You want to dig him out of the cage as well?
Probably could. Yeah, the batting depth in Holland's a little bit light at the moment, to put it nicely. Anyway, Ali's got 2. Back to the action. Pulled away. It's going to land in a bit of a hole. Will it kick on? It will kick on. So, 4 runs. Nice start by Ulla.
Well, drive slowly past the street corner. You find a one-hand hooker. And that's one way to do it from Zaka Ulla. And so, not a bad effort to a ball that was in at his body. Sadakat Ali trying to close out his spell.
High. Oh, it's good. He did this before. He catches it this time. Well, safe as houses. He put his hands up, say it's mine straight away. This time he catches it. Oh, my word. This is an absolute demolishing. Trentino Aquila, you didn't give him too much of a chance, Vinny.
Well,
they're storming away.
No, I don't think too much of a chance. I thought Baraka Prato, they're pretty experienced at making these 100-plus totals, but at the moment, they're looking shakier than one of their captain's knees, as they've lost to five wickets now within the first 4 overs. And so the score's 20 for 5. Not looking good, is it?
It's not looking good. But I can say we're in a beautiful part of the world. This is a gorgeous ground.
It's one of our most favourite grounds in Europe. People often ask us favourite grounds we've been to and all that. This always gets a mention. We were here for the first time last year. It's Pianoro home ground.
What's Rome like?
Rome's pretty nice as well. Yeah, no, you like Rome. But there's something special about this. It's a little bit out of the city. I think partly it's the surroundings. So I think there is the river, but it's dry at the moment. But yeah, just the little cottages you see on the hill over the top over there.
Can you imagine living in one of those cottages so remotely?
It's looking even nicer than last year. Last year we didn't have a lot of grass. It was quite sandy. They just put the pitch in. It was fairly new. Last ball, the 4th now.
Well
Away
bowled.
for a dot.
Well bowled. Top spell. Really impressive stuff. And, well, 20 for 5 after 4.
Now, Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Corey Ruckers. Corey, great to have you back once again. We'll step back so we can see all of you. Okay, you can go forward.
I'm such a giant.
One thing I wanted to say is I don't think I've been with you. One thing I'm really thankful for and is that Ryan Campbell, the Dutch coach, is back up and about. I've seen he's going back to his duties. And, I've said this before, but while I'm here with you, Rhino, you know, big friend of ECN, and we're so happy to see you making a recovery and sending you all the best. Good to have you back in charge of the Dutch team.
Yeah, got a good chat with Cambo, not just the other week, ran into each other. He came and watched the games, obviously, against England.
Yeah.
And he's healthy, he's happy. He said it's a scary thing, but it's a bit of a blackout for him. He's back.
And how lucky that when he collapsed, of course, he had that heart attack and was in serious condition for a while. And how lucky that a bystander had just done their CPR course, right? Just done their first aid course and knew how to handle the situation.
Well, the world works in mysterious ways, and that is definitely one of them.
Of course, Cambo's commentated for us before, way back in ECL 19.
Yeah,
so he's with us right at the start of the journey.
One of the originals.
Yeah. You did a game in that series as well, didn't you?
Well, that puts me back up one.
I think Cambo's still number 3 ahead of you. He still keeps
No, that
points.
means I'm on 248.
I counted that one.
Okay.
Back when we did it, yeah.
Well bowled. There's certainly some carry in this pitch when you get it through.
It's gained a bit of pace, I think, for sure. But you've got to have the bowlers that can exploit it. And someone like Ali Arshad, he's tall. He's got long limbs. And right now, keeping Baraka Prato really quiet.
Oh, pulled away. It's going to land safely. Should just be the one. They're really bowling a heavy length, aren't they?
The Irish dancing about that fielding down at fine leg.
Doesn't matter how you get there, Vinny. You just got to stop it.
Baraka Prato, this was one of the issues last year. They did rely heavily on Dust Gear. He had 150 more runs than anybody else in the week last year here in Bologna. So if he gets out, you wonder where they're going to come from.
Well,
And this one should be another one.
You've put the mocker on him. He's gone. It is all falling to pieces. 22 for 6. But the big difference has been in the fielding. They're catching everything, Vin.
Yeah, well, this is something we haven't seen enough of so far today in Bologna. But like flies on the Bologna gelato, they're sticking at the moment. And so Shiraz has to go for a duck. And Prato 22 for 6. Well, one thing Rico's been doing that people really like is the duck noise. Can you do a bit of a duck noise? That's pretty good. Yeah.
Not bad. You happy with that?
Yeah, there you go. Should Corey persist with the duck noise?
No,
I've gotten used to it now.
Why can't you get one of those animated ducks that comes on the screen when someone gets a duck, just like they did when Channel 9 cricket in the mornings?
Yeah, we spent all our money on you, getting you here on that flight, so we run out of cash.
Yep, that's fair.
But anyway, 22 for 6. I don't really see a window back into this game. Booyah is going to come to the crease.
Oh, booyah. We would have to witness something pretty miraculous if they are to come back. Well defended. Oh, and it's hit the edge of the pitch. It means he'll get one.
So last year, the edge of the pitch was significantly higher than the rest of the field. That's one thing I remember, because the grass hadn't really grown in yet. It was fairly newly laid. There was a fair bit of concrete around there. It was a bit hazardous. But this year, although it's better, you see that one just kind of hitting it and bouncing away.
Well bowled. Pretty impressive display this so far. Oh, by Aquila. Bowled really well, batted well.
Yeah. Keanu saying Netherlands 47 for no loss after the first 5 overs.
Laughing.
One of your housemates probably doing okay, I'd imagine.
It's well bowled again. Another dot ball brings us to the end of the over, 23 for 6.
Yeah, so it's not just the 6 wickets, the fact that they're so far behind the run rate as well. So yeah, net run rate could be important here, because only 2 teams will go through out of the 4. So if you have 3 teams tied on points, potentially it's net run rate that could make a difference. So the fact that nobody has gotten into double digits here, Trentino Aquila, looks like they're going to win and win really well. I mean, Baraka Prato, they won pretty well this morning, winning by 42 runs, but it feels like they're undoing a lot of their good work with this batting performance at the moment.
Yeah, you do have to think about that net run rate, don't you? Especially in tournament play.
Yeah, it's such a factor. And in a 3-game qualifying period, 1 game result affects it massively. The Czech Republic ended up beating, gone 2 there. Just snoozing. You're working hard for runs. You won't be looking for every single one. They should have got 2, they only get 1. Yeah, so Czech Republic win the CE Cup yesterday. That's on net run rate.
Yeah.
And I know, for example, they were playing Luxembourg, but, in the previous game before game 6, and the margin of that game was pretty important. And the fact that they were able to beat Austria in the final. This is pulled away for 4, so we've been waiting for one, and we get one now. Hamid Ali gets one that he's able to turn on, just on a length. Pulled away to leg side for a boundary.
Yeah, nice cricket shot. Will that get them a little bit of momentum in this clash? They need to get going as soon as possible.
So yesterday, the target was 147, I think, for Czech Republic. They had to get them in 19 overs if they were going to win on net run rate, and they did in 18.4. That's how close it was. Full toss.
Miles in the air, Vinny. It should be caught. Caught. They don't drop it, this team. Another wicket goes. Anytime they get some momentum, they lose one. It's now 28 for 7.
Yeah, and Kashif, well, he's a ball magnet, isn't he? Leaning Tower of Pisa, you called him earlier. But he's been taking them with ease. The second and third ones, 2 hand jobs. And so he's able to rein it in. That wasn't going anywhere. So 7 wickets down now, 28 for 7. I just did not see this coming from Baraka Prato, but it's always a risk. I mean, Daskia had a life, but then ended up going for just 2. He was caught by that one-hand stunner from Mohammad Kashif. But Kashif now with 3 catches in the innings. And yeah, catches win matches. It's the old cliche, but you certainly make your life a lot easier if you're able to hold on to them. And always Asghar with a wicket.
It's been 2 completely different fielding teams, hasn't it? 2 completely different units out there. They've caught basically everything, and looks like they're going to get rewarded with the victory. 28 for 7, not pretty reading, that is for sure.
Chris Smith saying that the hospital that Ryan Campbell was in, only 29 miles northeast of him. Yeah, well, we're just super thankful that it's been a good outcome for Ryan and his family. Swing and a miss. If I was to collapse, would you resuscitate me? Or would you be trying to climb the commentator rankings?
Oh,
I reckon if I was to fall tomorrow, you'd be one of the prime suspects.
That means Rico goes to number 1. And I think if you asked him deep down, he'd be happy about that as well.
Yeah, I think Rico deserves it.
Deserves
a spot at number 1. This is whacked away. And this is going to be 4. Yeah, Shabir. Nice shot by the left-hander. And yeah, we'll get a boundary here. So, come on, Shabir. Just a nice swing of the bat there through the line. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot that.
We don't really have rankings. I've told you this before. We don't have rankings. We're a team. Our commentary team's a team. We're really lucky. Also, I've liked the addition of Charlie, who's been doing the internationals
he's
recently.
like number 7.
Charlie's like on a rookie contract. You know,
he's our rookie.
Our rookie contract. Charlie's been great. Tyrone's coming up in Dresden.
They're like the B squad.
Oh, they're not. They don't really make distinctions like that. You'll find yourself in the B squad if you're not careful.
I might be in the C squad. Captain of the C squad.
You are in the C squad. C for Corey, C for something else. But
champion.
Yeah, we are obviously always building to improve our numbers of commentators that we can call on. And Nikki Chowdhury, she'll be here assisting Rico and I in week 5 during the Super Series.
Oh, lovely. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. I'll tell you what, shot of the day for me. Gets another full ball. Why have they had Shabir down the order, Vinny?
Well, Shabir needs about 8 spots higher, I think, at the moment. Yeah, you're right. There's just an easy free swing about him. A swing of the bat and finds its way to the boundary. End of 6, 36 for 7. I mean, you learn. I mean, maybe he's a guy that can throw up 3 or 4, something like that. And so Chris Smith, apparently some things we're saying people are finding funny, saying that his beer came out his nose. Have you ever laughed so hard that your drinks come out your nose?
Oh, yeah.
I've had a couple. In fact, that's why I try not to drink anything while I'm commentating with you, because we do end up having a few lighter moments, don't we?
There will be something that happens in the next 2 weeks that hits our funny bone, that is for sure.
Hopefully everyone's recovered. This innings, I don't see it recovering though. Booyah is swinging and missing past this one.
No, they've just, unfortunately, just lost wickets all throughout in this innings, and they've never been in this chase.
Well, basically what they need to do now is take their medicine. If they can get 10 off each of these last 4 overs, get to 76 and reduce the margin of the loss, strategically, that's what they should be doing, I think, just to improve their chances of qualifying for later in the week.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think, to protect the net run rates. That's just pushed into the leg side for 1.
Helix saying that he'd be searching for you as well if something was to happen to me, that you'd be the prime suspect. I mean, you are.
We'll be back for the
pretty
ECC
underhanded.
though. I'm looking forward to that. I
ECC
really
will
am.
be great. 5 weeks this time.
Yeah,
In
I'll
the
join you
first-
from week 2.
In the first week, you're otherwise disposed, unless you get sacked though. There's always that possibility.
It's well bowled and well played. A little rolling off cutter, pushed into the offside for 1. Well, I think in that ECC this year,
You asked me my thoughts. I'm going to ask you your thoughts. Okay, take Spain out of it because you are coaching Spain, so obviously you're going to say can't really judge them. But tell me sides you're looking forward to seeing.
Netherlands,
Yeah.
I think they'll send a strong team because they didn't win it last year and England really showed what they could do. So that's hit hard through the offside. Nice looking cricket shot. No sweeper. That will go over this fast outfield for 4.
They're learning a lot, I think, about how to go about chasing runs. You don't have to slog everything across the line here. It's more kind of traditional cricket shots through the arc, through the line of the ball, through the offside. But he just waits for that and punches it. With this fast outfield, you're still going to get value. So,
just trying to think of some of the other
I
groups.
mean, I can't wait to see Belgium again. And Belgium were
Yeah,
pretty
well-
exciting last time.
Nice Whippington into the leg side this time. And, well, nice aggressive feeling. An aggressive throw.
Oh, that had 5 written all over it, didn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, just a 1.
It's good attacking fielding. Before we go back to that, I've really liked the energy from Trentino Aquila in the field. It's something that I don't think I've seen from any other team this morning to this level. And they're going out there, they're playing with a lot of confidence, backing each other up. You need to do in the sun.
Oh, well bowled. Yeah, they're a well-drilled unit. That brings an end to the over. Have a look here. That one coming, tailing in, hitting him in the nether regions. He's okay, though. And it's 43 for 7. I think France, Vinny, France are my most exciting team to see when we get to that. But here's the game coming up later today.
Okay, and this is what we'll see. Last game of the day. I'll get ready for some more Super Nines action. Luke CC, they were winning with the same sort of a team that you see there earlier. They have a 1-0 record, taking on Trentino Aquila, who looks like they'll also have a 1-0 record. So whichever one of those teams that wins, they're in the box seat for qualifying because they will have 2 wins and maybe only play 3 games. So it doesn't guarantee you qualification because you might end up with 3 teams all on 2 wins, but certainly puts you in good shape. This one's an appeal, but the bowler's not interested. The keeper's more interested, but now he loses interest. It's 43 for 7 as we head into the 8th over.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything in my effects, Mike. Just a dot ball in the end. Afskar bowling his 2nd over. Flicked away, chance, no, 1 bounce, good fielding by Lovejeet out there. Just the single.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the most complete fielding performance we've seen so far. And they haven't caught everything, but when it's mattered, they have.
Yeah, they've been pretty efficient, Vinny. Very clean. Well bowled. A bit of a cut away. But yeah, you didn't respond. I said France.
Oh, France. Yeah, they'll be new. I mean,
What?
France are in the ECC.
Yeah,
For
sorry,
the
but
first
they're
time?
new this time. Yeah, so
Yeah, but I
I'm
mean-
excited to see them.
I'm excited to see them too, and they were crazy. Their Dreher side, well, they are crazy. That's why they're so exciting to watch.
Oh, he's got him. Well, you miss, I hear, and that's a great sight for any fast bowler. The middle stump's been uprooted. The 8th wicket falls down, and it's almost all she wrote here in Bologna.
Yeah, it seems so. I wonder if they'll even bat it out at the moment. Braca Prato, the fact they've got 11 players will help them try and bat out the 10 overs, but yeah, that's just pitched up, and every fast bowler loves to see that. The old stumps crashing out of the ground. That's something that we've been seeing a bit of lately here in Italy, with the stumps banged into the surface. But as it is the 8th wicket for Braca Prato, and they lose Shabir, who actually batted really well. When he held his shape, he looked very good there, didn't he? Kamar Shabir, but he goes for 9, including 2 boundaries. Score is 106 for 4. And that was the first innings. The score here is 44 for 8. That probably makes more sense.
Yeah, 44 for 8. So a bit of batting here for the lower order. Definitely warming up around here, Vinny.
Yeah, this is nothing yet. Seen nothing yet. Here's Imran coming to the crease. Shahid Imran. He did pretty well with the ball, but yeah, Braca Prato, I think they need to work on is their depth, I think. We have seen signs, some good signs. I like Shabir's innings. I like some of the shots Bouya's played, but I think maybe it's their approach. Maybe they're just being a bit too uber aggressive. They only needed 10 and over here. They didn't need 20 and over.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they could have played it a little bit more streetwise.
I like the Trentino Aquila outfits. What do you think? What do you think about the?
Oh, they're the leader so far.
Yeah. You know, a bit of a West Coast Eagles fan in the
Are you?
in the football. Not doing great at the moment, but they got the colours.
Well bold. Well bold.
Settle in for the day.
Yep, respectfully played.
Oh yeah, so Shrug, this is the other. Shrug's reminded me about something that we have said. That if we get to, so at the moment we have 296,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. And if we get to 300,000 during our Italian adventure, so it's blocked down for 0. And the over, it's 44 for 8. If we get to 300,000 during our Italian adventures, we will do the ice bucket challenge. So, so that's the challenge, and it depends. If we do it while you're here, then you have to do it with me. If we do it in week 5, well then Rico and maybe Nikki will have to do it with me. So we're calling on everyone to get your family, get your friends, subscribe to European Cricket Network. We're on 296,000 subscribers.
4,000 feels like it would be a lot in 2 weeks.
We're always creeping up. We only go one way. We've been creeping up. I think when I first started 2021 doing ECS full time, we were about 91,000.
Is an ice bucket challenge okay in a country that's having a drought full of water?
I think it is, yeah. Because I won't need to have a shower, so I'm actually saving that water.
Okay.
It's a good question, though.
Yeah, I'm always thinking. Shot. It's only going to be one, though. Sweeper out there.
It's very environmentally conscious of you. Whoa. Oh, look at this.
Oh, no way. What's he done there?
Well, he sat and admired the shot. Booyah. And I think they're going to look at this. I mean, my instinct is he's probably just okay. But, geez, what a good throw. And Trentino Aquila not taking the handbrake off at all. Let's have a look at this. He's saying, come on, please go for 4. And then he realised, oh, no. Just in.
It's a brilliant bit of fielding, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Brilliant fielding. And, yeah, my instinct was right. He was just in, but you had to hustle. I like that. Trentino Aquila, if you're going to go all the way, you're going to have to play well. You're going to have to play some good cricket teams. So you have to act like a good cricket team.
Yep.
And those are the little things that good cricket teams do. They have just not, they don't care about the scoreboard situation. They're just doing their thing, keeping their standards high. This is Kashif. He's had quite the game so far, hasn't he? With the bat, I thought he was brilliant. With his 40, he's taken probably the catch of the day so far.
Yep. Man of the match for me.
Yeah. We'll have to probably discuss Mohammad Kashif, I mean Asad Tanvir for his 50. They both batted very well. Big swing and a miss from Raza Bouya.
Yep, just winding down. Boyat still trying to get those runs.
Hello to Neville, who's saying this looks like it won't be a GB finish. Yeah, I don't think we'll get the golden ball this time, but
it's coming.
It's got to be. Oh, every game is one closer to a golden ball. That's all I want to say about that. Wow, this is a little tame bunt. Kashif, which hand will he go? No, he'll take a 4th catch. He's one off the record now because Madupa Fernando from Boliasco holds the record of 5 catches in innings. So that makes it 4 this time off his own bowling. So Braca Prato down to the last batter with 8 balls remaining, 46 for 9.
Is that most catches by a non-keeper? Or
well, it's actually full stop because, yes, it's rare. We have had 5 dismissals from a keeper a couple of times. But I don't think we've had 5 actual catches by a keeper. And like 3 catches and 2 stumpings, which we had in Czech Republic recently. But yeah, 5 full stop. 5 to any fielder, including a keeper, is the record.
Okay.
Obviously, in Test cricket or longer form cricket, you can get a higher proportion of catches going to the keeper compared to in this cricket, where you get a lot more catches that go to the outfield. Or a lot more aggressive shots are played in the air. So, well, he's got 8 balls to try and tie that record. Kashif, but that first one should be worth double that he took with one hand running backwards.
It was an unbelievable catch. It almost changed the game straight away.
Here is number 11. Who gets, I think he gets a little nick on this. Wait for the signal. He does. Well, that's the way to get Get your stats up. Little Rooks Khan. There you go. Little edge. Wrong foot's the keeper. Gets 4. Straight between the reverse feet.
Yep, doesn't matter how you do it. Just do it. That brings the 50 up, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it's good to see them get there. But a long way back behind where they need to be. Maya Patel asking about the kits the teams wear. If we survive this ball, I'll let you know. And the question was, are they just for the ECS or they wear these all the time? They wear these all the time. You just don't see teams wearing white clothes in most of the European countries. Occasionally you will. I know in Czech Republic, occasionally in the 40 over competition there, they will wear white kits, but it's pretty rare these days. I think that they enjoy kind of showing the colours of their club in their kits. So yeah, Maya, these are kits that they wear the whole season. Occasionally we'll have teams that will create special kits for the ECS, but they're on top of other coloured kits. Yeah, and it's a bit better than the boring whites. I say boring, I'd say traditional.
It's gone out of fashion though, hasn't it, with all the white ball cricket. All club teams around the world want a nice new snazzy kit.
Yeah, why not? All right, here we go with last over. And it's Atif Salim Raza. Now they're thinking about batting out the 10. But again, you don't want to go too defensive. Chris Smith saying some of the T20 blast kits in the 100 are a bit vivid, to say the least. So that's true. A feast for the eyes. Let's know some of your favourite kits maybe in the break between this and the last game. And now they can get a run here. So, wow, they're going to do this comfortably. If you told me at the start of the day that Baraka Prato would have a negative net run rate by the end of the day after they smacked RCP by 42 runs, I would have said it's more likely that Corey would turn up for game 1 on time. But now they're just kind of ambling through. They won't run it here. So look, Trentino Aquila, this is just the kind of performance you want going into the last game of the day. They're all business, aren't they? If you're going to come 4 hours to play your games, you want to give it a good effort, and they have. I'll be pretty confident, I think, going into the next game as well.
High in the air, another catching opportunity. They don't drop on this team. And they don't drop it. Well, this time they tried to flirt with it. It hit his hands. It almost went to his partner. He then spiraled it back into his own hands. I don't know how he's done that.
I was looking for Kashif because that's where he normally fields. It was Ali Arshad, the captain, that was in that position.
Watch this, Vinny. Watch the juggle.
I know. It was a proper juggle. It's a team juggle as well, is it?
No, I think it was just him. His teammate almost got there. Bang, bang.
Yeah, that's always a chic with the assist. Well, all's well that ends well. Smile and a high five to finish it. And that does finish it because Baraka Prato gets skittled for 51. They go down by 55 runs. So they win by 42, then they lose by 55 in the day. So talk about your mixed effort. And Trentino Aquila, they, for me, have been the most impressive team so far on day 1. And they will roll into the last game chock full of confidence after taking apart Baraka Prato.
Yeah, absolutely. They are deserved winners in this game. They outfielded them especially, but with the bat earlier, the openers batted beautifully, and all the bowlers, pretty tidy lines, decent pace about them. They'll be happy with that result. It's a good first win, and well, they're going to be back out there soon against Luca.
Yeah, well, Luca CC.
Brave to go with 9.
Yeah, well, it worked for them the first time because they did win the game against RCB earlier. And Trentino Aquila winning the toss, batting first. They want to do the same as they did last time. Tanvir and Kashif, let's see if they can get them off to a flyer when we return in about 15 minutes' time. But right here, you saw Lovepreet. He was all up and about early on. Dropped a tough one, but after pouching one, they picked him up. And, well, it was a good comprehensive effort, wasn't it? But this was a moment that I think we'll remember for a long time, Corey. What a catch by Kashif, the leading tower of Pisa.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, wasn't it? I mean, they just caught everything, and this young man I really liked as well. He got it through the crease, and he a bit of an explosive sort of action. Kazar Marakufkel, and he bowled really, really well. Good lines, good lengths, and even though there were some nice shots in between, they kept losing wickets in bunches, and a lot of skied-up deliveries, all being caught. And you mentioned it a few times. Trentino Aquila's fielding unit was the most impressive we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, yeah, they just had a bit of energy about them. They were well ahead in the game, but I think they were pretty keen to make the most of every opportunity. I think they had a healthy sense of kind of internal competition. I mean, everyone wanted to do their job well. That's why they didn't really take the pressure off, even when the game was beyond doubt. That was a nice bit of bowling by Askar. He knocked Shabir's middle stump out of the ground, but Shabir did play some nice shots while he was there. And we had yet another catch for Kashif. Took 4 in the innings, including one one-hander. And this was the one that we thought was a bit funny. And I think eventually, Charlie Ashard sees the funny side as well, as it's a mauling, really, Trentino Aquila. Well, your favourites, they're looking good so far, 106 to 51. The margin in match 3 was 55 runs, and only Booyah cracked double digits, but he took 11 balls to do so. And it was a kind of sad and sorry batting card. Not the first time we've seen something like this today, but you know, for a ground that is pretty batting friendly and normally pretty high scoring, I think the bats haven't quite woken up yet for some of these teams.
No, and that can happen. It's a Monday. It's the start of the competition. It's not always easy to get going straight away. So pretty disappointing looking batting scorecard there. But let's have a look at the bowling scorecard. And wow, 3 wickets for Sadiq Ali. To be happy with that, 3 for 11. Everyone else chipping in. Vinny, you don't see that too often. Every bowler getting a wicket.
Yeah, 6 bowlers. But how about Sadiq Ali? 3 for 11, 2 for Maroof Kel and Awais Askar. Singles to Saqib Ashad, as well as Hadif Salim Raza and Mohammad Kashif. But yeah, I've got to say, it was a pretty good effort. All things considered, pretty complete effort from Trentino Aquila. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. When we do, we'll go into the last game of the day. It's Baraka Prato, who will have to take a back seat. Trentino Aquila, they'll be hoping to do the same again. They are batting first against Lucas CC. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to opening day here in Bologna, the start of the third week of our Italian summer adventure. And time for the last game of the day. It's match 4, Trentino Aquila. They're going back to back, taking on Lucas EC in this game. Let's go out to the middle. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Who's got a call? Yeah, tails the call. It's heads. Move back to us. Okay, good luck guys. Have a good game. All the best.
So it is Trentino Aquila that have won the toss, and they have decided to bat first. Look, why not? Got to say I was impressed by both of their openers, Asad Tanvir and Mohamed Kashif, in the first innings of that match. So they didn't really make the most of the second half of their innings. So that's maybe something to think about. They want to sustain the pace all the way through. 69 in the first half, 37 in the second. So I think perhaps their opponents in the last game, Baraka Prato, doing a bit of a better job tying them down and getting themselves back into the match. But Trentino Aquila, they've come a long way, but we know that they are built for T10 cricket. They do like to swing all the way down the order. I think it's a good decision for them to bat first. Let's talk about Lucas EC though. Well, they're new to the competition, and we certainly saw a good performance from them earlier. They took apart RCP, who reached the final in Venezia last year. But look, I'm going to say I really like watching Pradeep Kumara for them. I think he's a real live wire. And if he takes a wicket, you get ready for that archery celebration. He really likes to have fun with it. So Lucas EC did come off a win this morning. And look, if they can win this one here, then they're in a pretty good position, I think, to qualify for the Super Fives later on this week. So all to play for. Corey Ruckers, been great to have him back with me today as we go into Game 4. Corey, I can tell you that Trentino Aquila, your favourites, they've won the toss and they are going to have a bat once again. Over to you. Let's get the last game of the day started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu, for that energetic introduction, and looking forward to Game 4 here today on a lovely warm Monday in Bologna, Italy, and absolute pleasure to be here. Pleasure to bring you all this T10 cricket coverage on the ECN network, and I hope all our fans on YouTube, via the YouTube chat, you're enjoying yourselves. Always great to interact with you all, and everyone out in India via FanCode, give yourselves a tap on the back. I know you're watching more cricket, you love it, and good luck for your Dream 11 teams. Let's have a look at the two lineups. Lucas EC going in with 9. It's a little bit uphill from there, but you never know. You never know in this world of cricket. That man, Jacinta Diaz, and number 3, bowls, bats, good player for Trentino Aquila, one of the better names I've also heard. Well, their two openers had a good game, Kashif and Tanvir, but also I like a few people down that lower order. Kamar Razak, I think, might have a pretty good game. So we're almost ready to go. The big question here is, when you only have 9, where are the holes? And yeah, as a batsman, does that play in the back of your mind? Do you start trying to do some awkward little shots to try exploit it? Looks like they're starting with only a mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side for a man swinging it in. Brave needs to bowl it outside off stump here. Almost set to go. It's the first ball of the 4th game. Lucas EC with the ball. Here we go. Comes walking at him, hits it hard down the ground. He's making some good ground and stops it. So 1 run. Nice aggressive shot. We expect that from Tanvir. And this man, Kashif, brilliant partnership in the previous game, these two. They'll be looking to do that again. Oh, he moves across and bang! Wow, what a shot that is for your first ball. His eye is definitely still in. He's having a sensational day. And Kashif, he's 6 off 1. He gets a length ball. You see him shimmy right back deep into that crease. And he gets every single piece of that. What a start for him. And, well, what a start for his team. So another change in the field. Oh, he flicks that down the leg side. Big appeal. Ought to be leg buys. Yep, leg buys. That was sliding down though. He did shuffle. But I tell you, I still think maybe over the leg stump or missing leg stump. Thought he got a little bit of bat on that as well personally after it hit his pad. Signalled leg bias. Well bowled. Straight to the one man in the ring. Oh, and he's missed it. Oh, there's only one man in the ring on the leg side and went straight through him. So that'll be another single for Danvia. Like Sheetha. Nice left arm action. Trying to attack those stumps, isn't he? Trying to give any width at all. High in the air. Well, his day might be ruined. This should be a simple catch. It's out. The big man goes. Kashif. Well, he only hit the 1-6 in this innings. He goes out for 6 off 3. It's a big wicket. And plucky little Lucas CC. They have the first bite of the chocolates in this one. Scores 9 for 1. And just tried to overhit it that time. Straight up in the air. A nice safe catch. So good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, huge wicket.
Yeah, well, they need something to go their way, don't they, early? You knew how important this opening partnership would be. So, Trentino and Aquila lose a key man, and we just know how dangerous that batter can be. He's banging them all over the place before, but Kashif has to go for just the 6 and out in this one. 9 for 1. Brings Lovepreet Singh to the crease. So Lovepreet, certainly someone I'm looking forward to seeing with the stick. We saw him go for just 1 off 2 balls earlier, so I'm sure he would like to make some runs here. He's facing up. And he gets off the mark immediately. He'll retain the strike. Pretty good over from Lakshita. He did get banged, but he came back with a wicket and a big wicket of Kashif. It's the end of 1. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, 10 for 1, so pretty even in the first, but just to give these batsmen more of an opportunity as we look at the Bologna week
now,
format.
tell me, do you understand the format yet, Corey? Because if you understand it, then I feel confident that everyone else will. Talk us through the format then.
So you've got group matches, that matches 1 to 12, 2 groups of 4 teams, obviously, and then, well, we'll peter that out to Super 5.
So who's in the Super 5 then on Thursday?
Yeah, we've got the extra team that's coming in, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
And obviously the group winners of this, so they'll meet in the Super 5, and then I won't be there Saturday.
Well, you better be here. Where do you think you're going to go?
Oh, we might call up another. It's Saturday in Bologna.
Don't make me put the ankle bracelet on you.
No, I'll be here.
Have to. We can go out for a couple of beers on Saturday night. How about that?
That's a deal. But I'll be here for finals day Saturday. Looking forward to that. So that is the week format.
Cool.
That is
a problem at the start of the day. But first one getting away.
Was it Lucas EC that bowled all the extras?
So it was when they were batting, they got all the extras. It was Royal Cricket Padova that gave them 43 extras in the second match of the day. Hey, guess what? Last game of the day. So we've been doing a few things last game of the day.
Talk to me.
First of all, we'll look at the sun cut. Gets a bit short, gets hit square, and
fielding.
Nice bit of fielding. You're going to make up for slight lack of personnel, and you can do that with fielding like that. Yeah, so I'll normally do a bit of food chat and or random questions. Last game of the day. So, I mean, I talked a little bit about food earlier, so we can talk about that if you want. But yeah, Bologna is the home of gelato, so we'll definitely have to check that out. Gelato's not ice cream, it's slightly different. Always go straight over the stumps. Don't be lucky to survive. So, the other thing is, obviously, Bologna, bolognese sauce comes from Bologna. That's where it comes from, this area.
Really?
Yeah. It's an Italian thing. The ragu. So with the kind of the meat in there and the tomatoey sauce. It's very signature for the region. So that's definitely one that I'm going to try, maybe tonight or tomorrow when I go into the town. driven and straight through the fielder who doesn't want to chase it, and there's no point anyway. This has gone for 4. Well, Corey, you're a fielding coach from Islamabad United in the PSL. What did he do wrong here?
Yeah, he's done a lot wrong. It's going to him not quickly. He doesn't get anything behind it.
Yeah. Expert comments from Super Coach.
He lifted his head. It's an honest mistake, and what hurts now is that he's been moved to third man. So that always hurts when you have to run the whole distance because the captain's not happy. Watch this get edged to third man.
I'm waiting. Well, instead, it's going to go in the direction that he was a moment ago. It's good effort there, to be fair, by Dhananjaya Samara. And how about that? From the Sanka.
Bit of Karate Kid there.
That's the kind of acrobatic efforts that we like to see. Have a look at this. Sticks the landing too. Bang straight and long and strong. This is Maximo. 6 runs, Tanvir. We had a couple of dicey ones in the last over, but this one, he just stands and he delivers 6.
Yeah, it's a good cricket shot. A little bit too full. Gets his hands released at the right point. Gets his wrist through the ball. 6 runs. 14 off 6 now for him.
Slow ball picked and dispatched back to back. Rolls the dice, comes up double 6s. Maximo and Trentino Aquila away. The variation from Isanka, but the result was the same.
Yeah, it's a better shot for me because he waited on the slow ball. And obviously he's picked it quite simply, but you still got to put it away, and that's exactly what he did. Another 6.
Resist the urge to try and hack across it, doesn't he? He goes straight through the line into the over as well. So Trentino Aquila after 2. Now 30 for 1. Having a look at this group, well, 3 teams have a win. And well, regardless of who wins this, it's going to be a long way back for Royal Cricket Panama to try and work their way back in to the top 2. They just have the 1 match. But we'll have to see what happens. But whoever wins this game, they will go to 4 points, and they'll be the only team with 4 points overnight. And from there, I don't think you can actually miss out, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's possible that we have 3 teams tied on 4 points. That's the only thing, so net run rate might come into it then. Here's Pradeep Kumara, the flaming archer. A bit short, pulled straight. There's a fielder down there. That's Jacinta Diaz.
So have you had any random questions?
Okay, yeah. So we talked a bit about food, but I think this is all about random questions. So I'm not even going to put it in the chat now. Give us your random questions last match of the day. And I'd love to have some random ones for Corey. Well, this one's in the air, and another teaser for the fielder who won't quite chase this down. And another boundary to Tanvir, who's certainly making the most of the power play with just the 2 outfielders. He's on a rampage at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to have to think about a deep mid off. He's really favouring that area. A boundary for him.
So the question from Mandrake is, Vinny and Corey, if you could play for any of the Italian teams, who would you play for? Very interesting question by Mandrake. Appreciate it.
Well, probably for Luca, so they can have almost 11.
There was somebody actually earlier in the day that said you should probably hope you brought your stuff.
Yeah.
Because you could get a game.
Try help the little mitt fish out.
Edged away, and once it beats this man, it's always going to run away to the boundary. 4 more. Tanvir. That one was more edgy, but it'll do. He moves to 28 off just 9 balls.
Yeah, luck favors the brave, and he's just trying to hit everything that's a thick outside edge. Goes all the way for 4.
So, my answer, that's an interesting one. I probably would go with maybe Kings 11. I felt like Vikas Kumar was doing their keeping, and he's actually a pretty good bowler. He's actually one of the leading wicket takers in the ECS last year, but he was forced to keep. In the air, and this is another teaser, or is it the fielder comes around and he almost holds it. Wow, that was a really good effort by Gayan Lakshita. And really, he tracked this one perfectly, Corey. Just at the last moment, wasn't in the middle of the hands, just popped out, and he never got a second opportunity to reel it in.
He made good ground, Vinny. He really did get there, and Maybe slightly disappointed, didn't hold on to it in the end. Good effort, though.
Good effort, though. I mean, a bit easier to dive on this surface as well.
Oh, we just talked about deep mid-off. I think they might need to put it in. He does favour that area.
Yeah, he does, but I mean, I'm hoping he makes a mistake. I mean, maybe I'd have the long off back instead of long on and try and force him to hit across the ball. Slightly riskier shot. Just 2 balls left in the power play. Here's Kamara. Gets banged over the offside this time, and this will be 4. So put it with the rest. Tanvir might have lost his regular opening partner in Kashif, but it hasn't slowed him down. Coming off a half century, he's racing towards another one, and he moves to 34 with that stroke.
Yep, doing a good job for his side. I mean, he's really raced away here. 45 the team. He's a 34 off 11.
Yeah, so that's probably my answer. My answer is probably Kings 11. I always just look for when teams can probably use my keeping. I don't think my batting's much chop, but I think some teams could use my keeping. That'd be my choice, I think. Anyway, last ball of the power play coming up. Kamara's round the wicket. Good launch leg side. This one is gone. Maximo over the fencer for Tanvir. He moves to 40. And 50 comes up off the last ball of the power play. Trentino Aquila are away. 51 for 1.
Yeah, what a brilliant power play that is. A bit of ECC power play about that. He got every piece. 6 more runs. We'll have a look here. There are some skyscrapers indeed. Even though there was a wicket in the first, Tanvir, he's gone on his merry way.
They've got. You talked about their approach, and I think their approach is super attacking. I think they seem well suited to the T10 format. They're a team that won 5 of their 8 games last year in the group stage, and 2 of those losses were to Venezia. So to non-Venezia teams, they were 5-1, Trentino Aquila. And that power play just took off, didn't it? 10, 20, and 21 off the first 3 overs. 2 of them go magical. And now, at least they'll have the protection of up to 5 outfielders. So we are going to get change of bowling. Jacinta Diaz is going to be the bowler. More random questions. I'm loving them. Mandrake saying, out of all the European cities I've travelled to, what was my best meal and why? Oh, wow, this is hard to... Oh, first, that's hard to stop because that is going, and another one. This is going to bang off the fence on the full. Maximo, well, Lovepreet spreading the love now. He gets his first.
Yeah, they're just a bit guilty of bowling some half volleys here, and they're going the journey. They might be chasing something massive later today.
Best meals that we've had on the tour. Jeez, I've had so many. I won't say best. I'm going to throw a few memorables in there. Okay? Because it's hard to compare. Sure. This is right off the end of the bat, I think. It travels a long way, but it'll plug. Just a single. One of them was one that I think you might have been with us when we went all-you-can-eat Chinese in Sporting Alphas last year.
No, I didn't come.
You didn't want to come to that one. It was €12.95, all you can eat and drink for 2 hours. And let's just say it was pretty epic. And the way they do it, it's not like a buffet. There's a menu, everything has a number, and you write down on a piece of paper what you'd want and they bring it to you. But it really looked like the Da Vinci Code we'd scribbled down because we were ordering a lot of stuff. But there was a bit of byplay because I think it wasn't their first rodeo with this all-you-can-eat, right? How does this place make any money? But the wait staff were experts at avoiding eye contact and avoiding taking your order. And
Really?
so, yeah, they just keep giving you the runaround, and then the clock would be ticking the whole time. And yeah, when eventually they just started bringing a bunch of stuff we never ordered, obviously that other people didn't eat. I mean, I don't necessarily want to know everything about it, but it was one of the more memorable meals that I remember. I tried everything to try and get their attention as well. The 2.5 hours flew past. That's one of them. We also love going to a place called the Carvery in Spain.
Yeah.
As soon as I said that, I knew that you'd remember.
I've been sitting here quietly racking my brain as to, that Carvery.
How good's the Carvery on a Sunday?
Basically, every Sunday for the ECC, we will be there.
Lovely.
That has become a group Blue Crew tradition.
The Carvery.
Oh, I love
It's
that joint.
basically, it's another kind of buffet breakfast with all the trimmings. But that's not very European.
Actually, I've got one.
Yeah, go on.
Mangal's Kitchen, Hanover Hit Out. My first ever event with James Cantor.
Oh, you're going way back there, yeah? 2018.
Mangal, I hope you're well. He looked after us, Vinny.
Yeah, that's a nice one I've heard as well. Yeah, it's a nice one. I'm going to go something a bit more European now. One of my favourites, which I always go back to when I'm in Spain. This one's hit flat. Kicks out the outfielder though.
Good pick up.
Yeah, that's Kamara. Does the job. Just a single. End of the over. Score is 60 for 1 after 4. And once again, want to wish you all the best. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Ruckers. Here he is. And an early morning for you.
A little bit, yeah. I'm a little bit scruffy now.
I know by the end of the day you can get a little bit tired on the best of days.
It was a 3 a.m. start. The peacock shirt's a bit hot. It's
there he is. Look at this.
I need
is
to
the
get
guy
to the
in charge
hotel.
of Spanish cricket right here. They're in good hands. But what I will say, we've had some memorable meals. Another one, one of my favourites is the squid ink paella in Spain. So it's like the black rice. You know, when it's completely black. That's quite interesting.
Black risotto. We had that in Croatia. Didn't we go out for a meal in Croatia together?
We did. Yeah, I think we did.
Stronger together.
That's
Salmon
stronger
sturker.
Let us know some of your favourite meals and what we should try while we're here. It's just okay. Chris Smith saying he's been banned from several all-you-can-eat Chinese restaurants. Apparently, they don't like you going up 13 times.
What is the unwritten call on that, the rule? Is there a code?
All you can eat is all you can eat.
I don't think it is.
In the air, and this one could be a chance. The fielder's camped under it, and will hold the catch. Nice one, Lakshita. We dropped a tough one earlier. Now they get the dangerous Tanvir for 41. Maybe they can slow things down now, Lucas CC. Fernando comes on and gets the wicket. The captain having some success as he removes his opposite number. We've seen Tanvir being very, very good so far today. 91 runs he scored, but he's out for the first time now. Trentino Aquila, a 60 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good catch. It was pretty high in the air, swirling around, but he takes it pretty comfortably. It's a big wicket in the context of this game. Can they apply the brakes a little bit?
Yeah, nicely held. Just knew where he was, knew he had a bit of room to move. So, Lakshita take an important catch. This brings the 00 boom license to thrill. Always a chic.
Actually, I got another one. The fish at Sunset Beach Club on a Monday, Tuesday during the ACC.
Oh, yeah.
Good cod.
All you can eat as well. Another good call. Level 8 food. Oh, this is short, and it's going to be 6. Maximo! Oh, Maximo effort as well from the fielder down there. That's a Sanka. But he won't be able to reel this one in. He goes full Matrix style on it, but the ball wins the race this time, 6 runs.
Tell you what, if he had tapped it back like he was trying, might have broken his hand. He tried a volleyball spike that.
I love the effort though. Hello, Lily Panda. Great to have you with us. Swing and a miss, but called a wide. Yeah, I mean, the fact we have so many good ones that we can think of, it's a sign that we have eaten pretty well. I've got to say, I'm in Rome. There's a place I'm going. Probably my first night there. I'll have to take you there actually next week.
Yep, please do.
My favourite pasta I think I've ever had. And it was quite close to our hotel last year, near the Spinacetto ground. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to being back in Rome and going to come up with my old favourites. Another random question coming up as well. It really takes off. It's like what you said, Corey. There's occasionally a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, there is a spot on this pitch that every now and then she kicks up, and that's a great example there. Well bowled.
Yeah, so I've got to say, I'm looking forward to going to this place in Rome. I'll give it a shout out if you're ever in Rome. It's a wide down the leg side. They'll take an extra. They won't be able to throw. Nobody backing up. It's called Scaccomato.
Nice.
Scaccomato. One restaurant. Anyway, that's the end of the... It won't be the end of the over because there's a wide. So we'll have one more ball. And we'll get one more from Desara Fernando. Bit too much on this. Now they won't run. That's kind of being sporting / wanting the strike. A Sheik who gets in the bowler's way and says, okay, we won't take that run. So 5 overs down, Trentino Aquila, 69 for 2. It's been a funny kind of a day as far as innings have gone. Sometimes we've seen innings in 2 halves. I mean, Trentino Aquila, earlier they were 69 after 5 overs and they were curtailed in the second half. This time they're exactly 69 again. They'll be hoping to score more than the 106 they were able to put on the board. Well, that turned out to be plenty against against the Baraka Prato side who folded in their second innings.
What do you think they'd be happy with here, Vinny?
I think they would want to have at least 120 on the board. So going at 10 and over here, get some 119. I think they want to go a bit quicker. Just drag down for one. So we're talking about our favourite meals, and I also got a question for about my favourite wine from Jeevan Patari. Hello, Jeevan. Hope you're well. Got to say, my favourite wine in Italy is called a Falangina. It's a very small area where they make it, and it's a white. I'm normally more of a red person, but
yeah,
Falangina it's a type of grape. It's an ancient grape variety, and so it's got considerable character. Not out, but they'll scramble through for a leg bite. So, yeah, Falangina's grown in a very kind of particular area. It's quite unique to Italy, so that's one of my favourites that I have when I'm here. Oh, goes across it, but this is going to set the task for the fielder. He takes it, and he takes it no problem at all. Pradeep Kumara, well, keep your eyes on him, because he's about to do something, and he spikes the ball.
Penalty runs.
Yeah, he's just throwing it in. That's how far he can throw. Fletch-type throw. Kumara, geez, didn't he cover some ground there? Well, we know that he's good with the bow and arrow, but he's also got a bit of pace to him, and he pouches a very good catch, 72 for 3.
Yeah, it's a very good catch. He made good ground there, Vinny. I wasn't too sure he was going to hold on to it, but he did exactly that, and you could see how happy he was with his work. Big wicket. There he goes, the celebration run, and penalty runs. That's what I think. If you spike the ball...
You're only hurting yourself, because unless he's so good at spiking the one side of the ball the whole time, you actually probably don't want to bang it into the ground. But anyway, going back to favourite meals, Lily Panda from New Zealand saying best thing she's ever eaten is her mum's Sunday roast. No Michelin stars, no presentation, just love.
It's a bit cheesy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the roast is cheesy or not.
Yeah, no,
How about you, Lily Panda? Are you happy that Corey's back, or not happy?
Oh,
Lily's one of our most popular viewers. She has a heart of gold.
Do you remember the all-you-can-eat at Sizzler?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Slowly gone out of business now. I think they're completely gone by now.
Oh, yeah, gone. We took them to the cleaners.
Well, this is banked, and this is 6, and that's almost off the crossbar on the fence. So, at least Akeem Arashad just comes out and goes bang, and he whacks a 6 like this.
I'm a huge fan of their team because they are playing the T10 model.
Yeah.
Losing a wicket, next ball 6. It's a bit of Drew from France about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not quite as nuts, but close. I like the approach. The captain comes out and smacks it. Now, big wide. So he tries to bowl around him. Almost like an intentional walk in baseball. Gets him off strike.
A balk?
Balk is different. Balk is when the pitcher does something that's illegal.
Yeah,
so that everybody gets a base.
Did you see the other day there was a walk-off
balk? There's a balk-off. So to be honest, even I played baseball for a good 6 or 7 seasons and got up to a fairly high level. I still did not understand the balk rule completely. I'll try and explain it. What's the idea of it? This is hit back into the stumps. But it won't be out because he never touches it. But balking is about when there's players on the bases. The pitcher has to do certain things to not make them think he's going to pitch, but he doesn't pitch. End of 6, 80 for 3. Yeah, so balking is about if you make a move that makes it look like you're going to throw to the batter, but then you don't, that's like a balk, and because it tricks the people on the bases into maybe running, and you were never going to pitch to the plate at all. I probably did a very bad job of explaining that if you're not a baseball fan, but it's a finicky rule. But yeah, there was one in Major League Baseball the other day where there was a runner on third base, and the pitcher did something. He actually just moved his glove a little bit in a way that he wasn't allowed to, and so it was called a balk. And the third base runner went home, and that was the end of the game. They never had to throw the pitch. Bit of a disappointing way to win a game, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it?
Very. Baseball's full of weird rules. And baseball, unlike cricket, their concept of sportsmanship's a lot different. I'll tell you a couple of key differences in a moment. So, you know, in cricket, an out is a big deal. So there's certain things are technically out, but you wouldn't give it out. For example, if the ball stopped and you picked it up and gave it to the keeper or something, unless it was rolling towards your stumps, you know, technically that could be out, but you wouldn't appeal, right? Because it's just not nothing. In baseball, if you're out, you're out. There's no appealing. There's no nothing. The umpire will come in and say you're out. There's nothing. That other team can't say, oh no, we don't want that. In the air and caught. So a sheet goes now. 00 boom is more bust than boom here in game 4. Outside half of the bat, taken to the left of the fielder. And Aquila just kind of slowing down the second half a bit like before. Right now it's 81 for 4.
Yeah, they're just picking themselves back in this game, Vinny. It wasn't looking too good too early, but they've taken a couple of wickets. Starting to catch their opportunities. This was spliced away to backward point. Holds onto it with both hands. It's a good catch. And yeah, getting themselves back in the game.
Yeah, doing what they can. I mean, they can hold the stick, Luca. If you remember earlier on, they did put a ton plus on the board. They scored 104 against RCP. Having said that, they were the beneficiaries of 43 extras. Yeah, so the baseball's a funny one. For example, I was playing a game and the guy thought maybe it was a foul ball. He ran to first base, but it wasn't. It was in, but because he was still holding his bat, apparently you're out if you're still holding your bat when you get to first base.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's all these weird rules. I don't think anyone understands all of them. Anyway, new batter comes to the crease. Kamran Hussain just pushes and gets a run, gets off the mark. Chris Smith saying, interesting fact about baseball, it was not invented by the Americans, it was invented in England. I did know that, actually. Interesting fact about cricket, I mean, the first international cricket match, do you know who the two teams were?
Belgium.
Not even close. I'll tell you in a sec. Swing and a miss. First international cricket match was actually USA versus Canada.
Really?
Yeah. Not first test match, first actual international cricket match. So, yeah, what other sports do you like? You a fan of any other sports? You still like your Australian football?
I've taken up padel.
Oh, how good does that? That looks great.
Wicked sport. Great fun.
So padel's like a
hybrid.
It's like it's a mix between tennis and squash, I would say. Is that the way to?
Yep,
It's very big in the south of Europe.
Yeah, that's a very good sport. Been following that, playing that a lot.
That looks fun.
Yeah,
so would you play regularly?
Yeah, me and Scotty play all the time now. Shot.
Yeah, that's going to be 4. No, it's not. Well, how about that for some fielding? Well, shouldn't have caught it so early. Underestimated Asanka. He did well. And so it's the end of the 7th over. Score 83 for 4. So I talked about them trying to keep the brakes on. Well, that'll help. That over only went for 3 runs, and there was a wicket in there as well. Coming up tomorrow, we have our final 2 Group A matches. That's matches 5 and 6. Then, unfortunately, we'll already have to eliminate 2 teams from the competition before the afternoon session is the start of Group B, which will see Bologna as well as Padova CC, Luca United, and Cricket Stars taking the field for their first group encounter. Join us tomorrow from 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, as we continue our Italian summer adventure. Day 2 of 6 right here in Bologna. So yeah, it'd be great to see 4 new teams in the competition. Geez, we've gone through a lot of teams here in Italy. I think when it's all said and done, they had to add them up. I think it'll be 32 teams that we'll see over the 4 weeks. Hiding up in the cube. Corey's gone for some more refreshments. It's pretty full. Now they're going to take a leg by. Might as well throw. Oh, might as well run an overthrow. There's a lot to look at here. They decide to stop throwing now. Firstly, have a look at this. I mean, it's pretty full, but pitching, well, didn't even pitch. Hit him on the foot outside leg stump. And then they goad him into throwing. And then they goad him into throwing again. And in the end, they'll get 2. 2 leg buys, that is. Cricket IQ 1000. So, yeah, tell us your other favourite sports. Obviously, I've got baseball, which I actually played a lot when I stopped playing cricket. Big swing and under edge. Well, there is just about an acre of space out there. It doesn't actually make it to the boundary. So they almost think of a third. They're still hunting it, but I think that's just 2. I think that's tricked our scorers into, on the screen, I think it was 4, but I think it was just 2. So it'll be up to 87, I believe. Ian John's asking my favourite baseball side. Well, I'm a big Toronto Blue Jays fan. My sister-in-law actually is from Toronto, so I've gone and watched a game there before. Would like to go see some more American sports. I'm also a big Green Bay Packers fan in the NFL. Never gone to a game. Well, this one will go for 4, I'm sure, because there's nobody there still. So Ali Saqib Arshad is making sure that he's picking the gaps, and then he gets another boundary. So, let's see if Machita can have some luck here. It's a big swing, but no contact. So remember the first half, they were 69. Now through the middle quarter, if you like, they are 22. So it's 44 pace for the second half. So yeah, they certainly have pegged it back a bit. Ian Johns said he's a big Colorado Rockies fan. Well, they hit a lot of home runs up there because their ground's at altitude there in Denver. So I have played cricket at altitude before when I played in Switzerland up at St. Moritz. And one thing I noticed is when you're around a 2 there, you were puffed out. There's just not a lot of oxygen in the atmosphere. So I think CC trying to work their way back into this game. Last ball coming up for Lakshitha, who's gone for 16 with a wicket. Push, and now they will get a run. So Hussain will retain the strike, end of 8. Not a bad shift from Gayan Lakshitha. Finishes 1 for 17. The score is 93 for 4. Going to the chat now. And Keanu saying he likes most sports, but the main ones he watches are cricket, football, rugby union, rugby league, NFL, combat sports like boxing, MMA, and bare knuckle. He loves his fighting. They're polarizing sports, some of those. But I'm a bit of a ball sports nut, I've got to say. Ian John saying he just loves all sports at the moment. European cricket is out in front. Well, it's very kind of you to say, Ian. Certainly is it's a discipline in its own right, the European cricket, isn't it? So Chris Smith is a Minnesota Vikings fan, so I guess we would have issues, wouldn't we, Chris Smith? Because I'm a big Packers fan. He likes the Vikings, Minnesota Twins, and the Timberwolves as well. He likes the Wolverhampton Wanderers in English football. Now this is in the air, and this is gone, Maximo! Hussain kept the strike and did something with it. He takes Kamara deep. What a good shot that is. Just a minimum of movement. And just escorts it out of the ground. Takes him up to 99. That's a good steadier. What a good start to the over as well. Whenever you can get on top of the bowler early, you know you've still got 5 balls he has to bowl. Oh, this time's flicked away from the fielder, and, well, fantastic stop. We'll get back for 2. I think that helps because it brings Hussain back on strike, who's had the better of Kamara so far. Looking pretty dangerous again. There's a flying stop. Taking off and batting it back into play. Short, and this one is a bit away from the man, but now he needs a pay rise, doesn't he? And if this had hit, he probably would have been gone, but they do scramble back another 2. That's good hustle from Trentino Aquila, but also good fielding out there by Asanka. So Keanu Nolan saying he's an LA Rams fan. Well, there's a bit of the LA Rams in the Trentino Aquila kit. What do you think? Oh no, that's a beamer. And it's going to be 4. Well, it's the old no-look hook. It was close your eyes and pull time. Have a look at this. I mean, this is way too high. Yeah, he charges. Then he has to play it almost off his nose. So, no ball, +4, plus a free hit coming up. Kamara just lost the handle on that one. Changing sides now, which you're allowed to do. Can't move the field though. Yeah, digs it in and swings it fresh air. Kamara throws out his hands like, why didn't I do that the first time? So thanks for telling us all your favourite sports. I mean, I'm a bit of a sports nut, not the only one. Ian Johnson just started playing walking football. I have heard of walking football. I'd find it hard to stay walking, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Hussein pushes and will get 1, just 1. 109. Keanu asking, is the world's strongest man a sport? Because he loves that stuff. Well, I must admit, I always find that pretty interesting. Also like the Scottish Highland games. Have you ever seen a caber toss? Now this one's going nowhere fast. And have a look at this. Kamara, he's pretty determined that he doesn't want them changing strike, so he decides to just give the batter a bit of a hug. That was a bit of the old Marlon Samuels about that, wasn't it? I think it was in good fun anyway. Trentino Aquila at the end of the over, they're 109 for 4. Oh, let us know. Have you ever hugged the batter while you've been bowling? Not the one you're bowling to. Kamara gets a bit of treatment, doesn't he? None for 37 off his 2. No flaming arrow celebrations with the ball just yet. Tenth over coming up. There's Shalika Asanka with the ball. And he gets this wrong. Should be a simple catch for Asanka. And he's gone. So you can't really blame the batter for going for it here. Maybe the hug did the trick, but Asanka takes a simple return catch as a wicket to start the 10th over, 109 for 5. So, apologies from Lily Panda Decory saying, Mum has confirmed the Sunday roast now contains cheese. Oh, the comments just disappeared. So, let us know exactly what happened with that, Lily. I'm sure it's maybe some sort of correction. Now, Keanu's asking, have we seen bigger scores today than the last 2 weeks? Good question. I'll be able to tell you in a minute. This one. Does he go for glory here? We have to pick it up first, and he fumbles. So my feeling is, I don't think, considering some of the games we've had haven't been particularly high scoring, I'm not so sure that we'll have beaten the general run rate so far in Italy. It's in the air, and the fielder is going to hold the catch. Really nice catch taken by Jacinta Diaz out there at long off. So Alex Arshad goes for 15. Another wicket, another catch taken. Trentino Aquila now 110 for 6. So just looking at the run rate today, it's 9.3 and over at this stage. So 9.3 and over is actually exactly what day 1 in Brescia was, but all up in Milan, the average was 8.8. In Brescia, the average was 9.0. So right now, 9.3, that's to this very ball. I think it's pretty close. Pretty close to par. I just think there's the potential for higher scores on this. And if we look at this run rate over time, this one's hoiked. Probably just be happy with the 1 here. They are, so 111 with a couple of balls remaining. So 9.3 today. You can see that this is last year on this ground in Bologna. That it ranged from 108 per 10 overs to 13.1, so 131 per 10 overs. So overall, 118 per 10 overs was the rate. I do think we'll probably end up creeping towards that 11 and over again. Well, this one's hit, and it's hit pretty well into the gap. It's out of here. Maximo! Oh, what a good shot. Team Salim Raza goes bang. Just a straight pull, and he muscles it out of the ground. So 117 plus this. All 3 matches so far have been won by teams batting first. Trentino Aquila hoping to make it 4 in a row. Block hole. Might as well run here. Well, they should. Nah, it's poor cricket. You got to run anyway. Would have been run out regardless, but it'll be Salim Raza that has to go, and he goes for 8. So end of the 10 overs, the score is 118 for 7. And so we will roll into the highlights. Trentino Aquila. Now, they won the toss, they got to bat again, and it looked like more of the same, didn't it, when Mohammad Kashif, the leaning tower of Pisa, came out, and he slammed one long, but then he slammed one high. He was caught, and meanwhile, a couple of gifts were dished out in the way of misfields. Luca certainly made life tough for themselves on 1 or 2 occasions, but most of the time, it was just good batting. Asad Tanvir coming off a half-century in match 3. He was looking dangerous once again. A couple of lucky ones as well. I mean, this outfield is pretty quick. It may be grassy, but it's still pretty hard underneath. You saw that's a diving effort that Lakshitha wasn't quite able to reel in. He'd get a chance a bit later on, but Asad Tanvir, he's looking dangerous with the bat, wasn't he? Eventually, Lakshitha would get him and left Lovepreet out there. Then he was caught. So some good catches taken. And look, they were 69 at the halfway point. And this time they were able to grab 49 in the second half. Remember, they seem to be decelerating in the second half of their innings today. Trentino Aquila. It might just be one of those things. I think it has a lot to do with having their top order removed at that stage. Simple return catch, that one for Shalika Asanka, who I think has had a pretty good day. Luke CC, of course, on ECN debut. It's the kind of score, it's exactly a par score going on last year, where the average was 108 per 10 overs. But based on what we've seen today, it looks a little above that, doesn't it? And Luke CC, they'll want to try and knock these runs off. It won't be easy. Remember, they scored 104 earlier today against RCP, but they did have 43 extras in there helping them out. Asad Tanvir top scores and ends up with 91 runs for the day. He was very, very good at the top of the order. Kashif missed out, just 6 and out. Apart from that, double figures for Cameron Hussain, the keeper, who scored 17 off 9. At least keeper Shard, he scored 15 towards the end. Lovepreet Singh chipped in with 11 along the way. 11 extras. So 118 the score on the board for Trentino Aquila, who are trying to go 2 out of 2 this afternoon. With the ball, Tisara Fernando, the captain, he was pretty good, wasn't he? 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. He was instrumental in just slowing things down. When he came on, he bowled the 5th and the 7th overs. Apart from that, 2 wickets for Asanka, though he was a little bit expensive. The other wickets went to Gayan Lakshitha, and the other wicket went to Diaz. So we will take a quick break. We're back in a few minutes. When we do, we will have the final innings of the day. It will be Lucas CC hoping to make it 2 out of 2. They'll need 109 if they're going to do that. Otherwise, Trentino Aquila, they'll be happy with their day's work. They can defend this total of 118. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruckers will be back soon. We'll see you back on ECN in just a few minutes for the final innings of opening day. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bologna. It's the last innings of the day. And we are looking at Lucas CC coming out to try and chase down the victory target here in match 4 of 119. Trentino Aquila. They were reasonably attacking as they like to be. They're 69 through the first half, 49 the second half, on the way to a score of 118. Interestingly, 118 per 10 overs was the exact average per 10 overs last year here in Bologna. We'll have to see if Lucas C can do that or better. I don't think it'll be easy. I mean, Trentino Aquila really took apart Braddock Prato in the previous game, and part of that was they just seemed to have a lot more energy, a lot more pizzazz, if you like, in their fielding. Something's been lacking by some of the other sides in Group A today. Right now, we're going to see Karzai Marufkal will sling in the first ball of the chase. 119 for victory. Grabs the pad, but they scramble through for a leg by. This is Shalika Asanka out there with his captain, Dizara Fernando. And so, welcoming you, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Keep those random questions coming. It's the last game of the day. We're loving them. Those of you wondering, Corey is still next to me. Goes upstairs this time. Fernando gets a bit of chin music to welcome him to the crease. Let's just hope that he doesn't take too long waking up here. That's probably, because he's jumping, I'd probably count that as a bouncer, but line ball call. Oh, it goes short again. This one's not quite as short, I don't think. Fernando swings and misses. Now Trentino Aquila, they had a little bit about him. That's one's just below the shoulders, I think you could say, fairly conclusively. Marufkal, he doesn't mind the short stuff, bangs another one in. Just gets on Fernando a bit quicker than he thinks. Random throw at the stumps, backed up, just a single, gets him off the mark. Now, a few people were worried that Corey had gone back to the hotel to sleep. That was the fake news in the chat. Well, it's the half truth, really. He wasn't back at the hotel, but he has returned. Here comes Marufkal. Now, this T10 action, you're guaranteed to get your entertainment, but Corey, you just taking a moment there. It hasn't been a long day for you, but welcome back to the world of the awake.
I'm not proud of it, but if I didn't sleep for 20 minutes, then my week is ruined. I left the house at 3 a.m, Vinny. I got to bed at midnight. I raced myself here, but I've been here the whole time. I was just actually going and grabbing some water. Looking forward to this run chase.
Yeah, big one called wide.
They're going to need a good power play here, Vinny. Just a couple of boundaries at least to get them going. 119, no easy chase.
Goes to the keeper's end. They get through. End of the first over. Score is 5 for no loss. And, well, here we are. I never thought we'd get here. The previous record was 253. We're getting close to 100 more than that, because we are 97 above it. 350 matches without a golden ball. What is going on? Haven't had one in 3.5 months. And remember, we had 2 golden balls in 3 matches at the start of the year in Gibraltar in the night series.
We have to get the golden ball sweepstakes up or something, Vinny, to give it a bit of life.
I think that's the future. I think we have to have a golden ball sweepstakes. Everyone draws a game, and if you draw one, then you win the pot. But right here, Ali Saqib Ashad is going to bowl over number 2. Oh, this one is almost taken. Wow, have to check this one out. Again, not afraid to bang it in. This will be a good look. Does he get there? Oh, he does. He does too. Just can't quite hold on. Had to change direction. Swing and a miss.
He's a big man, isn't he, Vinny?
He really does make the pitch look tiny, doesn't he? Now, I see that you've got someone smuggled an energy drink to you. It's another one of these unbranded energy drinks.
It's quite nice to wake up to, actually.
I think it's one of those ones that's illegal in several countries. Another bit of the short stuff. This time it'll fly away for 4. Well, that's exactly what Lucas CC needed just to get this chase moving. They've been held quiet so far.
Yeah, looks good batting. I mean, he's trying to get some steep bounce and away from the right-hander, just catches up with it.
Now, I know the viewers won't be able to see this, but I was working with Danny Hudacek in the Czech Republic. He had some real off-brand energy drinks that were worth, I think they were 20 or 30 cents each back there. You'll love this as well. Another short-ish one. Says hit straight at the fielder, so just one. And he was on the Kong Strong's Wild Power Kamikaze energy drinks. So I think if we had some Kong Strongs here, I'm sure that would sort you out.
I think these are better. This is just called Energy.
It's just called Energy with taurine. Don't have too much of that stuff though. It's a marathon, not a sprint. This ECS commentary gig. That's a pretty good throw. Just keeping him honest. And guess who? That's Mohamed Kashif, leading Tower of Pisa.
They just look like a well-drilled outfit, don't they?
Yeah.
Everyone in the field's backing up. They're moving well. They know their game plans pretty well. They've been impressive so far.
Yeah, 12 and over, roughly what you need. And already they're about 1 over behind. Last ball for Alice Marshard. This is in the air, should be caught. Fielder goes back, and he will take it. 3rd attempt, 3rd time lucky for Kazai Marufkal. So Fernando, they kept drilling him in short of a length, and he never really got that pull shot going. He goes for 7. The first wicket falls for Lucas CC. It's 11 for 1.
Once again, just banging it in on a good length. It's not easy to drive, it's not easy to pull. He gets rewarded with the big wicket.
A lot of people are asking me, okay, what's going on with this golden ball drought? 11 for 1, by the way, after 2 overs, and we might take a little peek at the table, see how it's taking shape. But, you know, I just think it's one of those things, just statistically, you're going to have droughts. You're going to have sometimes a run where they're close together. You might have a drought. Just because it's been such a long time doesn't make it any more or less likely in one particular game. But I'll give you, for example, since the start of last year, this is the amount of games between a golden ball. Okay, so we actually had one after 12 games in 2021. This one's just punched out and slight fumble. They won't take on a second. So we had one after 12 games, then we had 113 games between golden balls, then we had 11.
Didn't we get back-to-back in Portugal?
Yeah, so we'll get back to that. So we had 12, 113, 11, 157, 45, 25, 56, 55, 89, 34, 52, 102, 253, so that was the record. Then 177, then 9, then 1, and 27, 132, and 30.
Weren't we a ball away from getting 3 in a row as well?
Yeah, so it can happen really quickly. So the odds of having a streak this long based on what we think the odds of a golden ball are, it's about 1.8%. So it's pretty rare that you get up here. But yeah, who knows? As Rico says, maybe like London buses, you wait a while for one, and they'll come at once.
Yeah. I reckon we'll get a couple in the ECC finals week.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. This is in the air, and should be another catch, but it's dropped. And just Arnold Palmer straight out. And yeah, that's Zadikat Ali. I think he was unsure whether it was his or not, and he just rushed the last couple of steps here. You see, by the time he realised it was his, it bounced straight out. So
he's just having a snooze out there. Can't blame him though. Pretty warm weather. Should have been 2 down though.
Another misfield. Trino Aquila. Well, they might turn this into something with a better throw, but the throw wasn't good either. And so they'll scramble through for a single. It wasn't mentioned energy drink. Apparently, it has a can size of about 240 mils. It has a massive 316 milligrams of caffeine. That sounds dangerous. How much caffeine's in a cup of coffee? We'll look that up.
Good ball, that.
Yeah.
Just
So
nipping away.
that's about the same as about 8 cups of coffee. So imagine if we got you on that stuff. Wake up.
Oh, yep. Yeah, sorry, just enjoying the cricket here. I was just thinking, how's he...
If you're going to wear your sunglasses, you know I can't tell if your eyes are open or not, right?
It has been a very long day, but I'm glad that I'm getting to... Whoa, what a ball.
That'll wake you up.
Well, he nipped the other one away. I was trying to think, how did he nip it away with his action? Because this one he's brought back in.
Yeah, first one was seam. This one was swing, I think. And Diaz gets absolutely, comprehensively, phantasmagorically cleaned up.
Yeah, cleaned up. I'm going castled.
Yeah, it was. And so, see, this will be a good view of it coming back in and sending the stumps askew. So 2 wickets now for Lucas EC, 15 for 2.
Well, not much you can do about that. It's good bowling, and they've been a pretty impressive unit so far, Aquila. And they've done everything right so far. They're storming to potentially their second win today.
Well, why don't I ask you some Corey? Why don't we get some random questions for Corey, just to get him up and about?
I sort of feel like tomorrow's my first day. I don't...
This is our bonus day. So you won't be charging for today?
Oh no, I'll be triple charging. No, because today you come in, I've walked in, I wasn't really dressed. I was in 3 a.m. clothes.
Look at your peacock shirt.
No,
I've noticed you've got a bit of a wardrobe malfunction
Well,
over
I was
there.
in my 3 a.m.
Were you
clothing
aware of that?
before.
Was that?
Yeah,
were you aware of that?
It's happened today.
Is it? Can we show that?
No, but no, tomorrow's day one for me.
Do you mind if we have a look at your shirt? You got some speed holes in it to
I'm
make
not
your
going
shirt
on
go
Comcam
faster.
again for this last bit. I need a bit. I've flown everywhere.
We have to get you like Weekend at Bernie's style, propped up. Remember that movie Weekend at Bernie's?
Never seen it. I think that.
Have you heard of it though?
Of course.
Weekend at Bernie's is a classic. That's a movie I want to see again. Banged in, just short of the keeper.
Is it sort of like what's that other one? Lampoon, American
National Lampoon's European Vacation.
Sort of like that.
Kind of. I mean, Weekend at Bernie's is about a bunch of guys that get invited to their boss's place, but he dies along the way. But they make him seem alive so that they can keep enjoying the weekend.
Yeah.
And there's various things that happen.
Makes sense.
No spoilers. And maybe the most surprising thing about it is that there's actually a Weekend at Bernie's too.
Really?
Yeah. Considering he died in the first one, I'm not quite sure about the storyline of Weekend at Bernie's too. Anyway, right here, it's the end of 3 overs, 17 for 2.
Yeah, you can see just in the power play here, not getting away. 2 early wickets. Oh, they need to...
I think if I showed you the trailer of Weekend at Bernie's...
This isn't the day, Vinny.
I think you'd laugh out loud.
I was laughing out loud 20 minutes ago during my little halftime soiree.
So
you're actually showing me this?
Yeah, I found it. This is what you can do in between overs. Don't hear the sound. You can pretty much get the gist of the whole movie. Meanwhile, I'll keep watching the game, at least to keep us sharp. It's a big unit. Sliced away. Awkward bounce, but like I said, they have fielded pretty well. I don't know if I've been commentating the trailer as well. I feel like, you know, we've talked about having a movie night, Corey. I feel like this would be one you'd enjoy.
Yeah, it does have American Pie feels to it so far. Looks like they've rented a house on the beach or something.
That's Bernie's house. Short, pulled away. Long chase, but a good chase from Always a Sheik.
Yeah. Okay, add it to the list. We'll watch that. That does look good.
Yeah. Some good 80s movies. People have asked me my favourite movies before. Quite a few from the 80s. Figure.
Oh.
Straight over the stumps.
It's a bee's whisker away.
So, look, CC, better do something quickly. Otherwise, they're going to have a rough finish to the day. Angled in towards the pads. Scramble through for a leg bite.
Okay, so what's happening in this clip? Because it looks like they've just stapled something to a man's head.
That's his toupee that falls off. The trailer, you don't actually need to watch the whole movie. Watching the 2.5 minute trailer right now.
Oh, wow. Oh, gee, it's only just been the leg stump, Vinny.
Another one goes straight through him. Oh, look at there. He's been pretty impressive, hasn't he? Ali Sakib-Arshad. Last ball, the 4th over, pulled away.
It's a very good bouncer. I mean, to get your bouncer at the right height every time has been really effective for them.
Ball's a heavy ball.
Heavy.
Is probably what I would say.
Yeah, heavy ball.
Here we go at the end of the over. It is 21 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Corey Rutgers. Corey, this show looks fantastic, but are you going to show everyone what's exactly happened here?
I've had a malfunction. While I was sleeping, it got caught on something,
So,
and I've ripped open that side.
All right, so you're showing a bit more skin, but maybe it'll just aerate it a little bit better.
This is like...
Nice material, this.
You know what this is? It's a prelude.
Prelude?
This is... No, prelude.
Yeah, this is
Isn't that
Corey minus 1.0.
Yeah, so tomorrow's day one for me. It's been good to get my surroundings, but I need a night's sleep, and then I'm going to be full of energy
Bit
tomorrow.
jet lagged as well,
I'm jet
despite
lagged.
the fact that the time zone is exactly the same.
It was a
where you come
3
from.
a.m. leave of the house.
Get your random questions in for Corey. Let's keep him interested. Let's keep everybody interested.
Always interested.
Let's see if Lucas CC is still interested in this chase.
6. No.
Yep, attempted 6. Right now that rate's gone up to over 16 and over. Apparently, there's a few people talking about their favourite movies. Wazza has come up with a question. It's a bit more of a riddle. I'm sure that you're wanting your brain to work. It says, question for Corey, what can one catch that is not thrown?
Well, that's easy.
I would have thought so as well, actually. This is cut away. It's a long chase, and this will be for good cut shot from Azanka. He certainly hasn't disgraced himself today for Lucas CC. Everyone having to pitch in a bit more, and works that one away nicely off the length, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And to answer that, was Matron, that would be feelings.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say a virus. What's your answer? What's your answer? What's that?
You can catch feelings, but you can't throw them.
I'm too robotic to feel. Yeah. Well,
You've been back to Czech
the answer of
Republic
some of
lately?
these teams this morning has been a cricket ball, probably.
Have you been back to Czech Republic
I spent
lately?
2 weeks in the Czech Republic.
Did
I had a
you?
great time there, and I was watching, only virtually, I was watching yesterday the cricket from there.
Was it a work trip?
Yeah, the ECS there. This one is edged away, and will just be 1.
I do like a riddle.
Yeah, you like a riddle? Here we go. Corey Fangold's got a question. Corey, what did you do, or what all did you do in the ECS break? Any fun stories you can share?
Ooh.
Did you catch up with Corey Fangold? By the way, Vinny Fangirl's gone completely missing today, so I have my suspicions.
Oh,
It
really?
could
Have
be the
you
same
had-
account.
Okay.
Sounds very similar to me. I think we might be getting played here. In the air. Will it carry? Well, it almost does. He tries to make it into a catch. Ali Sakib-Arshad, then he can't get there. The ball goes past him. 4 runs, 4 badly needed runs for Luca Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's a good-looking cricket shot. A little bit more traditional. Hits the gap, skids on this quick outfield, 4 runs.
So we know you've been coaching Spain. That's been taking up a bit of your time. But away from cricket, maybe away from that, what have you been doing?
It's actually been quite a nice summer. There was a couple little trips up to the north of Holland, a few beach sort of like resort weekends away. And
That sounds nice.
yeah, found love.
That's probably a lie. Anyway, this
Shot.
one's hooked away. But guess what? Big
Oh,
trouble.
no.
Yeah, well, you've cursed him there. Kamara takes on the hook, but he can't get the height required. And so you can't really blame him. They've really stuck to this short ball, but they're bowling heavy balls. Medicine balls. Trentino Aquila. Kumara hooks it straight to the man in the circle, so he's the 3rd man to fall. He goes for 6. The score is 30 for 3.
Well, this is what we talk about in cricket circles quite a lot, about bowling a heavy nuts, and that basically means bowling that ball as hard as you can into the middle of the pitch, sometimes across the seam so that it skids on, and sometimes with the seam up and hoping that it doesn't skid on. And what they've done today is execute that plan brilliantly.
You've got to have a bit of pace to make that work, though, right? Because
Yeah.
if you are too slow, then I think once it bounces, the batter has way too much time to see it and can just pound it.
Yep.
But I think most of these guys can get it through. Some tall guys, strong guys.
Yep.
Yeah, it's worked pretty well for them
Yeah,
so
they've
far.
executed. I mean, if you get your line and length right with that and make it at an awkward height, it's very difficult to pull. So
you're saying you found love? Go back to this.
yeah, no.
You're telling tales, aren't you? Are you just trying to make Corey Fangirl jealous?
Possibly. I have missed the interaction with the viewer chat, but no, I've had a nice summer. I've been busy, to be honest. Like, these are my heightened months. I've been flat out.
But you're still single, right? So Corey Fangirl's still
Look,
in the
I
mix?
don't want to divulge too much of my
Okay,
personal life, but
fair
any
enough.
single women out there, +316 11 409. Send in a message.
Sounded pretty accurate, actually.
It was actually, I had to stop.
All right, here's Sadakat with his last ball of this over.
Again, good bowling. Did you think they've talked about this as a bit of a plan, Vinny?
Yeah, it might be natural, might be a bit of a plan. I think maybe they're just sticking with what's working. But what I can tell you is at the end of that over, there were 9 off it, and at the halfway point, Lucas EC 31 for 3. Leaves them a mountain of work to do. 88 required off the second half of this game.
Yeah, I can't see them doing it unless something freakish sort of happens. It's getting a bit blustery out here as well, which is cool.
Well, you missed the cube taking off about 3 or 4 times in the first game as well. You missed a bit of action.
Oh no, I had plenty of action. That plane ride was tricky.
The tower couldn't go up. The cube was going down. It was all happening here in Bologna.
Yep.
Monday
Bologna.
morning.
The home of spaghetti.
Yeah, well, the home of bolognese.
Spag bog.
Yeah, they might call it that.
What are we doing?
Can't wait to get the gelato.
we having a gelato night?
I think tonight, it's a 4-game day. It's a short day. You go home, you have a quick nap. You come out with Uncle Vinny.
Uncle Vinny?
I'll take you out for a nice gelato or something.
Oh, creepy Uncle Vinny. Stay away,
I'll
kid.
sort you out. Oh, big full toss. This might have snuck in, you know.
No, I think that might be no ball wides.
I'm not so sure it's that high.
Oh, really? Buys?
Yeah,
Oh.
Let's have a look from side on. And this will tell us the story. How high is it? It is maybe just okay.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of just on the edge of the allowable zone. So 4 buys.
Well, you take it any way you can. Keanu, I see your message. Is Peter Taylor injured? He is retired.
For how long? He's got a baby face. I think he can play longer because of that.
Pete, trust me, Pete's retired.
Another full bag.
whoa.
Is that the same again?
I've got deja. Did we just press replay? We've just pressed replay by accident. Surely that's a replay.
This is pretty much the same ball. Oh, I got a feeling this one might be slightly higher. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Way still higher.
What are the odds of getting two?
See, that one is too high, actually. I mean, that one, for me, should have been
Well, don't
called.
say it too loud. I don't want the umpires out there to hear you and feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, but remember, if it's waist height or above, should be called. That one's just above the waist. Let's have a look. I mean, they may...
Can they overrule that?
Anything can be. It's just whether they think it's clear and obvious. I think that one probably should have been called.
It's tough. Looks like we've lost that ball as
Ball's
well.
gone.
So we're going to get another ball out.
Tell you what, keeper's not thrilled about it.
8 buys.
8 buys. Oh, and 8 buys in the whole season. Suddenly have 8 buys in 2 balls is not ideal. Having said that, not the easiest balls.
That third
try
man's
and
gone
stop.
finer now, hasn't he?
Another foolish one. He's certainly going it slightly different than Disney Mohammed Kashif.
Yeah, well, it's not through lack of trying.
Here we
Lucas
go.
CC though.
Here's the riddle from Wazza. A harder riddle. You
Go on.
spot a boat full of people, but there isn't a single person on board. How is that possible?
You spot a boat full of people.
Yeah, but there isn't a single person on board. Must admit, that stumped me.
Give me a sec.
You spot a boat full of people, but there isn't a single person on board. Maybe they're all couples. That's what I'd say. That's my guess. Am I right, was that? So there's not a single person on board. They're all couples. They're all loved up. feel like I got that one. And you went straight to Google to try and find the answer, didn't you? Because you pulled your phone out.
I was going to send a message to Mother quickly.
Okay. You can ask her to phone a friend. Slower ball. Worked away. So just be one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to back you up with that one, Vinny. I can't think of anything else.
Come on, was it? Tell me if I'm right. Boat full of people, but not a single person on board. So you're meant to think not a single person, not even one, but I read it as not a single person. It says, well done, Vinny. I win. Correct.
I'm enjoying the viewers getting some questions in.
Let's not turn this into an intelligence contest, because I do feel like it's not a fair fight today. You're using maybe 30% of your brain, which would be about 6% of my brain. So it's not really fair. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We got some dead ball overthrows as it went to mid-off. We almost wore it into the chops. Dentist delight. I think it is the end of the over. So 40 for 3 after 6. But yeah, we do love our chatters, and there's a bit happening behind the scenes. We're looking forward to launching, potentially launching ECN Plus next month.
Give it to me. What's this?
ECN Plus. I don't actually know about it because they know I've got loose lips, and I will.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know. I don't.
Turn the mic off and tell me.
They don't tell me stuff. But ECN Plus will be an opportunity for our most loyal customers to perhaps pay a small fee a month, but there'll be a slightly enhanced viewing experience. I don't quite know what that means. It's not going to be huge, but it's just a way that people can give back and help us to keep us doing what we're doing here at European Cricket.
Oh, so, okay. No, don't skim over this.
I have to skim over because I honestly don't know. Okay, and otherwise I start saying things which are guesses that I don't know.
Well, what happens if I offered myself up for the ECN Plus? A behind the scenes with Corey Lee.
Oh, that sounds very exciting. And
I'd love that. They could get to know the commentators a little bit more in-depthly.
Well, people can tell us what they like. And baby steps here, just baby steps. That's the thing.
I like it that we're still trying to get some new initiatives and growing.
Yeah, I think it's important.
ECN Play, is that through YouTube or is that?
Yeah, it will be in addition to YouTube. It'll be a new way to watch. YouTube will always exist. It will always be there. It'll be free. And we're not asking a lot. It's just a way to kind of build our community, and it's a lot out of a lot of people. Times a little can make a big difference. This one is going to be just the one.
I would like to think that
the
Keanu and the regular folk Helix and all that will be jumping in on ECM Plus then.
You better jump in. I'll be jumping in. We'll all be getting involved.
Does that mean
we're talking kind of like cup of coffee a month?
Are we talking like podcasts?
We're just talking about a different way to watch the live games and maybe some extra features.
Yeah, I like the extra features part.
But I mean, we kind of need to launch it so we can then pay for the extra features.
Are we still doing a little bit of like you and me sitting down on a Friday discussing the pre-finals and things like that?
Yeah, do a bit of that.
Yeah,
this
cool.
week. It'll be interesting to get your thoughts out of today if we go sit in the middle of the pitch, and you can tell me exactly what you were dreaming about towards the end of the first innings of this game. To your credit though, you like Trentino Aquila. You came and straight away you picked. You said they're going to have a good day, and they have.
You would be surprised. I might have been busy the last few weeks, as it looks like there's a little bit of an injury timeout here. I think he's just hurt his wrist or something as he's gone to throw the ball, or maybe cut a finger. Can happen. But no, I saw them in the warm-ups, Vinny. I did some research before the series started, and yeah, I liked them from the get-go.
Yeah.
A really good, strong list. And you told me before I come, please do some research. I actually did.
I know you do your homework.
Well, I've always liked Venice, and I thought the Venetians had a good chance this week.
Well, they're not actually Venetian. They did play in the Venetian series last year.
So that counts.
Yeah, you have said it several times. But
I like the word Venetian. Sort of rolls off the tongue.
Great type of blinds. True. Kuche Thomas in the chat saying, hey Corey, where are you from originally? Well, I'll let you answer that.
I was born in Victoria, raised in WA, moved up to Karratha, lived in England, lived in Dubai, lived in Holland, and now I'm in Italy as a commentator.
The question was just originally. Originally you're Australian, basically.
Yeah, I'd say I'm
lived more time in Perth, or Karratha is north of Perth, probably a couple of hours by plane.
Perth was till 21.
Yeah.
So pretty influential years, you'd say. And then Karratha's been sort of my base if I go back. But I don't go back anymore.
Karratha's red dust town.
I tell you right now, if you, after this game, type in Karratha, Western Australia, and it is different. Little mining town, 10,000 people. Everyone knows my voice there.
Hosted a few jobs up there.
Have you?
Yeah. Couple to come. Swing and a miss. So, yeah, red dust. Actually, the last 2 weeks reminded me a lot of the Pilbara region, which is the region you're talking about.
Yep. Great part of the world. People are still putting movies in the chat.
Yeah, I like it.
What's your favourite movie of all time, Vincenzo?
I always used to say it was Home Alone from when I was 9. But
I've got a couple.
I've got a few. I mean, I really like Back to the Future 2, the one where they go into the future. Yeah, we actually ranked them last time, didn't we? End of the over. It's 42 for 3. Don't think Lucas CC are doing this, but they will get one more chance. Baraka Prato, Lucas CC. I mean, the way things are shaping up, that could be a straight shootout for qualification. Because for me, Trentino Aquila are looking good. RCP are looking the opposite of good so far. And so, you know, with Baraka Prato having a win and Lucas CC having one win, every chance that could be the game that decides who survives and who doesn't out of Group A. In the afternoon, we'll get to see Bologna, Padova CC, as well as Luca United and Cricket Stars. They're the Group B teams. They'll play in matches 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12 on Wednesday. That's the group stage of this week before we head into Super 5 on Thursday and Friday.
I've got 3 I'm going to name you after this ball.
All right, you can. First, let's look at Kashif, the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Oh!
That one was a little askew. Called a wide, +1, 2 wides.
In no particular order,
Go.
these are my top 3. As we just have a look at this wide. That's a no ball.
Well, it's not a no ball because no ball has to. It's not the return crease. It's off the actual surface.
Really?
Yeah, and that was on the surface just. Prakash Gowda is asking, do you remember him? And I'll give you a bit of background.
Oh, yeah.
Remember in Portugal when you angered a fair bit of our fan base? Wait for this, because it's in the air, and it's going to fall safely, or is it? It will. And the infielder trying to hunt that one down.
How hard's this ground? Because how does the ball bounce that high?
Pretty hard underneath. So here Ahmed, the 12th man's on at the moment, and that just bounced way over his head.
I remember, Prakash, we had that discussion about the IPL and PSL.
You do remember, right?
Yeah, and I was saying that I think the IPL is better.
Yeah, is that right? Okay. What do you think, Prakash? So he does remember you. Are you happy about that? He's been waiting months to get you back. Pulled slightly into the gap, but just a single.
Okay.
Okay,
Ready?
3 movies. Go for it. Go.
Inception, Inglourious Bast. I can't say.
Bastards.
Yeah,
okay.
it's a movie title.
Inception, very good movie.
And,
Both very good
Hacksaw
movies.
Ridge.
Haven't seen that.
Oh!
Is it scary?
No, it isn't. Give me one more. What a movie.
Hacksaw Ridge.
Add that
Sell
to the
it to
list.
me. You got one ball to sell it to me after this ball from Kashif. Bit of an uppercut and finds the fielder. So you'll have even longer because Lakshitha just laboured at the crease for 4 and 13 balls he uses. Unfortunately, he can't get this right in the middle. Went for the uppercut. Instead, it just went straight to that fielder. So a wicket for Kashif. The score now 46 for 4.
Went for the uppercut, but he only makes 4 off 13. Might want to uppercut himself later. He'd be disappointed with that. Probably wanted to get more away. But yeah, Vinny, great movie. It's inspirational. It makes you reflect on your own life and think, what am I doing? It is good.
All right. Is it like comedy, drama? What is
No,
it?
it's just, it makes you put in comparison. We do nothing with Ella compared to this one man.
So
He's the greatest human of all
You're
time.
going to make me feel insignificant.
He basically
everything we're
ran
doing.
into World War II without a weapon. He just didn't said, I'm not carrying a gun. He almost got court-martialed for it. And then he basically saved the whole platoon.
Wow. Thanks for ruining the ending, but...
And... No, I was going to make up a whopper of a lie then. I'm
please
glad I
don't.
didn't.
Yep, let's play 2 Truths and a Lie with Corey Ruckers.
It's good to be back.
Here's Kashif. Swing and a miss.
I'm going to have so much energy for tomorrow after this night's rest
So
that I will lead game 1 tomorrow, Vinny.
Well, Lily Panda saying Hacksaw Ridge is awful. I'm sorry. Well, don't be sorry, Lily. I trust your judgment over Corey's.
Well, Lily, I'm sorry. If your name's Lily...
Lily Panda, you know Lily Panda is right up there with the most...
What happened
the most popular viewers that we've got. How can you not love the Panda?
What happened to Panda from Portugal?
He's still kicking.
Is he?
Yeah.
Nice taste of meat, those in Japan, aren't they?
Don't think they really eat Panda.
But if you did.
Panda What Up, that's still one of the highlights of the year. Firstly, the random 4 overthrows on the non-catch. But then when he hit his first 3 balls out of the ground, that one's still going around the traps on social media.
Yeah, bless.
Last ball of the 8th.
Are we still 47 for 4 after 8? Are we still having sort of like video clips of highlights of the month and things like that?
Yeah, we do a bit of that.
Yeah, nice. Like
Bit
it.
of that going around. Check out our social media at European Cricket. So 2 overs to go in the day.
I always find it quite amazing the amount of highlights that this sort of cricket brings up. Good, bad, the ugly. It's sort of, you get this great mix of everything.
There's nothing like it in world cricket or world sport for that matter.
Mm.
And the Worms distancing there, coming apart at the seams, despite only losing 4 wickets here, but they just never got going. Trentino Aquila, superior fielding effort in numbers and skill
To
today.
be honest, their cricket intelligence today has been phenomenal. They're backing up, their movement, their field settings. I mean, they might look a little bit ugly with the bat, but it's been efficient enough, and they're going to come away with a really comfortable second victory.
Here we go with over number 9, and it's going to be Awais Askar. We might have an extra here. Not particularly interested in that, so we'll just keep it at 1. Corey FanCode asking you, have you seen Peaky Blinders? Have you seen Peaky Blinders, Corey?
Actually started it, didn't enjoy it that much.
Okay.
Sorry.
The movie chat's dominated this. You never know which way the random questions is going to go.
Let's
All right,
let's
give us one more. We've got 2 overs to go. Give us one more random question. Can be as random as you like. The more random, the better. I've got a feeling that Lucas CC are just going to fall short in this chase as they need over 6 a ball. I missed the win predictor. We had it for a while. And there was a game like this where they needed, I think, 7 a ball, and the batting team still had 6% chance.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, yeah, who knows? Give us one more random question. The more random, the better.
Yeah, I think so.
I still think one nap, and we head into Bologna for pasta and gelato. Hit down the ground. Watch the Tortuga. One hand, one bounce. It's out in the backyard, but here it'll just be a single.
Tomorrow, I promise you, will be gelato and out for dinner evening. Tonight will be check into the hotel and swim in the pool evening for yours truly.
Well, the robot's got a question, and we talked about this before, but you can ask again. It says, how's Ryan Campbell, Corey? Have you seen him in person lately?
Yeah. Yep. That's high in the air. Well, this will take some catching. He's moving down. This will be an amazing catch. He doesn't take it, unfortunately. He made good ground, Vinny, but just couldn't snaffle it.
I think the wind just did him there because the wind's a little bit right to left, sweeping across the ground. And guess who? That's Lovepreet. He's normally been at the drop of the ball today, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's been good at balls hit straight to him.
When
he's had to move sideways, not so much.
It has gotten a bit breezier, so let him off the hook there.
Yeah, 50's up now for Lucas CC.
Dead ball. Just answering the supercomputer.
Yeah.
Campo's good. I have ran into him about 2 or 3 times at the cricket. He was at VOC 2 days ago to watch our T20. And it's quite an odd, surreal sort of thing, as I'll explain in a moment. Because obviously, with the really upsetting news we all got, and I think most people didn't think he'd make it through. He's made it through. Good on him, and he's tough as nails. But he explains it's a blackout.
Yeah, he doesn't remember any of it.
So he is exactly in this weird. The way he explains,
he probably can't comprehend why everyone's making such fuss about it.
And he can't wait to get back into his full-time coaching, and he's just sitting there going, "But I feel
you lose the time,
fit as a daisy."
You lose the time. That's right.
Scary set of circumstances. But he's good. He's good. He's positive. He's missing coaching the boys as that brings an end to the night, 50 for 4. Yeah, he's missing coaching boys. It's at the moment, I believe it's Ryan Cook is the interim coach.
Yep.
He's in Zimbabwe with them, but the plan is Cambo has started coaching with the 17s and 19s just as a bit of rehabilitation.
Okay, that's good.
And then he comes back August 1st, I believe.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, Cambo sending you our best wishes once again. So, I'm going to get through a few to finish. And one of them, just a quick one, skiing or snowboarding? Wait for this last over to start. Over number 10. It's number 10. I tell you, Salim Raza, who's done for the white. Have you ever done either?
No, I've been to the snow hills and all that, and the mountains. But I just sit in the little house and I'm just having cocoa with the marshmallow.
Yeah,
that is me.
I have only been skiing once, and it was when I was a lot younger, a lot younger. I was about 12. I would love to get into it again. But probably skiing on the basis I've done that one more time than snowboarding. Though snowboarding does look really cool. So
to be completely honest, I mean, the cold just isn't for me.
Yeah, you get to wear warm stuff and you run around.
I mean, I will take this weather any day. What is it today? 35? 36?
Yeah. probably up to 30 in the air and not going anywhere.
How's it going to be when it's 40? Like a 40 in Australia is doable, but a 40 in Europe?
Something more.
Do we have a weather rule? Does the game get shortened if it's too hot?
Yeah, 70.
Hey?
We don't. I mean, no, it depends. I mean, if for any reason it seems unsafe, then...
I think it should be a 3-over game.
You would like that. Okay, turned away. Any more random questions? Last call.
So
Let's go yes, no's.
Is this a new
Did you
segment?
watch Prison Break? Question from Prakash.
Did watch Prison Break. Season 1, Season 2. After that, fell out of it just a little bit. Couple balls left here on Mad Monday. 54 for 4. Oh, it's a good little Yorker. That sort of jars it out. Gets a little bit of wood on it. Scamper through for a single. Lucas EC, well, they're falling well short of this total, but big credit goes to our Venetians. Trentino Quilla have driven 4 hours, and if you want to drive 4 hours for cricket, you better go home with 2 wins, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
So, a couple to come.
Only 192 per over required.
It's going to double in a minute. 384. So, yeah, I mean, credit to Trentino Aquila. You look at the scores against them. They held Baraka Prado to 51. Right now, Lucas EC 55 plus this.
Good net run rate boost.
So it will just be a single, gets us to the end of the day. So 56 and a very comprehensive performance. Trentino Aquila, I mean, they can pretty much book themselves, I think, in the Super 5 stage after this performance today, because they've not just 2 wins, but 2 really good wins.
Yep.
There's the outside chance that we might have 3 teams all on 2 wins, but their net run rate is going to be fantastic, and they've actually beaten both of the potential people that they might be tied on. So I just don't see them missing out. Still, they want to come back tomorrow and put on a good performance against RCP. We'll see them in the final group matches for Group A tomorrow. Tomorrow's a mixed day. We start with Group A and finish those 2 matches, and we start Group B. And yeah, you can see there, we'll see Trentino Aquila in match 6 versus RCP. Baraka Prato versus Lucas CC. Potentially, that could be the match that decides who stays and who goes. And assuming Trentino Aquila win, then it'll be a straight shootout between Baraka Prato and Lucas CC. So don't be late tomorrow. And we have Group B matches starting at match 7 in the afternoon, or start 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 12 o'clock noon in India. Let's roll into the highlights. 119 required for victory. Lucas CC, they certainly didn't disgrace themselves early with the bat, but Marufkel holding that juggling catch. These early wickets just meant it was always going to be tough, and a pretty intelligent bowling performance, and for the most part the fielding's been pretty good as well from the men in blue. They did the business once again here in the final match of the day.
Yeah, they did the business. As you can see, that sort of length there worked for them throughout the innings. That was a nice catch caught by backward square leg. A couple of byes happened in the middle part. Not too easy for the keeper out there, and a couple of full tosses just burst through him. But really, they were in control of this match right throughout. They deserved to get the win. And for Lucas EC, they'll be disappointed, but they also got their first win in ECS cricket history. So they'll be happy with that as we take a quick look at the scorecards. And, well, it's the little engine that couldn't. They just couldn't get going, could they, Vinny?
They couldn't get there in the end. 56 for 4 off their 10 overs. The margin is 62 runs. Trentino Aquila, they were very, very impressive today. I mean, first they put away Baraka Prato by 55 runs. Then they put away Lucas CC by 62. So fairly comprehensive victory. Sanka ends up batting through the innings for 15. And he was the best scorer. You see, they didn't lose a lot of wickets, but they're just given no room to breathe. The 8 byes in there didn't help the extras count. 17 given away. That's probably something Trentino Aquila would want to work on, especially when we get to the Super 5 stage. It looks like, for me, they'll certainly be one of the teams that will be there. They want to make it 3 in a row by getting over RCP tomorrow. As far as the bowling went, well, plenty of good performers. You said they seemed intelligent with the length they were bowling. They certainly had the pace to do it. They used 6 bowlers in the end. Well, except for 1 over from Sadikat Ali that went for 9. Everyone else run a ball or less. They split the wickets. Got to say, Ali Saqib Arshad was pretty good, wasn't he? The captain, he took 1 for 9 off his 2 overs, but Maruf Kel, he had a good day. say the same about Sadiq Ali and Mohamed Kashif, who had an excellent day. How about that catch he took? It was something else, wasn't it? But also Atif Salim Raza and Awi Zaska showing they had a lot of bowling options, and that gives them that kind of bowling depth, which I think is important as you head down the stretch in this tournament. You never know what's going to happen later in the week when potential injuries or people, if they slightly lose the plot. I think that it's good to be able to call on more than the 5 bowlers, and they certainly did that on this occasion. So that will leave Trentino Aquila with 4 points on day 1. Also leaves Lucas EC on 2 points, Braca Prato on 2 points, and RCP, well, they've got a real tough job ahead of them if they're going to qualify. So, yeah, Trentino Aquila, the happier of all the teams, I think, here out of day 1. Well, once again, it's been great to have your company, and it's been great to have this man back, Corey Ruckers. He's been back in the box for the first time in a while. And yeah, Corey, we do appreciate the fact that you made the real early start, 3 a.m. in the morning. And it's been absolutely great to have you back. I know everyone in the chat sending you their best wishes, and looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow after a big sleep.
Yeah, tonight I will get some rest. Thanks for having me back. It's nice to be in the Comebacks, and I'm going to be full of beans tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I want to say a big thank you to everyone here on the ground. I know it was a bit of a tough start to the day, but well done to our crew at Spring Productions as well, dealing with a couple of issues, getting the tower up. It'll be even higher tomorrow, I'm sure. We'll be back to where we normally are at. Thanks to everyone who rescued the cube a couple of times when it blew away. Thanks to Corey. How'd you get to the ground, by the way?
I was picked up.
Oh, you got picked up?
Yeah.
Very nice. Anyway, I just want to say big thank you to all of you out there, all the Blue crew and everyone around here. It's been great to have your company. We'll see you tomorrow. But for now, from the Ice Cube, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. From everyone here on the ground in Bologna, Italy, hope you have a wonderful evening. We'll be having a great time here, maybe trying some of the local cuisine. But for now, we wish you a very, very good night. Stay happy, stay safe. And we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.